Day 1 of the apocalypse. The whole world was waiting to die. Except me, who popped open a bottle of water every second. My name is Shun E, a junior in college. Yesterday I was still in the dorm, sick with a fever and asking for leave. Today, I woke up to find the world had ended. A strange black mist had swallowed the entire city. Those who inhaled it didn't die immediately, but they became thirsty, insanely thirsty. Within a few hours, they died of thirst while still alive. Even more terrifying, every source of water and food was contaminated by an unknown bacteria. One sip would cause vomiting and diarrhea. One bite would cause instant death. Only sealed bottled water was the lifeline. 10 minutes ago, the school chat erupted. A rich kid was offering 500 yuan a bottle of mineral water. No one sold. Not a single bottle was sold. I wiped the dirty window and looked down. The black mist churned below, just stopping at the 5th floor. I was on the 6th floor, temporarily safe. But what about the students downstairs? Ah, help! Someone save me! Screams exploded. I rushed to the window and saw a boy clutching the railing tightly, his knuckles white, eyes bulging as if they might pop out. At his feet, a common potted plant. The vines were frantically growing right before my eyes. Like countless slimy black pythons climbing the wall, each vine covered with eyeballs that rotated and glowed with an eerie green light. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? I stumbled back 2 steps, my legs going weak. At that moment, the voice in my head rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have bound the infinite supplies system. Unlock supply, Master Schwei's mineral water. Effect, +1 bottle per second automatically, permanently stacking, stored in infinite space. Current stock, 55,165 bottles. 55,166 bottles. 55,167 bottles. The numbers were frantically jumping. 1 bottle per second. 60 bottles a minute. 86,400 bottles a day. No need to drink at all. I could never even finish taking a bath. Even more incredible, each time I shelter a qualified survivor, a new supply item is unlocked and permanently stacked. Mineral water, drinks, self-heating hot pot, beef, rice. Supernatural fruits, pistols, rifles, tanks, planes, Dongfeng 41 missiles. I stared at the swirling black mist outside the window, the burgeoning monstrous vines, and the desperate boy struggling below. A slow smile lifted the corner of my lips. Apocalypse? Then bring it on, with all your fury. The next second, another sharp scream tore through the darkness. Scream. Female dormitory under attack. Piercing, heart-wrenching screams came from the opposite female dormitory. I slammed the window shut, grabbed my phone, and rushed into the chat group. Holy shit. Zhang Yifeng was devoured alive by his own cactus. That thing's a monster. Scarier than anything in the movies. Help! My pupils contracted sharply. Plants eating people? Is this still Earth? I clenched my fists, my face dark as iron. While others hoard guns, I hoard food. If this continues, won't I just be a walking pantry in everyone's eyes? I must get superpowers. I feverishly scrolled through every chat record, searching for any clue about awakening abilities. But after a whole day's search, across all of Mountain City University, only one person, Zhao Tao, was boasting about superpowers. He was the only one awakened. Why? How did he awaken? Days passed. An official rescue was nowhere in sight. The black mist downstairs was inching upward. At this rate, in at most 10 days, the mist will reach my floor. I chewed my self-heating hot pot, eyes darkening. Even worse, someone was already offering 3,000 yuan a bottle of mineral water in the group, yet still no one was selling. In the face of hunger and despair, morals crumble faster than paper. The girls who had mocked me as a loser guy now scrambled to add me as a friend. I accepted them all and video called each one. Unfortunately, not a single one was pretty. Deleted. Kept posting ads in the group. Until this moment. Hey, male student opposite. Can you hear me? A female voice suddenly came from outside the window. I hurried to the balcony. Looking up, my heart skipped a beat. Denim shorts, a pair of long, slender, and shapely legs, features so delicate they seemed like they'd stepped out of a magazine. The foreign language department's campus bell, Su Wanting. Ding. Detected a 95-point survivor nearby. 95 points. In recent days, I'd added over 50 girls, but none scored over 70. The corner of my mouth curled slowly. Opportunity has arrived. Day 3 of the apocalypse. The black mist enveloped the world. I nestled in my dorm room, fingers flying over the phone screen. I was feverishly joining groups, posting ads, casting a wide net. Because the system gave me a chance. As long as I shelter enough high-quality women, I could survive, even grow stronger. But the threshold was extremely high. I had no ability to protect myself and didn't dare to go outside at all. The only way was to use the vast net of the internet to catch that goldfish. I had a strong intuition. This disaster would never end. The apocalypse for humanity was only just beginning. Ding. My phone suddenly vibrated. Dorm leader Jean Rouet. Shani, I heard you stocked up on water? Immediately bring me a bottle to the 8th floor of the teaching building. Hurry. My eyes darkened, and with a tap of my finger, I sent the message. Fuck you, idiot. Go to hell. Sent. Deleted friend. All in one go. Refreshing. Damn it. I'd been bullied by this bunch of rich second-generation brats for a whole year before the apocalypse. Beaten 3-against-1 so badly, I couldn't even lift my head. If it weren't for my grandma and little sister still counting on me to fulfill my filial duties, I would have given up long ago. But now it was the apocalypse. Rules had changed. Who would still endure? 8th floor of the teaching building. Jean Rouet stared at the words on his screen, his face turning green with anger, almost smashing his phone. That bastard Shun-E actually dared to curse me? Wait until I get back to the dorm. I'll break one of his legs. 2 lackeys immediately hovered, licking his boots. Calm down, Jean bro. Once the apocalypse is over, we'll make him kneel and kowtow to you. Yeah. Jean bro, your dad's got connections. Once the rescue team arrives, we're out first. That guy can fend for himself. In the dormitory, I took a deep breath and dialed my grandma's number. Last night during our call, Grandma and my little sister were hiding in the cellar. The food supply wasn't lacking, but my little sister was crying. Brother, the neighbor's big yellow dog, is eating people. My heart sank. Even the domestic dogs had started eating their owners. This world was truly insane. The animals had mutated. I clenched my teeth. Grandma, little sister, wait for me to get stronger. I'll definitely get you out. Days passed. The black fog grew thicker. More and more people added me as a friend. I rejected all the males, only accepting females. In just a few days, over 200 girls proactively added me. This was the terrifying power of casting a wide net. Among these 200 girls, I finally filtered out the one who made my heart race with excitement. Ding. System detected a survivor meeting standards. Name, Joe Warner. Age, 18. Appearance, 90. Figure, 92. Inner qualities, 100, a blank slate. Total score, 93. I stared at the phone screen. A girl in a Lolita dress, a little over 1.6 meters tall, fair-skinned calves wrapped in white socks. Her delicate features looked like they had stepped right out of an anime. A freshman, fresh enough to squeeze water from. Big brother, voice message. A smirk curled my lips, cold laughter escaping. So, you want me to risk death delivering water, food, and packages to you at home? No, I didn't mean that. Don't be angry, big brother. I'm sorry, forgive me, voice message. I flicked my finger and sent the last message. Male dorm 606, a campus. Free food and lodging. Come if you want, leave if you don't. Sent it and ignored her entirely. In the apocalypse, the lower half calls the shots. Dying in some unknown way, that's just how it is. I saw right through this little green tea scheme. Afraid to go out because of fear of death, using a few big brother calls to trick me into a death trap? Who indulges that? On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the script flipped. The first 2 days I posted ads in groups and got cursed at and kicked out. Today the group owners were groveling to me. Tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water piled like mountains in the warehouse. I couldn't even use up enough to wash my feet every day. I had no shortage of girls adding me. At the girls' dorm on B campus, top floor, Jo Warner stared at her phone, her pretty face clouded. This guy's a total straight guy made of steel. Definitely no girlfriend, short-haired roommate, Xiaoyu scoffed. No sense of emotional intelligence at all, long-haired Xiao Mei agreed. Jo Warner bit her lip. This cute flirt technique had never failed her. In fact, Just 2 days ago, she'd used it to trick a male classmate into delivering water. Though that guy walked into the black fog and never came back. But that wasn't her fault, right? Xiao Yu. Xiao Mei, our water is almost gone. This is the last time for today. What should we do? Zhou Wan'er pitifully asked. She really dared not go downstairs. The screams these past few days had scared her into sleepless nights. The two roommates exchanged a glance and fell silent. I'll try calling the police again. Xiao Yu grabbed her phone, and while the others weren't paying attention, quietly slipped a bottle of drink deep under her covers. With the mosquito net drawn, no one would notice. I'm going to the bathroom. Wan'er, don't sneak any water. Okay, Xiao Mei smiled as she left, looking back to confirm no one was following. Then she slipped into the adjacent bathroom, swapping the hidden snacks and half a bottle of water for a more concealed location. It absolutely must not be discovered. Seeing they both ignored her, Zhou Wan'er discreetly hooked her white-socked foot, kicking a bottle under the bed as deep as possible, her face still wearing a wretched expression, accompanied by a few sighs. A tiny dorm room with 3 girls, each with hundreds of tricks in their minds. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, supplies were running low, morality was collapsing. Some neighborhoods had already started attacking each other with bloodshed over a single bottle of water. Disasters have always been the best at exposing demons. At the same time, my phone vibrated. It was a distress message from Su Wanting. That proud goddess finally couldn't hold on anymore. Save me. There's a monster downstairs. There's a monster. Su Wanting's cry for help jabbed into my screen like a needle. What kind of monster? I replied quickly. Video receiving. I opened it. Pitch black thick fog. Visibility less than 3 meters. In the fog, a yellow dog. No, a monster. Its body was 3 to 4 times bigger than a normal dog, muscles tense like stretched steel cables, its eyeballs blood red. It held a mangled human corpse in its mouth, slowly lifting its head out of the fog. Blood-red eyes staring straight into the lens. From the video came Su Wanting's suppressed scream. But the monster didn't charge. It just turned around with the corpse and disappeared into the dark mist. My pupils abruptly shrank. I knew this dog. It was a stray on campus, usually so docile that even children dared to touch it. And now, it was eating people. Animals have mutated too. Cold sweat trickled down my back. The neighbor's dog biting someone to death, my grandmother mentioned on the phone. It was true. Plants, animals, all mutating. So what about humans? Could the awakened abilities be another kind of mutation? No time to think more. I replied quickly. Get upstairs immediately before it locks onto you. Don't waste a second. You're not coming down to get me. I read the message and didn't reply. Go downstairs. What a joke. There were man-eating monsters outside. Why should I go to my death? Besides, just a moment ago, Zhao Tao, who had awakened lightning powers, added me as a friend. Sports Department Zhao Tao. Bro, need protection? There are dozens of us here, sharing supplies. United is survival. Bring your stuff, come to Gym A and find me. Attached video. Dozens of students gathered inside the gym. Sports Department Zhao Tao. By the way, bro, you probably still have supplies. I saw you active in the group chat. A cold smirk tugged at my lips. Calling me bro, while staring greedily at my supplies. In the apocalypse, trust is a death sentence. Calmly, I replied. I only have a few bottles of water left. Nice. Come to the gym. Let's team up. With my lightning power, monsters are nothing. My eyes brightened, cautiously throwing out a bait. By the way, how did you awaken your power? Maybe I'll get lucky too. Can't remember, just stumbled into it. Talk when you come. I deleted him immediately. Can't remember? If his lightning was truly that strong, he would have swept through the campus long ago, raided every supermarket, not just come after my few bottles of water. His ability was weak. That was exactly why I played along. To probe his true strength before deciding how to survive. As for meeting up, he was lying. Shen-Yi, which dorm are you in? Hurry back. Damn it. Su Wanting sent multiple messages, her tone on the edge of collapse. 606. I replied, then immediately got up, grabbed a broom from the corner, holding it behind the door. I slowed my breathing to a minimum. In the hallway, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by heavy panting. The 6th floor, no elevator. She climbed fast. Damn Shen-Yi. Won't even come downstairs to get me. Deserves to be single forever. Outside came her panting with the wall as support, curses spilling out. If it weren't for the man-eating monster downstairs, Su Wanting would never climb such a shabby building. If it weren't the apocalypse, she wouldn't even glance at this straight male loser. She finally reached 606, nervously knocking. Bang! The door was suddenly yanked open. A hand reached out from the darkness, grabbing her and pulling her inside. Click! Deadbolt locked. Don't move. I pinned her down. What are you doing? Let go of me. Lu Ti, go. She struggled in terror, but dehydration left her weak. She couldn't break free. I told you don't move. I growled low. Then, I slowly reached out my hand. You bastard. Let me go? This is illegal. Su Wanting struggled desperately, but my hand had already slipped inside her clothes. Not what she imagined. Clatter. A folding fruit knife dropped to the floor. My eyes grew cold. Sure enough, she was hiding a knife. System rule. Must shelter at least one female to unlock supplies. If the system hadn't forced me, I would never take anyone in during the apocalypse. Lone wolves survive longer. Any sheltering. First step, body search. Second step, disarm. Third step, set rules. Bag. Give it to me. What do you want? Su Wanting fiercely guarded her pink backpack. It held all her rations. I yanked it off, zipped it open, and everything spilled onto the floor. Chocolate, chips, spicy sticks, lipstick, face masks, sunscreen. It was already the third day of the apocalypse, and this woman was still carrying cosmetics. I kicked her foot to open her bag, checked to make sure there were no weapons, and then released her. Slap. Su Wanting swung a slap at me. I dodged sideways and countered with a backhand. The sound was crisp, loud, and merciless. Su Wanting's entire face went numb. No man had ever dared to touch a finger of hers since she was a child. And yet, this boy, whom she usually wouldn't even glance at, actually hit her. Who do you think you are to hit me? Because I'm alive, and you need me. I stared coldly at her. If you want to stay, then follow the rules. If not, I grabbed her and her bag and shoved her out of the dorm, slamming the door shut with a bang. The hallway was pitch black. Shun-e. Su Wanting pounded on the door. Open up. Downstairs, a low, guttural growl sounded, not quite human. Her blood ran cold all over. She remembered. Half an hour ago, she had seen with her own eyes a mutated dog bite a boy from head to toe, bones cracking with every chew. And now, she was alone, locked outside of that creature's territory. Shun-e. Shun-e, I was wrong. Her voice trembled. From deep within the stairwell, there was another sound, as if something was slowly crawling upstairs. Please, open the door. She turned around, and in the dark, two faintly glowing eyes seemed to be staring at her. Su Wanting's legs gave out, tears streaming down her face. On the third day of the apocalypse, she finally understood. No one here would tolerate her temper. Her face, her figure, her family background were worth nothing in this world. What could keep her alive was only the man behind the door saying the word "come in." Inside the room, I leaned against the door, listening to her begging outside and the creeping sounds inching closer in the hallway, then slowly spoke. Think carefully before you answer me. From today on, follow my orders and survive. Don't listen. Get out and be monster food. Choose. There was a second of dead silence outside the door. Then a woman's voice wailed like never before. Completely sincere, utterly humble. I'm listening to you. Please let me in. I'll do whatever you say. A faint smile tugged at the corner of my mouth, but my hand didn't move. Let her be afraid a moment longer. In the apocalypse, fear is what makes you remember. Mist. Monsters. Cannibals. I had watched that monster downstairs tear a living person in half, stomach churning. But I couldn't fall. Grandma was waiting for me. Little sister was waiting for me. I was the only hope for my family. I took a deep breath, clenched my fists, and let my mind race. System, this was my only trump card, a bug-level cheat. As long as I could summon a gun from the system, even if just a pistol, I want to see if a mutated monster can withstand bullets. Carbon-based creatures must fear firearms. The only problem, the system's conditions for spawning supplies were too harsh. I couldn't gather enough resources in a short time. But once I got the first weapon, I could break through the deadlock. From then on, I would soar. Could you give me a bottle of water? A timid voice came from the corner. Su Wanting, the acknowledged campus beauty of the foreign languages department, With her 1.7-meter-long legs, slender waist, and perfect figure, she was the object of countless boys' fantasies. At this moment, she was curled up in the corner of my room, her eyes red from crying, like a drenched cat in the rain. There was clearly bottled water on the table, but she didn't dare to touch it. She was afraid. Afraid that if I got angry, I'd throw her out the door. Outside, there were monsters, and being thrown out meant death. I glanced at her and casually tossed her a bottle of water. Then, without hiding it, I looked her up and down, from her face, down to her collarbone, then her legs. Like I was appraising a product. Su Wanning's face flushed instantly, her fingers gripping the water bottle tightly, her whole body uneasy. Before, those boys only dared to steal glances or secretly take photos. No one had ever been as blatant and condescending as I was. But she didn't dare say a word. If she angered me, it would be the end of her. She forced down that trace of humiliation, forcing herself to act obediently. Survival was more important than anything. Go brush your teeth first, I suddenly said. Su Wanting was stunned, her face reddening further. I was looking down on her. She instinctively looked at the only 2 bottles of water left on the table, her heart sinking. Only 2 bottles. 2 people. At most, 3 days. She was now filled with regret. She shouldn't have chugged that entire bottle just now. There's only 2 bottles left. Shouldn't we save them? She whispered, almost begging. I didn't answer. As for the system, I would never tell anyone. Before I had absolute self-protection ability, this was the bottom line of bottom lines. Then, I'll go brush my teeth first. Su Wanning lowered her head, hugging the water bottle, and got up as if to escape. My gaze, however, immediately returned to the only thing I could see, hovering in the air. System panel. Beep. Unlock successful. Fresh roast chicken. Roast chicken +1. Roast chicken +1. Roast chicken. My eyes lit up instantly. Meat. Meat. In the apocalypse, I could actually eat hot roast chicken. The system's space-time was frozen, never rotting. In seconds, dozens of golden roast chickens piled up into a small mountain, and the bottled water refreshed with a splash. Awesome. I grabbed one, steaming hot, slapped it on the table, and the fragrance immediately filled the entire dorm. Su Wanting, pretending to be asleep, couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly sat up, her Adam's apple bobbing. I actually have a whole roast chicken. And it's hot. Want some? I tore off a drumstick and tossed it to her. Thank you. Su Wanting caught it in one grab, ignoring her pain from last night, took a small bite, almost tearing up. Oh my God, this tastes even better than a 5-star hotel. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, juicy and flavorful. I buried my head and devoured mine, half a chicken gone in an instant. After finishing the drumstick, Su Wanting stared at the pile of gnawed bones on the table, her eyes vacant. Eat if you want. I washed my hands with bottled water and said casually, thank you. She immediately pounced, happily chewing on the bones. Back before, this posh young lady wouldn't even eat food someone else had touched. But now, she savored it hungrily. I stretched lazily, feeling completely at ease. In the apocalypse, this kind of comfort came from endlessly unlocking new supplies. I casually opened my phone and glanced at the target, Joanna, a little green tea girl, scheming and hard to fool. But once water and food were cut off, sooner or later she'd beg me to open the door on her knees. Starve or compromise? The answer was obvious. I scrolled through a long list of friend requests and approved them one by one. Needle in a haystack? So what? Even if I found just one qualified girl out of 1,000, it would be worth it. I absent-mindedly ran my hand along Su Wanning's long legs while replying. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she actively adjusted her posture to accommodate. She had realized that if I liked my own legs, I wouldn't abandon myself. Holding onto this lifeline tightly in the apocalypse was the way to survive. Suddenly, my expression changed sharply, and I pulled my hand back abruptly, my fingers flying across the keyboard. What's wrong? Su Wanting leaned over. Put your clothes back on. I didn't even look up. Su Wanting immediately obediently complied, not daring to glance at the screen again. She knew very well. Right now, the only card she had left was obedience. I stared intently at the screen, my breathing quickening. Because the message on the other side might change the entire course of the apocalypse. How to awaken superpowers. Foreign languages department Shen E. I can give you water and food. But how can you prove what you said is true? Sports department Ma Tianming. Zhao Tao is my roommate. But you have to give me water and food first. Then I'll tell you. I took a deep breath, calming my racing heart. I took out 3 bottles of mineral water, took a photo, and sent it over. Foreign languages department Shen E. Unopened, absolutely clean. The message is true. All 3 bottles are yours. At the other end of the screen, a burly young man stared at the photo, swallowing hard. He glanced up at a few students in the distance, who were sneakingly raising their phones to take a covert shot. Fingers furiously tapped the screen. The second day of the apocalypse. The phone screen lit up, and a message made Shun Yi's pupils shrink suddenly. Ma Tianming. Bro, want to trade a bottle of water for the method to awaken abilities? You in? I gripped my phone tightly, knuckles turning white. Abilities. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, these 2 words were worth more than gold. Me proof. 3 seconds later, photos flooded in. A tall guy in a red short-sleeve shirt was talking with some students. Zhao Tao? The lightning ability awakener that was viral online. And the one with his arm around Zhao Tao's shoulder was Ma Tianming himself. Ma Tianming. He's my roommate, my solid bro. I'm not lying to you. I narrowed my eyes, my mind racing. If he really knew the method, why wouldn't he awaken himself first? There was a 50% chance it was a scam. But even if only 10% true, I had to gamble. Me. Male dormitory garden downstairs. 1 person walks halfway, meet face-to-face for the trade. Ma Tianming, no? Too dangerous. Me. Fine, forget it. Ma Tianming. Wait. 3 seconds later. Ma Tianming. My dorm is 509. I have a high-end drone. You get it. Tie the water to it. Fly it over. No one has to risk themselves. Door's locked though. You gotta pick it open. A corner of my mouth twitched upward. This plan could work. Ma Tianming. Bro, hurry up. I haven't had water for over 20 hours. My throat feels like it's on fire. Me. Doesn't your roommate Zhao Tao have lightning powers? Let him get the water from the supermarket. Ma Tianming. Don't mention it. That lousy lightning can't even kill a bird. It's so weak. My heart skipped a beat. Was the ability itself weak? Or was only Zhao Tao weak? Was it a problem with the person or with their talent? I looked up towards Su Wanting, who obediently tidied up the trash. Body okay? Can you walk? Can. Su Wanting immediately nodded, forcing a smile. She dared not show weakness. This man disliked fragile women. But the next second, she regretted it. Pack up. Come with me to the 5th floor. Su Wanting's face instantly went pale. The 5th floor, that was the death zone shrouded in black mist. But she dared not refuse. I clenched the folding fruit knife tightly. Killing mutated monsters? That wouldn't be nearly enough. But killing people, that I could definitely manage. In the apocalypse, humans were more terrifying than monsters. Let's go. This was the first time since the black mist descended that I stepped out of the dorm. The stairwell was deathly silent, like a tomb. Su Wanting gripped my arm so tightly, her nails dug into my flesh. Shin-E, what exactly are we going to the 5th floor for? Shut up and stay close. I didn't tell her the truth. Bringing 1 more person meant 1 more human shield. Cruel? In the apocalypse, survival was the only morality. At the stairwell corner, the thick, impenetrable black mist blasted at us. I took a deep breath, instinctively held it, and stepped forward. But my lung capacity was limited. A few seconds later, I gasped sharply, black mist filling my nostrils. My body was fine. So that's how it is, I sneered. If 1 breath meant death, there'd be no one left on the planet. Using the faint vision, I groped forward. 507, 508, 509. The door was locked, but a smirk tugged at my lips as I pulled out a meal card. Lockpicking skills honed in high school now came in handy. Click. After several tens of seconds, the lock clicked open. The secret of abilities, the drone, and the truth behind Zhao Tao's awakening. All awaited behind that door. Hurry. Search the boxes and drawers, find the drone, and leave. 1 second later might cost us our lives. Before I finished, I lunged at the first bed. Su Wanting immediately understood, diving into the other bed and flipping it over frantically. Sports department Ma Tianming. Under the first bed near the door. I yanked the bedding aside and bent down to feel. Got it. A brand new DJI drone, Unopened white box. Valuable. Retreat. The two of us just got to the stairwell entrance. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. Intense pounding sounds came from downstairs, as if something was smashing the walls frantically. Sue Wanting's face drained of color, gripping my arms so tightly, she nearly screamed. What is that? Don't ask. Upstairs. I dragged her as we bolted, not a shred of curiosity left. In the apocalypse, curiosity meant death. Rushing to the 6th floor, I sharply heard strange rustling noises in 2 dorm rooms. Someone was there? I coldly noted the room numbers. In the apocalypse, living people were more terrifying than monsters, willing to kill you over a scrap of food. Back at 606, I locked the door and bolted it. Only then did I exhale, my eyes turning ice cold. We must unlock the hot weapons quickly. We must get the method to awaken abilities. Otherwise, there's no way out. Once I unlocked even a single gun, my system could stack abilities infinitely. Then, I would sweep through the apocalypse. I grabbed the drone's manual to study, frowning in concentration. You want to play with the drone? Sue Wanting leaned in. Yeah, but I don't know if it can carry 3 bottles of water. It can. This model carries up to 5 kilograms, and 3 bottles of mineral water weigh less than 1.5 pounds, she answered decisively. My eyes lit up. You've played with it? Over 100,000 followers on Douyin, all aerial shots. Heaven helps me. Then you operate it. Deliver water to a classmate. I shoved the remote control to her. She nodded obediently and immediately started tweaking it expertly. I pulled out my phone, a cold smile playing at my lips. I'm not foolish enough to pay up front. Nowadays, trust is death. Foreign Language Department Shen-yi, the drone is ready. But you have to prove what you said is true first. Otherwise, I won't give you a single drop of that life-saving water. A few minutes later, Sports Department Ma Tianming. The method is, eat something. What exactly to eat? I'll only tell you after you see the water. If I don't tell you, you'll never guess in your life. Foreign Language Department Shen-yi. Huh. That stuff's hard to find, right? Otherwise, you'd have eaten it yourself already. Sports Department Ma Tianming. It is hard to find. But I swear I'm not lying. Even the officials haven't announced this. It's priceless. You could trade it for a bunch of supplies. Eat something to awaken superpowers. My pupils constricted. What exactly is it? Shen-yi, it's adjusted. Batteries over half, enough to use. Sue Wanting's voice came through. But the black fog outside is too thick. I can't guarantee it will reach if it's too far. Just try. Doesn't matter if it can't deliver. After all, the core intel is already in hand. Fly toward the gym. Sue Wanting walked to the balcony, the drone hoisting 3 bottles of water bundled with a towel, roaring into the sky. I took a photo and sent it to Ma Tianming. Foreign Language Department Shen-yi. Delivery in a few minutes. Now you can talk. Sports Department Ma Tianming. Wait. Wait till I see the drone with my own eyes. I leaned closer to the remote screen. Under the lens, the whole world was engulfed by layer upon layer of swirling black fog. The fog wall rose dozens of feet high. Low buildings vanished beneath the sea of mist. Amazing, breathtaking sight. Sue Wanting whispered softly. If it weren't the apocalypse, this scene could be a work of art. But beneath this black fog, who knows how many bloodthirsty monsters lurked? I turned my head, looking at Sue Wanting's focused profile, her delicate jawline, lips pressed tight and red. I couldn't help but bend down and kiss her softly. Yes, I love beauty. Even more, I love conquering beauty with my own hands. That once untouchable face now yielding at my will. The apocalypse, in a way, is damn exhilarating. Sue Wanting's cheeks flushed bright red. She glanced at me sideways, then returned to expertly controlling the drone. I wrapped an arm around her waist, my other hand quickly typing out a message to Ma Tianming. The drone's humming buzzed over the gym. In the fog, Ma Tianming licked his chapped lips, staring upward at the 3 bottles of mineral water hanging in midair. He was on the brink of thirst-induced madness. He hid this deal from the big boss Zhao Tao. Why should the secret to superpowers be Zhao Tao's alone? Why should the water be his share too? I want it all. Shen-yi, tell me the answer first. Ma Tianming, give me the water first. What if you go back on your word? Shen-yi, I give you the water. What if you go back on yours? Ma Tianming clenched his phone in frustration. But those bottles hovered right above him, so close. He gritted his teeth and typed, I can tell you first. But if you mess with me, I'll tell Zhao Tao immediately and have dozens of athletes crush you. Even with superpowers, you can't beat a whole department. In the dorm, I smirked coldly. Dare threaten me? Then death is the only option. Holding Su Wanting, cheeks flushed, I calmly replied, Relax, I don't want enemies. But inside, I was already plotting murder. Ma Tianming. It's something that glows with color. Once you see it, you'll recognize it immediately. That's exactly how Zhao Tao got his superpowers. My eyes brightened. Enough. Shen Yi, hope you're not lying. Otherwise, I'll tell Zhao Tao about your secret deal. Guess what he does to a traitorous roommate? Ma Tianming. Game over. Lower it. I told Su Wanting. If you can't get the drone back, forget it. In the black fog, Ma Tianming yanked the mineral water and twisted one open, gulping it down non-stop, almost moaning with relief. The other two bottles had to be hidden. Zhao Tao mustn't see them. His eyes darted, excitement growing. Shen Yi definitely has more water. I can bait Zhao Tao into stealing it, and then pretend to mediate between the two. And in the chaos, I'll silence Shen Yi. Genius. Right as he laughed arrogantly, a chill ran down his neck. He spun around sharply. His pupils shrank instantly. Dozens of thick vines silently shot out from the black fog, wrapping his entire body like living creatures. Help! It hurts, The vines tightened more and more. The more he struggled, the more excited they became. His skin turned purple from the strangulation. Sharp thorns pierced flesh and blood gushed down. A drop of blood fell onto the vine, instantly absorbed. The vines, tasting the blood, crazily tightened. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Ma Tianming's body was torn into several pieces, flesh, bone fragments, and blood splattered, flying deep into the black mist. Inside the dormitory, Su Wanting screamed sharply, covering her mouth, her face pale. I stared at the bright red stain on the drone screen, silent for a few seconds. Then, slowly curled the corners of my mouth. Saves me the trouble. The person who threatened my life was so neatly executed by the apocalypse itself. And that secret, the thing that emits colored light, was already firmly in my hands. The apocalypse had just begun, and I was already one step ahead of everyone. Screams ripped through the air. At the entrance of the gymnasium, Ma Tianming was tightly entangled by vines, blood splattering everywhere. Zhao Tao rushed out and just glanced once, then immediately turned and ran. Help! Ma Tianming's plea abruptly stopped, twisted into a pulp. Under the drone's camera, Su Wanting and I felt our stomachs churn violently. Zhao Tao, you bastard! I gritted my teeth, swearing. I wasn't feeling sorry for Ma Tianming. Trash like him deserved to die 100 times over. What infuriated me was something else. Zhao Tao just tried to use me. Knowing full well that the area outside the gym was full of carnivorous mutated plants, that guy still mouthfully protects you. Tricking me into walking to my death. Heart blacker than a snake. I've got you marked. My eyes turned icy. Recall the drone. We'll need it again. I opened Douyin and searched for superpowers. As expected, a boy about 15 or 16 laughed wildly at the camera. Guys, I've awakened. From today onwards, I'm not eating beef anymore. At the moment he spoke, he raised his hand. All the iron tools in the room floated into the air, suspended. Another wave of his hand. Bang, bang, bang. All the iron tools shot out like arrows, deeply embedded in the wall. Telekinesis? Or magnetism? My pupils shrank. Way stronger than that useless Zhao Tao. I kept scrolling, but not many dared to openly flaunt their powers. Either they hid it, or were already dead. Must change dorms. I decided immediately. I'd been too naive before. If some woman brought a group to look for me, I'd be trapped like a sitting duck. From the moment Ma Tianming threatened me, my vigilance increased tenfold. Cautious, careful, watchful. These 6 words engraved deep in my bones. Su Wanting, pack your stuff. We're moving. Huh? Why? Don't ask. Okay. Su Wanting immediately shut up. This once cherished golden girl was now as obedient as a cat. She knew. This wasn't the past. I wasn't the man who'd lick her feet anymore. If she wasn't sensible, next second she'd be thrown out to feed the plants. If she hadn't unlocked new supplies, I would have kicked her out long ago. Women were just a burden. The two of us reached dorm 610, 3 rooms away from the original dorm, right next to the stairs, perfect for a getaway. I was prying the door when suddenly behind me, creak. The door of 601 slowly opened. I flipped my knife around, muscles tensed. Don't be rash, classmate. I'm human. A thin boy with glasses poked his head out, raising his hands immediately upon seeing the knife. Something you need? I kept the blade steady. CL classmate, do you have water? I'll trade food for it. The boy's voice trembled. I'm alone. No weapons, really. My eyes flickered. Idiot. One sentence and his entire hand revealed. If it were a merciless person, they could force him to surrender all his food and then finish him off with a single stab. Just then, creak. 603's door also slowly opened. A chubby boy dyed yellow blocked the doorway, grinning. Bro, don't be nervous. No harm. Just heard you talking. Want to team up? It's the apocalypse. Strength in numbers. The boy with glasses, and I said nothing. The glasses kid gripped the doorframe tightly, ready to retreat back into the dorm at any moment. Strangers? Team up? What a joke. Come on. We're all from the same school. No need to be like that. I don't even dare kill a chicken, let alone kill people. Murder gets you in jail. Okay. The yellow-haired boy rolled his eyes. I watched him coldly. Trust you? Only fools would. But the boy with glasses clearly wavered. True enough, it was only the 5th day of the apocalypse. Most people hadn't gone mad enough to kill. The glasses boy spoke cautiously. Do you have water? I'll trade food. He feared me more. I was armed with a knife and had a girl with me. Yellow hair at least was unarmed. A flash of realization crossed my eyes. Idiot. With just one sentence, he had laid all his cards on the table. If this were someone ruthless, they could force him to hand over all the food and finish him off in one strike. At that moment, creak. The door to room 603 slowly opened. A chubby boy with dyed yellow hair blocked the doorway, grinning widely. Bro, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I just overheard your conversation. How about teaming up? It's the apocalypse. The more the better. The boy with glasses, and I said nothing. The glasses boy gripped the doorframe tightly, ready to retreat at any moment. Strangers? Team up? What a joke. Come on, we're from the same school. Is it that serious? I don't even dare kill a chicken, let alone a person. You know killing means prison, right? The yellow-haired boy rolled his eyes. I stared at him coldly. Trust you? Trusting you would be stupid. But the boy with glasses was clearly wavering. That made sense. It was only the 5th day of the apocalypse. Most people hadn't lost their minds enough to kill yet. The glasses boy spoke cautiously. Do you have any water? I'll trade you food for it. He was even more afraid of me. I had a knife and a girl with me. At least yellow hair was unarmed. I drank all my water. Yellow hair scratched his head. That's why I want to team up. The glasses boy could only glance at the beautiful woman next to me. Tall figure, slender legs, paired with those mid-calf white socks. Damn, she looked like she stepped straight out of an anime. The boy with glasses quickly pulled his gaze back. Yellow hair couldn't help sneaking glances, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. My pupils constricted, alertness spiked. The looks in those two's eyes weren't right. I calculated swiftly, if they struggled, a single knife against two, even if I won, I'd get hurt. Getting injured in the apocalypse equals waiting to die. Not worth it. Besides, they hadn't shown hostility yet. I could use this to my advantage. First divide, then conquer one by one. My girlfriend and I don't have much water either, just a bottle and a half left. I said calmly. You can have half a bottle. Thanks. Thanks, big bro. The glasses boy almost knelt down in excitement. Half a bottle of water, rationed carefully and mixed with my own urine, could last several days. Maybe we could survive until rescue. I gripped my knife tightly and stepped into room 601. Su Wanting followed closely behind. Yellow hair sensibly stepped aside, but his eyes were glued to Su Wanting's long legs, his tongue sliding over his lips. Those legs, I could play with for a year. He didn't dare make a move. The knife in my hand gleamed coldly. Once inside 601, a foul stench hit us like a wall. Su Wanting pressed her nose, frowning tightly. Who reeks this badly? Did they soil their pants? The glasses boy awkwardly laughed. No water, no shower. He probably wished the floor would just swallow this 3-room manhole hole. Su Wanting's mind screamed with silent curses. Why bother trading food with superpowered people? Why can't my man turn into whatever he wants? Would eating this junk not give him diarrhea? 2 packs of spicy instant noodles. I pretended to ponder. Want some water? Wanting. Sue wanting obediently took out half a bottle of water. The glasses boy glanced over. It really was just one bottle left in the backpack, though there were plenty of snacks. A decent guy. Didn't even have enough water for himself, but still shared. His fondness for me shot up instantly. Suddenly, I spoke as if casually. Hey, those flower pots look nice. Can you give me 2? My girlfriend loves to garden. Take them. Take whatever you want. The glasses boy waved his hand enthusiastically. My roommate grew them, but he probably won't be coming back. Anyway, he had no water to keep those plants alive. Wanting, aren't you fond of flowers? Pick 2. Huh? Oh, right. I love flowers the most. Sue Wanting paused, then realized this was exactly what I wanted. She immediately cooperated and began carefully choosing. What was so special about these 2 flower pots? Sue Wanting looked back at me. I gave a slight nod. She understood at once. No questions, just do it. That was the best way to win my favor. Today's experience had already taught her that. It's getting late, we should leave. I suppressed my pounding heart, speaking calmly. But inside, a storm raged. Those things had to be taken back immediately for study. Big bro, call on me anytime in the future. The glasses boy looked at me with admiration. After all, I had just saved his life. All right, just as I was about to turn. Big bro, wait. The glasses boy scratched his head. I'm Wong Bingbing. Mind adding me on WeChat? Sure. I scanned the code. Approved. My name's Shun E. Contact me if anything comes up. Got it, big brother Shun. Exiting the stinky 601. Yellow hair suddenly came close, smirking. Bro, any water left? Share half a bottle with me. No. I rejected coldly, pulling Sue Wanting along. Nonsense. Why would I save such a sleazy creep? As long as Wong Bingbing didn't flip sides, Yellow hair wouldn't dare act. Besides, I'd strike first if needed. I pried open the door of dorm 610. Inside, it was clean and odorless. Go to 606 and bring over my bedding. Sue Wanting's germophobia flared up. She was all too eager. The moment the door shut behind us, I clenched that glowing, colorful fruit tightly. I was cautious enough, careful enough. But I knew one thing even more clearly. Caution without strength is just stocking up supplies for others. Grandma, little sister, they were still waiting for me far away. Thinking of Huang Mao's despicable eyes, I bit my teeth. I'm going all out. Ma Tianming, if you dare lie to me, I curse you to descend 18 levels of hell. I shoved the fruit and flour into my mouth. They melted instantly, tasteless. The next second, a scalding warm current exploded inside my body. My limbs and bones felt like bathed in a divine spring. My waist didn't ache, my legs didn't hurt anymore. My entire body surged with unprecedented strength. Bang! It was as if some kind of shackle shattered. I abruptly opened my eyes and looked down. Holy shit! My originally skinny body had transformed into a sharply defined, standard handsome male figure. An itch crept across my face. I wiped it. My hands were filthy. I pulled out Sue Wanting's compact mirror and took a look. Wiping off the dirt, my features were three-dimensional, sharply contoured, and actually, handsome. Strength +1, muscles +1, looks +1. What kind of superpower is this? My heartbeat quickened. What if I ate another one? Could I keep evolving? Get even stronger? In the apocalypse, looks come second. Strength is everything. With strength, even ugly men can have beauties throw themselves at them. If they don't, then take them by force. Otherwise, what's the point of this power? A wicked smirk curled at the corner of my mouth. Ma Tianming didn't lie to me. But the power I gained was purely physical enhancement, completely different from Zhao Tao's. Just as my thoughts churned, suddenly, a voice sounded in my ear. Ding. Host combat power detected as qualified. Personal panel activated. My pupils constricted. Panel? Combat power unlocks it. This game is getting more and more interesting. Open. The virtual screen exploded before my eyes. Name, Shin E. Age, 20. Combat power, 10. Unlocked supplies, mineral water, roast chicken. Ability, physical evolution LV.1. Description, strength, speed, stamina, health all maxed out. I clenched my fists, feeling the blood roar through my veins. Zhao Tao could crush a soda can with bare hands? Now I could knock him out with one punch. And LV.1? That meant it could level up. The higher the level, the more overpowered. Anything that flies or runs on the ground, I'd crush them all. Only, evolving once gave just 10 combat points? Is this system stingy, or what? Shun, e. A timid voice came from behind. Su Wanting was clutching the bedding, her eyes wide, while a sour stench filled the air. Wait, she'd only left for a few minutes. How did this man suddenly grow taller? Get more handsome? His aura completely changed. She almost thought she had mistaken the person. Perfect timing. Come here and rub my back? I said lightly. I could never tell her about the superpower. Once leaked, who knows if she'd betray me. Rub your back. Su Wanting froze. Where's the water? I locked the door with a flick of my hand. Clatter. Nearly 100 bottles of mineral water descended from nowhere onto the bed. Su Wanting was directly suffocated. Earlier, she thought my ability had limits. Only a few bottles of water per day. Now it seemed, she had seriously underestimated me. Not only could I conjure food, I could instantly grow taller and more handsome. How many types of superpowers did I actually have? What are you dazing for? Come here. I had already stripped off my clothes. Oh, Su Wanting's cheeks flushed red, picking up a towel obediently. After all, she'd seen everything already. While enjoying myself, I furiously tapped on my phone. Past. Copy and paste, broadcast the same message to the group. First, video chat. The thrill of physical evolution was still churning in my blood. I urgently wanted to unlock more supplies, preferably another colorful flower that granted a superpower. If not, a firearm would suffice. This feeling of getting stronger was 10 times more satisfying than that prior bed scene. Thinking of this, I turned sharply. Do any of your girlfriends look good? Su Wanting's hand trembled. Well, they're okay, but none are as pretty as me. Contact them. Ask if they need water and food. I remembered clearly. Su Wanting had a girlfriend who was stunning. Even a brief encounter left a deep impression on me. That kind of beauty would definitely meet the system standards. Okay. Su Wanting gritted her teeth and sent the message, already cursing me silently. She already had a man, yet was thinking about other women. And the other women were her own girlfriends. Sharing one man with your girlfriends? Did she still have any shame? Playboy. Scumbag. Stinky man. Think you can do whatever you want just because it's the apocalypse? Tonight, if I don't drain you dry, then you're not a Shan. She cursed more and more fiercely, scrubbing my back with the force of someone washing a chopping board. If she weren't no match for me, she would have turned hostile long ago. Day 5. The apocalypse. Rescue? None. Civilization? Collapsed. People fought viciously over a sip of water, a piece of bread. Burning, killing, looting, everywhere was chaos. But here in dorm 610, I was naked, gnawing on a roasted chicken, while Su Wanting looked pathetically like a little dog, staring hungrily at the meat in my hand. Hand over your phone. I wiped my hands. She was stunned. Look at what? We chat. To see if you've done what I told you, contacted your girlfriends. This was a test. Disobedience equals suspicion equals betrayal equals get lost. No man in the apocalypse has time to raise ungrateful traitors. Su Wanting bit her lip, obediently unlocking and handing it over. Only one person replied. Her heart was sour. Her boyfriend hooking up with her own girlfriend, and she had to be the matchmaker. What was this? Self-inflicted betrayal? But she didn't dare to speak up. Last night she had shown a temper and was punished with no food or water all morning. If she crossed me again, she'd get kicked out. Outside were monsters, and those 2 lecherous guys on the 6th floor, just thinking about it made her shiver. I now had superpowers, food, water, a good-looking, muscular body, 10,000 times better than those stinky men. She was still arrogant, just the target of her arrogance had changed. I opened the chat history. The girl who replied was saved as Jiang Nanyan. I browsed her moments. My eyes lit up. A mature beauty, delicate features, genuine photos with no trace of editing. The system can't be fooled by fake photos. I had tested this before. Using Su Wanting's account, I started typing. Little bunny, good girl. I have water and food here. Come find me. To make the bait more tempting, I even specially took photos of the bottled water and roasted chicken. Jiang Nanyan. OMG, you actually have so much. I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. Little bunny, good girl. Come to the boys' dorm in Campus A. It's very safe here. Jiang Nanyan, boys' dorm? Wanting, can I bring 2 friends with me? Little bunny, good girl. Are they boys or girls? My friend is worried about bringing guys over. Su Wanting rolled her eyes secretly. Obviously, it was her own lustfulness, pretending to be so innocent. Disgusting. But she only dared curse inside. Jiang Nanyan, no way. My friends are all girls, and I don't have a boyfriend. Wanting, why would you ask something like that? I was momentarily stunned, then looked up at Su Wanting. What does she mean by that? She's a lesbian, hates men. I used to tease her with this often. She wouldn't ask such a question. Oh, I understood immediately and continued typing. Little bunny, good girl. I'm just worried they might mind. Since they're all girls, tell them to come quickly. Jiang Nanyan. Okay, I'll pack and set off soon. A slow smile crept onto my lips. As expected, using a girlfriend's account to lure her girlfriends was incredibly effective. Pretty girls' friends were most likely pretty girls. Buy 1, get 2 free. What a steal. Not up to system standards? Kick them out. 2 female college students? I can knock down 4 or 5 strong men with 1 punch now. What's there to fear? Elsewhere, in the teaching building office, 3 girls were packing up their things. The chubby girl worried. Nanyan, are your friends trustworthy? They won't trick us, right? Jiang Nanyan sighed. She's arrogant, but not someone who'd hurt her friends. Besides, what do I have to gain by lying now? Disasters reveal character. Maybe I misjudged her before. The chubby girl nodded excitedly. Good. I'm about to starve. But boys' dorms, just thinking about a bunch of men living there makes me nauseous. Maybe the girls' dorms had trouble, Jiang Nanyan said lightly, though she had a vague unease about Su Wanting. But she was too hungry to think it through. At that moment, a mature woman wearing glasses spoke coldly. Never wish harm on others, but always be cautious. In times like these, we must be careful. In the teaching building, Jiang Nanyan looked at Teacher Bai beside her and nodded firmly. Teacher Bai is right. Must even watch out for your girlfriends. She lowered her voice. From here to the dorm building is so far, and the black mist is full of mutant monsters. We have to bring weapons. Exactly. The 160-pound chubby girl's face flushed with anger. Those stinky men are always yelling ladies first. But when the apocalypse came, they vanished without even a fart. Scumbags. Men shouldn't even exist in this world. Jiang Nanyan exchanged a glance with Teacher Bai. Both forced a bitter smile. The 3 pushed open the door. In the corridor, pairs of hungry wolf-like eyes swept over them at once. The survivors were starving for 3 days. Rescue calls went unanswered. No help would ever come. The boys stared at the 3 women, their eyes filled with a single word. Hunger. Not just hunger for food. 9 out of 10 people going downstairs were swallowed by the monsters in the black mist. Those who managed to bring food back were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. When the last string of civilization breaks, rape, robbery, and murder began to spread across the campus. A few boys silently followed behind. Dormitory building, my room. Su Wanting gripped her phone, her fingers flying. Xiaoyan, it's super safe around the dormitory building. I've gone in and out several times already. Hurry up and come. After sending the message, her heart skipped a beat. Safe. She had seen with her own eyes a mutated vicious dog tear a boy in half. But she looked up at me sitting on the sofa. I was gnawing on a roasted chicken leg, its shiny skin giving off a mesmerizing aroma. Bring a friend over, and I'll reward you with 2 roasted chickens. I didn't even look up. Has to be a girl, and not ugly. Su Wanting's Adam's apple bobbed. Her eyes instantly lit up. 2 roasted chickens. Enough to fill her up for 2 full days. As for whether Jiang Nanyan would get bitten to death by a mutated dog, that was her bad luck, none of my business. She grabbed her phone and started sending out frantic group messages. I smirked faintly. Controlling the food means controlling people's hearts. Feed a dog 70% full, it wags its tail. Feed a dog 100% full, it dares to bite its owner. Just last night, Su Wanting had tried to be sneaky with me, trying to monopolize me, not letting me add other girls. What a joke. I'm a man who relies on adding women to unlock system supplies. For 1 crooked tree, would I give up an entire forest? The punishment was simple. This morning, Su Wanting could only gnaw on the bones I left behind. Class group chat, dings ringing one after another. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. At Shenyi, all classmates need your help. I see you've sent messages in several groups. You probably have plenty of water and food, right? Share some. I'll personally pay 500 yuan. Make money and do good simultaneously. Two birds with one stone. School heartthrob Linyu. At Shenyi, it's okay not to help outsiders, but not helping classmates is just stingy. Heroine. +1, I'll also pay 500 yuan. Sell a few bottles of water to us. Jean Rue. At Shenyi, don't pretend to be dead. I know you're online. Wang Lily. Shen even took in girls, so you must be a good person. Please help us. Ma Hong. Shen had a great character before. He wouldn't just stand by and watch people die. Associate Professor Chi. This kid might be quiet, but he's basically not bad. I scrolled through the neatly arranged strings of moral coercion and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Humph. People who normally don't even greet me at the end of the world suddenly all became old acquaintances. 500 yuan. In the apocalypse, 500 yuan couldn't even buy me a single chicken feather. Shenyi, don't listen to those bastards. Su Wanting grasped my hand tightly, her eyes full of fear. It's so dangerous outside. If something happens to you, what will I do? What she said was mainly about herself, but this time, she wasn't wrong. The class group chat had already exploded. I sneered coldly. I still remembered when I was bullied by roommates. That counselor with a righteous face said, "We're all classmates. Why cause conflict? Why pick on you and not others?" That kind of trash now wanted to beg me for handouts? In your dreams. I pulled out a few bottles of mineral water and a steaming hot roasted chicken from my system storage, along with a table full of snacks. I took a photo and tossed it into the group with a snap. Shen-yi, yes, I have them, but I'm not giving any. Annoyed, the group instantly erupted. Jean Rue. Shen-yi, what the hell are you pretending? Wait till I. Jean Rue has been muted for 29 days. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Calm down, Shen-yi. I'll offer 1,000 yuan for that chicken. I'll cover your future credits. School heartthrob Linyu. Damn, hot chicken leg. Brother Shun, save me. I always looked up to you as a big brother. Wang Lily. Shen-yi, I can come find you in person. Qin Haoren. My dad is a director. Help me, and I'll pay you back tenfold. Associate Professor Chi. Shen-yi, the teacher also has children at home. Su Wanting, trembling with anger, directly threw a photo of her and me being close into the group. Everyone shut up. The group fell silent for 3 seconds, then, Sun Bowen. Huh, just a few bottles of water and you slept with the class beauty. Shun-yi really knows how to get a bargain. Must have been played out these days. Linyu. Sun Bowen. Have you gotten so addicted to sucking up to Jean Rue? Get lost. Sun Bowen has been muted for 29 days. Linyu. Brother Shun. Sister-in-law. Please take us along. Qin Haoren. +1. Brother Shin. Please take us. I looked at this bunch of turncoats who had mocked me from their moral high ground, and the corner of my mouth twitched. I quit the group. Trash, I said coldly. In the face of disaster, people reveal their true colors. 2 hours passed. I crazily added friends, trying to unlock more system supplies, but guys disguised as girls tricked me. Some people sent messages asking for female lubricant to be taken in. More people tried to fish for my address, asking where I lived. Are you an idiot? I cursed as I blocked her. With all this time, you couldn't just go to the supermarket yourself? 6th day of the apocalypse, and everyone's IQ has dropped off. I looked up at Su Wanting. Why hasn't your friend arrived yet? I'll call to check. Slap. The lights went out. The phone that was charging instantly lost power. The two of us exchanged a glance, and our expressions darkened simultaneously. A citywide blackout. This means that from tonight on, the entire city will be plunged into darkness. Once the phones run out of battery, the screens will be permanently black. Civilization has taken another step backward. Ring, ring. Suddenly, a phone rang outside the door. Su Wanting lowered her voice. It's them, they've arrived. Hang up. I instantly became alert, tiptoed to the door, and quietly cracked it open. Peering out. Day 6 of the apocalypse, dorm 610. In the pitch-black hallway, 3 figures, illuminated faintly by the glow of their phones, were cautiously feeling their way forward step by step. I leaned against the door crack, squinting to observe. 3 girls. Damn, why is one so fat? Does she even meet the system's standards? By the dim light, I discerned the other 2. One pure and innocent, the other ripe and voluptuous like a juicy peach. I turned back and nodded at Su Wanting. Tell them the room number. But Su Wanting's heart skipped a beat. Hopefully I don't fall for Jiang Nanyan, or I'd have to kick them out. She was unwilling to share a man with anyone, and even less willing to share food and water, not even with a close friend. At the other end of the hallway, Jiang Nanyan received the room number, 610. A vague unease filled her heart. Why was Su Wanting being so kind to her? In these times, who shared food and water without expecting anything in return? But they couldn't leave now. Just after leaving the teaching building, they had been tailgated by some boys like starving wolves, nearly dragged into a corner. Fleeing into the dark mist, they encountered mutated plants. After crawling and rolling for over 2 hours, they finally found this building. Turning back? That was a death sentence. The 3 pushed open 610. A wave of steaming hot chicken fragrance hit them. All 3 girls swallowed simultaneously, their eyes instantly lighting up. Xiaoyan, welcome. Su Wanting smiled and greeted her. Wanting, long time no see. Jiang Nanyan cracked a smile on her cracked lips. Oh wow, why is there such a disgusting guy here? The entire room instantly fell silent. I slowly lifted my eyes. What did you say? The fat girl was momentarily stunned, but seeing her 3 companions, she straightened her chest immediately. So what? I just said a few things about you, and you, a grown man, want to hit me? No manners. You cracked under pressure? That's disgusting. Bang. Before she finished speaking, my fist had already slammed into her face. The fat girl flew out of the dorm, crashing heavily against the opposite wall, collapsing into a heap, blood splattering. In the hallway, a blonde guy, who had been peeking in secretly, suddenly widened his pupils. 1 punch and she sent flying? Is this guy even human? In his mind, he muttered, He hasn't been seen in a night. How did he get taller? And handsomer? A second puberty? Next to him, Wang Bingbing slammed the door shut with a bang. Screw it. I'm not watching anymore. Staying alive is what matters. Inside the dorm, Jiang Nanyan stepped back in shock. How can you hit someone just like that? The mature woman teacher hurriedly knelt down to check the fat girl's injuries. Her face covered in blood, she was already unconscious. I lightly shook my fist. Wasn't she saying I cracked under pressure? Right, I did. It's the apocalypse and you still want to fight? Let me show you what real punching means. Actually, I had only used 70% of my strength. Otherwise, that punch could have been lethal. Beep. Survivor meeting standards detected. Name: Jiang Nanyan, 20 years old, appearance 92, figure 94, inner qualities 100, untouched, total score 96. Accept to unlock random supplies. Beep. Survivor meeting standards detected. Name: Bicini, 29 years old, appearance 90, figure 96, inner qualities 100, untouched, total score 96. Accept to unlock random supplies. I raised an eyebrow. Mature female teacher, 29 years old, and still a virgin. Her figure looked exactly like a ripe married woman. You're too much. How can you hit a girl so hard? Bicini trembled as she spoke, scared but still protecting her student. I sneered coldly. Too much? She came in and cursed me. Why didn't you stop her? I'm the victim here, yet I'm supposed to be the one who's too much? Bicini was dumbfounded. Who was the victim that could knock someone unconscious with 1 punch? Jiang Nanyan suddenly turned to glare at Su Wanting. Wanting, he's your boyfriend. Didn't you say your friends were all girls? She finally understood. She had been deceived. Xiaoyan, want some water and chicken? Su Wanting raised a steaming roast chicken and mineral water, smiling like a demon. If you stay with my boyfriend, you'll never go hungry in your life. Jiang Nanyan froze on the spot. She had been hungry for 2 days and thirsty for 1. Her throat was as dry as sandpaper, and her stomach twitched. The aroma of roast chicken invaded her nostrils, every cell in her body screaming, eat, drink, survive. 2 days ago, if someone had asked her to sell her body for a sip of water, she would have slapped them away. But now, her noble soul had long been gnawed to pieces by hunger. Teacher, I'm sorry. Jiang Nanyan staggered towards Su Wanting, her eyes fixed only on the bottle of water. Want a drink? Su Wanting didn't hand over the water. Instead, she smiled even more sinisterly. You know what it means to drink this bottle of water, don't you? Humiliation. Bare, blatant humiliation. I know. Jiang Nanyan gritted her teeth and glanced sideways at the man who had just called her tall, handsome, dangerous. Whatever. Might as well take it like a dog bite. At least the dog was somewhat good-looking. Good girl. Su Wanting handed over the water like she was throwing scraps to a stray dog. Jiang Nanyan's hand trembled as she unscrewed the cap, barely having the strength left. The instant the water flowed down her throat, she almost burst into tears. Watching from the side, Su Wanting's heart exploded with satisfaction. This once high and mighty Jiang Nanyan, chased after by a group of men, was now kneeling at her feet, drinking water. This was the benefit of the apocalypse. Su Wanting's brain worked quickly. I am his first woman, the legitimate wife, the main household. From now on, Jiang Nanyan could only be the other woman, running errands for me. What's with the little tantrums last night? So stupid. From today onward, she must actively help me get women and solidify my status as the main wife. I walked over, threw an arm around Jiang Nanyan's waist, and gave her a pinch. Jiang Nanyan's face flushed scarlet. She struggled briefly, then stiffened. She said nothing. Follow me, you won't go hungry. I smiled. Then I looked up at Baisini, the teacher still stubbornly refusing. Beautiful teacher, stay? I'll guarantee you 3 meals in your life. But my gaze turned cold as I glanced at the fat woman next to Baisini who had cursed me. First, get that fat pig out of here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from smashing her head with one punch. Not a chance. Baisini roared. I, Baisini, would rather starve or die of thirst than sell my body. And I would never abandon my students. Men like you, I despise with all my heart. She shot Jiang Nanyan one last glance, full of disappointment. Nanyan, you really won't come with me? Jiang Nanyan lowered her head, tears falling to the ground. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry. I can't go with you. She bit her lip and turned her face away, unable to look Baisini in the eyes. That woman was not only her teacher. She was also her longtime secret crush, an unspoken, ambiguous partner. Yes, they were both women. Soon, they would have been together. But the apocalypse had come. Everything had changed. Love, ideals, misandry. In the face of starvation, all were jokes. At that moment, Jiang Nanyan was held tightly in the arms of a stranger. Usually, just a man coming within 3 meters made her nauseous, yet she felt no resistance. Because she smelled the scent of roasted meat on me. In that moment, she understood a truth. In the apocalypse, being full was the only sense of security. Baisini smiled pale and hollow, without a word of accusation, just supporting the fat pig beside her as they turned and left. I didn't even glance their way. I didn't need that one. The dormitory door was locked from inside. I released Jiang Nanyan. Go eat something. The thank you. Her cheeks flushed crimson, heart pounding fiercely. Raised with her head held high. Never having dated before, this was the first time she felt a flutter for a man. I studied her too. Her looks were a notch above Su Wanting's. Delicate features, smooth skin, a refined nose bridge that made you want to bite it. Her figure was slightly flat, barely a B-cup. But that face, that aura, that aristocratic air money could buy, which Su Wanting could never match, even when flattering. I was pleased. With a sweeping gesture, I conjured out 2 steaming hot roast chickens and tossed them to Su Wanting. Hubby, thank you, Su Wanting said in a cloying tone and kissed me, calling me hubby for the first time. The battleground was about to open. While Jiang Nanyan devoured the food, she widened her eyes. Where did you get these chickens? She clearly saw my arm lift, and 2 hot roast chickens appeared out of thin air on the table. This is our hubby's superpower. He can create food and water from nothing. Su Wanting said with the presumption of the main wife. If you dare tell anyone, hubby, and I will kill you. A bluff powered by authority. I didn't mind. Superpower. Jiang Nanyan swallowed the meat, and her mind started racing. Full belly, full brain. No, creating food out of thin air was understandable, but the chickens appeared cooked and steaming hot. This wasn't creation. It was storage. Suddenly, her mind exploded with a revelation. She had read this kind of setting in apocalypse novels before. Rebirth. Supernatural space. This man must have been reborn from before the apocalypse, stockpiling tons of ready-to-eat food and water in his space in advance. Time doesn't flow in the space, so the food is always fresh. Her pupils trembled, but she said nothing. What if her guess was right? What if he killed to keep his secret? Go brush your teeth and wash your face, I said calmly. But the tap water is contaminated. Are you stupid? Use bottled water. Su Wanting dragged out several bottles from under the bed. Wash your face with bottled water. How extravagant in the apocalypse, Jiang Nanyan exclaimed. I waved my hand. A dozen bottles of mineral water crashed to the floor. Might as well wash my hair too. I don't want to be greasy all over. Jiang Nanyan was completely stunned. At that moment, her suspicion was 100% confirmed. This man had been reborn. He was truly a god in this apocalypse. Her expression changed completely. Following me, she wouldn't starve to death. Following me, maybe she could even find her parents. Following me, she would suffer no loss at all. Unless the apocalypse ended tomorrow. Beep. Random supplies unlocked. Unlock successful. Type 54 pistol times 1. Type 54 pistol times 1. Type 54 pistol times 1. My pupils jolted, then erupted with wild joy. A gun. It's a gun. A firearm. In the post-apocalyptic world, having a gun means owning the world. I had never fired a gun before, but so what? Guns don't need to be fired. As long as you show the barrel, the opponent will kneel. That's the terrifying deterrence of firearms. I quickly grabbed one from my system space. The heavy metallic feel so real it made my blood race. I confirmed the safety was off, pulled out the magazine. It was full. A full 8 bullets. And I have countless guns. After finishing one, just throw it away. Switching guns is 10 times faster than reloading a magazine. The corners of my mouth curved up sharply. This system, 5-star rating. Jiang Nanyan, who was asleep on the bed, quietly opened a slit of her eyes and happened to witness the scene of a gun appearing out of thin air. She almost screamed in shock. A gun. He conjured a gun out of thin air. Her father had played with handguns, and she understood better than anyone what this meant. This man's ability was far from the creating food that Su Wanting had assumed. Either he had an infinitely large storage space, or his power was unimaginably terrifying. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Su Wanting, who was snoring loudly next to her, a cold sneer flashing in her eyes. Idiot, you still want to use my influence to suppress her? Do you really think she can't see through it? The reason she didn't talk back was that she couldn't figure out my relationship with Su Wanting. But now she's certain. I never considered Su Wanting a confidant. The opportunity has come. The opportunity to surpass Su Wanting. Her southern misty eyes were always proud, preferring to be third rather than small. Starting tomorrow, she would make sure the person Shun E trusted the most was her. Men, after all, are nothing but lustful. She subconsciously touched her face, which flushed with a hint of red. But she alone wasn't secure enough. She needed to bring in a stepping stone. A figure emerged in her mind. Ms. Bai, with a voluptuous and mature figure, I will definitely like her. Ms. Bai, I'm sorry. Dawn. Inside the 606 boys' dormitory. The chubby girl I knocked down with a punch is no longer breathing. I held back a bit with that punch, but hitting the head was still fatal. Bicini knelt beside the corpse, tears streaming down her face. She was exhausted and hungry. Last night, she couldn't manage to bring the students along and, upon discovering that room 606 was unlocked, had hidden inside. Who could have thought someone would just die like that? Ms. Bai, why are you crying? Who bullied you? A gentle voice came from the doorway. Jiang Nanyan walked in, holding half a bottle of water and carrying a fragrant drumstick. Bicini looked up, completely stunned. It wasn't because of the food, it was because of Jiang Nanyan. Freshly washed hair, makeup applied, radiant and glowing. Her whole appearance seemed like a complete transformation, looking far more stunning than the day before. The first night of the apocalypse. Where did this woman get water? Where did she get makeup? I brought you some food. Jiang Nanyan handed over the drumstick, smiling casually. By the way, just asking. Do you want to leave with me and my husband today? Husband. Bicini was thunderstruck. One night. Just one night. That always calm, rational, and proud Jiang Nanyan actually. She didn't know that it was precisely because Jiang Nanyin was rational that she could quickly calculate the pros and cons and cling to the biggest advantage. And now, I have a gun in my hand. No matter how fierce the mutated monsters outside are, bullets can solve them. He's not bad. He killed someone. And you're still saying he's not bad? Baisini exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Nanyin glanced at the cold corpse on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed, and said calmly, "If Wang Mimi could have kept her mouth shut, would my husband have acted? He already held back. If he really wanted to kill her, it would have taken just one shot, and she wouldn't have made it past last night." Exactly. I didn't even draw my gun. It's not my fault. It's all Wang Mimi's own fault for being so mouthy. Jiang Nanyin, are you crazy? Baisini widened her eyes in disbelief and took a step back. That always smart and rational woman is actually defending a murderer. Jiang Nanyin merely gave a faint smile, stepped closer, and spoke each word with weight. "Mr. Bai, wake up. This is the apocalypse now. Outside, corpses are everywhere. There are no police, no laws, no ambulances. Yesterday, when we left the teaching building, did you see the looks those boys gave us? If they catch us, our fate will be 100 times worse than Wang Mimi's. Wang Mimi's mouth, protected by laws in peaceful times, is nothing but a death warrant in the apocalypse. My husband only punched her once. The real killer is this rotten world." Baisini's lips trembled, dry flakes peeling off, yet she couldn't muster a single word to refute. She wanted to say, "The crime doesn't warrant death, but the person is dead. Saying anything now is useless." It was her. It was her inability to control her student. It was her who personally pushed Wang Mimi into the grave. Jiang Nanyin sighed softly, reached behind her to take out a shiny, fragrant chicken leg, and stuffed it into her hand. "Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Here, this is for you. Considering how you used to take care of me, I managed to get this from my husband. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even bother to speak." Baisini stared intently at the drumstick. The aroma wafted into her nose, and her stomach churned violently. She hadn't eaten a single warm meal in 2 days. "Thank you." She took it and devoured it ravenously. Grease slid down the corner of her mouth, and tears followed. "What's wrong with selling your body? To survive is the only truth in this world." Jiang Nanyin handed over half a bottle of mineral water, her voice soft like a cat's paw. "Mr. Bai, we're about to leave. There seems to be some noise next door to the boys' dormitory. If you stay here alone, you know." Baisini, biting into a chicken leg, suddenly looked up. "Can I go with you?" "Of course." Jiang Nanyin's eyes quickly flashed with a hint of light. "I'll go and ask my husband for you. He's actually a really nice person and definitely won't mind." Before heading out, she had already assured me she would definitely trick Baisini into coming back and behaving obediently. If successful, there would be an extra reward. If unsuccessful, I wouldn't even bother to glance at this woman. Starving to death would serve her right. Dorm 610. Su Wanting and I have already packed our luggage. In the system space, nearly 100,000 pistols lie quietly, coupled with the terrifying power of physical evolution. Even if I encounter that mutated stray dog again, I can tear it to shreds with firepower. As soon as the door opened, Su Wanting immediately bristled. "Well, isn't this Teacher Bai? Didn't you say yesterday you'd rather die than sell your body? So why are you following along like a dog today?" Baisini's face flushed red in an instant. This woman has such a great figure, and she's sticking so close to Jiang Nanyin. If she stays, can I even keep my position as the main wife? "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Nonsense," Su Wanting sneered coldly, her words growing sharper with each sentence. "Who was it standing at the door yesterday, saying they'd rather starve to death than abandon the students? Now the grass hasn't even grown on the students' graves, and yet here you are, running over first." Baisini trembled all over, wishing she could smash her head against the wall on the spot. "Enough." Jiang Nanyin spoke leisurely, delivering a fatal blow. "Ms. Bai has figured it out and is willing to be a concubine for your husband. What? Do you want to refuse on his behalf? Do you want to make decisions for him?" Su Wanting's face turned deathly pale in an instant. "I didn't. I just can't stand that shameless woman." "Then keep quiet." Jiang Nanyin smiled gently. "We'll be family from now on, so let's get along." Complete victory. The only one left dumbfounded was Baisini. When did I say I wanted to be the younger one? When did I agree to be a family? She wanted to retort, but with the two women at odds, she couldn't get a word in. All right, let's go. I finally spoke. I watched the whole scene coldly, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, deliberately allowing Sue wanting to humiliate by Cindy. This kind of strong-willed woman needs to have her pride shattered first before she can be tamed. If she can't endure it and leaves, I don't care. I don't need her. But Jiang Nanyan. Waking up, the first word was husband, spoken so naturally as if it had been said for 10 years. With just a few words, Bicini was toyed with effortlessly, and Sue Wanting was trampled underfoot in passing. I narrowed my eyes. This woman is quite interesting. I want to see just how much of a spectacle Jiang Nanyan can create. As soon as I spoke, the entire room fell silent. Sue Wanting didn't dare to curse anymore. Jiang Nanyan didn't dare to argue. And even Bicini swallowed back the explanation that was on the tip of her tongue. I don't want to be his woman. She desperately wanted to shout out this sentence. But she didn't dare. Because Jiang Nanyan had warned her, if you upset me, even the people helping you will be punished. They gave her food, gave her water. If she caused them to be punished, would she still be human? Bicini could only grit her teeth and swallow the humiliation. If she had known it would come to this, she would rather have starved to death in the dormitory. What she didn't know was that she had long been used by Jiang Nanyan as a pawn in a game of vying for favor, step by step falling into the trap. Honey, someone is following us. Jiang Nanyan leaned close to me and whispered a reminder. Got it. I smirked and patted the gun at my waist. Keep him. If we run into danger later, we can use him as a meat shield. Trailing behind was the blonde guy I punched and sent flying yesterday. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, this loser had completely lost it. No one to stop him, no police. He could do whatever he wanted. As long as I die, those 3 women. Haha. The yellow-haired man stared at the 3 graceful figures ahead, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly. It'd be best if a monster tore him apart. The group descended to the first floor, where the black fog was so thick that visibility was reduced to just a few meters. Outside the wall, an eerie rustling sound could be heard, like countless snakes writhing. I drew out my pistol. Bicini's pupils suddenly contracted. A gun? He actually has a gun? What on earth is the background of this student? She hadn't reacted yet. Just as she stepped out of the dormitory building, everyone instinctively turned their heads. The entire dormitory building was completely entwined by dense, thumb-thick climbing ivy vines, which were crazily spreading upward at a speed visible to the naked eye, violating the law of conservation of energy. Bicini trembled all over. How can they grow so fast? A few more days, and they would have been trapped inside alive. No time to marvel. The group quickened their pace and rushed toward the upscale neighborhood of the Jiang Nanyan family. In the black mist, screams of agony rose one after another. It wasn't monsters, it was humans hunting humans. Further away, the desperate pleas of a girl could be heard, mixed with the frenzied panting of a man. In broad daylight, there were several beasts repeatedly assaulting a female student within the dark mist. Jiang Nanyan and Sue Wanting were so terrified that they pressed closely against me, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Luckily, they had clung to the right person. Bicini bit her lip, wanting to go save her, but didn't dare to move an inch. Only a few days, and humans have turned into beasts? I didn't even turn my head. Survival of the fittest. This is the rule of the new world. Stepping out of the school gate, everyone gasped sharply. The abandoned vehicles on the road were completely engulfed by terrifying mutant vines. The roadside trees, originally only a few meters tall, had all grown wildly to over 10 meters, blocking out the sky and sun. Ah, a monster! Sue Wanting screamed. A 2-meter-long mutant orange cat leapt out of the black mist, its fangs bared, locking onto its prey. I didn't hesitate. Bang, 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 bang. 7 or 8 shots fired, one hitting the front leg. The orange cat screamed in agony, instinctively darting up the tree by the roadside. The next second, several thick branches suddenly shot out of nowhere with a puff, piercing through the entire body of the orange cat. Organs splattered, and a torrential rain of blood poured down. The orange cat was still twitching, now hanging high in the air. I slowly raised my head. The branches of those towering trees, over 10 meters high, were hung with countless animal corpses, and even humans. A faint scent of blood wafted over as the wind blew. The three women trembled all over in fear, almost wetting themselves. I squinted my eyes and tossed a bottle of mineral water from my space to test. Smash the ground, no response. Smash the tree trunk. The branch instantly pierces the water bottle. Understood. As long as you don't touch them, it's safe. Stay close to me, I said coldly. The three women followed me as if granted amnesty, sticking closely behind me without daring to fall even half a step behind. Vicini no longer dared to mention the words, "Go home." Without me, she wouldn't survive 10 minutes. But after just a few steps, I suddenly stopped and yanked back Su Wanting, who almost fell. Everyone lowered their heads. Their breathing froze in an instant. A pitch-black chasm, over 10 meters wide and bottomless, suddenly split open on the road beneath their feet, and the billowing black mist was surging out from this hellish fissure. In an endless torrent, gushing forth. The chasm on the road was bottomless, and black mist was frantically spewing out from within. How can this crack be so deep? Is the black mist coming out from inside? Su Wanting's face was deathly pale. I squinted, staring at that pitch-black, bottomless abyss, my heart sinking. This is not a natural disaster. The crack stretches for hundreds of meters, yet eerily avoids all buildings. It only tears through roads and open spaces, leaving the houses completely untouched. Natural phenomena, choosing specific places? Impossible. Someone is controlling all of this. But this kind of power that can reshape terrain is no longer something mortals can possess. If any country had such a weapon, the whole world would have already surrendered. I suppressed the shock in my heart. None of that matters now. Survival is the top priority. Quick, go. I turned around abruptly. Chaotic footsteps sounded behind me. A group of people was closing in. The women's faces changed drastically, and they started running frantically, rushing into the upscale residential area. Jiang Nanyan hurriedly scanned her face to open the door. At that moment, my gaze was fixed on the garden. The plants throughout the entire city have all mutated. Weeds have grown into trees, and flowers have poisonous thorns. Only this rose garden remains untouched. Even more incredible, nestled in the heart of one of the roses is a colorful fruit. A supernatural fruit. It looks exactly the same as the one I ate before. My heart suddenly raced. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, I darted into the garden, plucked the fruit, and stuffed it into my pocket. So the plants that bear ability fruits never mutate. There must be a secret behind this. Honey, Jiang Nanyan called me in confusion. Coming. I snapped out of it, entered the door, and locked the unit door behind me. They completely locked out the blonde-haired classmate who had been following them all the way. Open the door. I'm begging you. Open the door. The blonde-haired boy pounded on the door frantically, almost breaking into tears. Through the glass, I gave him a gentle smile, wrapped my arm around Jiang Nanyan, and turned to go upstairs. Trying to take advantage of me? I'll let you die without even lifting a finger. Sure enough, the next second, 7 or 8 burly men holding blood-stained weapons emerged from the black mist, grinning viciously as they surrounded the blonde-haired youth. Kid, open the door for me. Today, I'm going to loot this building and have some fun with a few rich women. Spare me, boss. I'm not a resident here. I'm a college student. The blonde-haired youth collapsed to his knees, trembling. Can't open it? Then I'll chop you first. The desperate scream of the blonde-haired man was shut outside the door. On the 20th floor, several girls were climbing, gasping for breath, their legs trembling. I didn't even break a sweat. Level 1 physical evolution has already made me superhuman. Climbing 20 floors without losing my breath? If I level up a few more times, wouldn't I directly become a superhero? The only downside is, my appetite is now 3 to 4 times that of an average person. But it doesn't matter. I have unlimited stacking supplies. Ding! The password lock opened, revealing Jiang Nanyan's spacious flat. 200 square meters, sunlight streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, luxurious sofas, opulent decor. This apartment was worth over 6 million before the apocalypse. I slumped on the sofa, so comfortable I wanted to sigh. This is what you call a shelter. My phone vibrated. It was little green tea, Joanna. She couldn't hold on anymore and was begging me for food. I directly sent her the address. Come over. I might not be in the city in a few days. Where are you going? Is there a shelter? I didn't reply. With her sense of crisis heightened, she would naturally rush over desperately. Right now, I have more important matters. Eat the supernatural fruit. While everyone was busy in the kitchen, I pretended to eat an orange and stuffed the colorful fruit into my mouth. As it entered my stomach, a refreshing sensation swept through my mind, and then, nothing. Compared to the drastic transformation after eating meat for the first time, this time was so uneventful it made me doubt. Is this a useless ability? I nervously opened my personal panel. Teleportation. LV1 can teleport up to 20 meters. A spatial skill that ignores any terrain and any control restraints. As long as stamina is sufficient, it can be activated continuously without limit. What the hell? I almost jumped off the couch. Teleportation. Ignoring terrain. Ignoring control. Can be activated infinitely in succession. This is a god-level superpower. And my first superpower happens to be physical evolution, enhancing endurance. Stamina equals physical strength. Body evolution plus teleportation equals invincible combo. From now on, if I can't beat an enemy, no one can stop me from escaping. Awesome. This feels ****ing awesome. New ability awakens. I am completely deified. Teleportation, 20 meters. Bullets can't catch up, enemies can't touch me. In the apocalypse, I finally have a true trump card. Moreover, this ability can still be upgraded. I leaned back on the sofa, a cold smile curling at the corner of my lips. Honey, just now a group of people followed us into the neighborhood. Jiang Nanyan was peeling an apple, her brows furrowed, as she brought a slice of fruit to my lips. Yeah, they've been following us all the way. I had already noticed them. They weren't Huang Mao's group of students. It was another gang, suddenly appearing, with hostile looks, pure thugs. The apocalypse has arrived, and order has collapsed. The school has already turned into a living hell, and the outside world is even more terrifying. Could they be lying in ambush downstairs, waiting to attack us when we go down? Jiang Nanyan fed an orange into my mouth. They won't, I said calmly. If they really wanted to attack, they would have broken down the door by now. As soon as the words fell, bang, 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 Jiang Nanyan's phone vibrated frantically, and the neighborhood group chat exploded. A resident on the first floor sent a video. A group of thugs wielding machetes and iron rods were furiously smashing the unit door. The glass shattered, the iron door was deformed, and they seemed completely unafraid of the noise attracting mutated monsters. This group of people isn't normal. Jiang Nanyan's expression changed. To be so brazen in the apocalypse, they must have some kind of confidence. Just a bunch of lunatics. Su Wanting snorted coldly, leaning over to massage my shoulders. She wasn't afraid. After all, I had a gun, and one bullet could take care of one of them. Jiang Nanyan, however, shook her head. Even lunatics fear death. For them to be this arrogant, they must have something to rely on. Vicini stood by the window, trembling all over. Call the police? The phone couldn't get through at all. Police? Not a single one on the streets. In this lawless, ruleless world, she was on the verge of breaking down. I glanced at her, my gaze deep. Today, I'll unlock the reward of this mature woman. Let's eat first. I waved my hand grandly. 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 steaming roast chickens suddenly appeared on the table out of thin air. Vicini's pupils contracted sharply, and her breath stopped. What? Food appearing out of thin air? Is this magic? She was so shocked that she couldn't speak, but Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting remained calm, as if they were already used to it. Am I the only one shocked? Her stomach growled. She had only eaten 1 chicken leg in 2 days. The aroma of roasted chicken wafted into her nose, driving her crazy. But she didn't dare speak up. She wasn't my woman, not even a friend. I could only silently turn my back, pretending to look at the scenery, swallowing my saliva. Honey, are you going down to deal with those thugs? Jiang Nanyan asked. Not going, I said calmly. They can't threaten me. Indifferent? Yes. Back then, when I was bullied, no one helped me. Now, I won't save anyone either. What's more, these thugs can conveniently create chaos for me, paving the way for my next move. The 20th floor, safe. Plenty of bullets. Let the people downstairs die first. Why are you going out? Is it dangerous? Sue Wanting nervously grabbed the corner of my clothes. She knew all too well. If I died, this group of women would end up like those girls in school who were repeatedly humiliated. It would be better to just commit suicide. It has nothing to do with you. I didn't even look up. Sue Wanting pouted, turned her head, and glared at the pretentious Bicini, feeling satisfied. Humph. This wretched woman deserves to starve to death. Finished eating, I got up. When I'm not here, lock the door and don't open it for anyone, I whispered. If any thugs break in, contact me immediately, and I'll be there in an instant. I didn't leave the gun. I still didn't fully trust these two women. If they harbored ill intentions, I didn't want to be caught off guard. The door closed softly. The hunter of the apocalypse set out. As soon as I left, Jiang Nanyan and Sue Wanting instantly fell into a frosty standoff. Once best friends, now romantic rivals. Jiang Nanyan gritted her teeth. Sue Wanting had deceived her, causing her to lose her innocence. Hate her? Yes. But what was even more maddening? They both wanted to be my first wife. But Jiang Nanyan has a trump card, Teacher Bicini. As long as Teacher Bai is dragged into the fray, 2 against 1, the naive Sue Wanting is bound to lose. Teacher Bai, what are you thinking about? Jiang Nanyan approached gracefully. Bicini gazed at the world outside the window, swallowed by the black mist, her voice trembling. My father is home alone. Jiang Nanyan's eyes lit up, and a venomous whisper slithered into her ear. Teacher Bai, do you want to save your uncle? It's so dangerous out there. You can't possibly make it back alone. But if you serve my husband, become his woman, he has a gun, superpowers, and an extraordinary physique. He would never abandon your family. Besides, Jiang Nanyan's lips almost brushed against her earlobe. Are you planning to starve yourself? The meat we just ate, the water we drank. If you follow him, you can have it all. The devil's whisper. Bicini shuddered all over, her gaze unconsciously drifting to the gnawed chicken bones on the table. She swallowed hard. In the hallway, I went downstairs. The crowd was frantically pushing upstairs, carrying backpacks and boxes, wailing like ghosts and wolves. Run! Those thugs have blood on their weapons. They've killed people. Neighbors upstairs, please take us in. I glanced over and lost interest. There aren't many beauties living in this building, so I can't be bothered to knock on every door. Anyway, once the thugs rush in, this scattered group will inevitably band together. By then, picking people will be much easier. As I reached the 14th floor, I suddenly stopped. Wait, my teleportation can ignore terrain, so can I just go straight through the floors below? A thought. The body disappears, instantly appearing on the 13th floor. Holy crap, it really works. I'm a genius. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few seconds, I teleported directly from the 14th floor to the 1st floor. Awesome. This is teleportation. Of course, there's a price. After a dozen consecutive teleports, I've used up 1/5 of my stamina. In other words, I can teleport more than 70 times a day. With recovery, breaking 100 is a breeze. What monster can catch up with me? Unstoppable. I glanced at those maniacs crazily pounding on the door, ignored them, and directly phased through the wall to teleport outside the building. Took out my phone, navigated to the nearest supermarket. Let's go. To conserve energy, I walk most of the time and only teleport when encountering obstacles. In less than 10 minutes, I arrived at the medium-sized supermarket. The main door was tightly shut. Who cares if there's anyone inside? Swish. Direct teleportation in. In the apocalypse, no police, grab first and talk later. I pulled out a fully loaded pistol, scanning vigilantly. No one. Time to start looting mode. Instant noodles, spicy strips, bread, sausages, all stored in the system space. Shampoo, body wash, pots and pans, slippers, towels, all collected. In the apocalypse, these are irreplaceable resources that only decrease with use. Unfortunately, the supermarket is too small, and some food has already been contaminated, so the harvest isn't very plentiful. Just as I was about to leave, my eyes suddenly lit up. Shared power banks. Dozens of them. This is exactly what's essential in the apocalypse. Without hesitation, I unplugged them and stored them all in the system space. Just as I turned to leave in an instant, the sound of wind breaking suddenly rose behind me. A heavy object came whistling through the air. Ambush. I react as fast as lightning, with a single thought. Teleportation. My figure vanishes from the spot. The ambush comes without warning. A baseball bat came crashing down on my head. I teleported to dodge it, turned around, and saw a man in his 30s, gripping the bat tightly with both hands, his face full of terror. Impossible. You have superpowers too. Bang. I had already raised my gun, but when I heard this, my heart skipped a beat. Also has superpowers. This guy knows about abilities. Then could he possibly know about the colorful fruit? I pressed the muzzle of my gun against the man's forehead, my voice as cold as ice. You've seen other superhumans? Speak, or I'll shoot you right now. I've seen them. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The man nodded frantically, cold sweat streaming down his face. It's a female police officer. She can turn her hands into steel. She's incredibly strong. A police officer? My pupils contracted. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, I haven't seen a single police officer or soldier. I even suspect this apocalypse is fake. Otherwise, how could the authorities completely ignore the lives of the people? On the first day the black mist appeared, there were still police sirens on the streets, the man hastily explained, while quietly inching toward the stairs to the second floor. I saw with my own eyes 2 armed helicopters with machine guns fighting monsters in the sky. But later, one of them exploded right in the air. The wreckage fell straight onto Wang Fujing. Boom. My mind buzzed. It's not that the authorities didn't try to save us. They were wiped out in the first wave. Even armed helicopters were shot down. What kind of monster is this? I remembered the giant bird I saw at school a few days ago. A chill ran down my spine. The apocalypse is 100 times more dangerous than I imagined. My gaze turned cold as I noticed the man's eyes darting sneakily toward the second floor. It was clearly a signal. There's an ambush on the second floor. But I kept my composure, slowly approached, and threw out one final question. Have you ever seen colorful fruits? What? What colorful fruit? Never seen it. The man's eyes darted around intensely. He definitely has seen it. Understood. Bang. The gunshot rang out. The man's forehead burst open, his eyes widened as he fell, unable to believe until his death that the other person had actually fired. The next second, I teleported and vanished. The second floor was deathly silent. A head peeked out from the stairway after more than 10 minutes. Gone? Damn it. Who is this guy? He actually has a gun and superpowers. Boss, you didn't die in vain. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly turned his head. Someone was silently standing right behind him. Damn! The man instinctively swung his fist, his knuckles instantly turning to steel, his body rapidly hardening. Too slow. Bang! 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 Bang 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 bang. 7 shots. All headshots. Before he fully turned into steel, I emptied the entire magazine into his face, leaving it a bloody mess. When dealing with superhumans, show no mercy. Better to kill by mistake than to let one go. I took a breath, my heart pounding like a drum, adrenaline surging. But I felt no fear, only excitement. Perhaps, deep down, I am not an honest person. I let out a cold laugh, replaced the magazine with a fully loaded one, and slowly walked toward the door at the end of the hallway from which the sound was coming. If I kill thoroughly. Leave no loose ends. Gun barrel against the door, I slowly pushed it open. The next moment, my brows furrowed sharply, and the gun I was holding slowly lowered. My pupils contracted suddenly. A male corpse lay sprawled on the ground. Beside the bed, a completely naked, scarred woman was tightly chained with a dog leash, barely clinging to life. I knew it. Those 2 bastards were never supermarket owners. I sneered. A normal shopkeeper. How could they possibly kill someone to silence them upon meeting? Only true beasts who have killed before would strike so ruthlessly. These 2 brutes killed the real owner, took over the lady boss, and turned this place into their lair. I walked over, unchained the young woman, left some snacks and water, and turned to leave. I am not a good person. I can't save her. But at least, give her a final shred of dignity. In the apocalypse, my kindness goes only this far. Walking out of the supermarket, my phone vibrates. It's Jiang and Yan. Honey, thugs have broken into the neighborhood and are smashing doors one by one. Got it. Anything else? Yes. Teacher bye, she agreed. Honey, when are you coming back? Jiang Ninyan's voice was sweet and coy, as if seeking praise. The corner of my mouth curved up. Let her take a bath. Plenty of water. Make sure she's clean. All right. I hung up the phone, my blood surging with excitement. New supplies, about to be unlocked. By Cine, plus Joe Warner, who is about to be delivered to my doorstep. Double unlock in one go. Let's see what can be unlocked when we get back. If it's superpower fruits or hot weapons. My gaze turned cold. Then I'll go out myself and pick up women to bring back. On the way back at an accelerated pace, I saw a group of survivors out scavenging for food, being targeted by a mutated giant cat. Their fate was obvious without needing to watch. Survival of the fittest, that's the apocalypse. At this moment, in front of the home and supermarket that I had bloodied, several figures approached. Leading the group were a man and a woman, dressed in police uniforms and holding real guns. Behind them, several civilians holding sticks had fear written all over their faces. Wait, there's a smell of blood. The policewoman suddenly drew her gun, the safety clicking off. Everyone, stay alert. The policeman, Wang Jiqiang, shielded the civilians with one arm. Captain Qin, should we retreat? The policewoman, Qin Xiang, a lean yet commanding woman, flared her nostrils slightly, her gaze sharp. No, we're almost out of food. We have to go in. Wang Jiqiang, stay with the people. I'll go in alone. Captain, no. I'll go with you. Your orders are to protect them. Qin Xiang's tone grew firm, then softened slightly. Don't worry, with my abilities, I'll be fine. She walked to the door and knocked. No response. Qin Xiang frowned slightly and took a deep breath. Threw a punch. Bang! The iron-locked gate was instantly smashed through by her sheer force. The few people behind her were stunned on the spot. What kind of terrifying power was hidden within this frail body? Qin Xiang raised her gun and entered. The next second, she froze on the first floor. On the ground lay the supermarket owner's corpse. Head blown apart. Dead with eyes wide open. Gunshot wound. Who could possibly have a gun? Colleague? No. It absolutely can't be a colleague. Qin Xiang's face turned ashen. The iron rule of the police. Even if forced to fire, never aim for the head. Only shoot at the limbs. Someone who can shoot a civilian in the head with one shot. Only fugitives. Demons. And that person is still in this city right now. Qin Xiang clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. In just a few days, the entire city was turned upside down. Black mist engulfed the city, plants and animals underwent frenzied mutations, and giant monstrous plants flattened entire buildings. Colleagues dispatched to the scene went missing one after another. Dozens of kilometers of area, over a dozen neighborhoods, completely wiped out. If someone picks up the police gun, the consequences would be unimaginable. The smell of blood grew stronger. She held her breath and rushed to the second floor. Bang! Another corpse. The entire head was smashed like a rotten watermelon. 7 or 8 shots. Every shot a headshot. Qin Xiang's face turned ashen. If this lunatic roamed outside with a gun, the entire city would be doomed. Help, help me. From the end of the corridor came a faint, barely audible voice. Qin Xiang kicked the door open. In a pool of blood, a woman who had been tortured beyond recognition was struggling on the brink of death, with a male corpse lying beside her. Hold on. I'm a police officer. She rushed over to check the injuries, covered in wounds, all signs of torment. At that moment, her gaze swept over the photo on the bedside table. Boom. The man and woman in the photo were none other than the male corpse and the woman standing before her. This is the real supermarket owner. Qin Xiang instantly understood everything. The two bosses she saw a couple of days ago were imposters. They imprisoned the woman, killed the real boss, and took over the supermarket. Beast! She punched the floor, creating a deep pit. No wonder that mysterious shooter went for a headshot. If she had been there, she would have pulled the trigger too. The person who fired the shot must be a good person. Otherwise, why would they leave this innocent woman behind? Now's not the time to think about this. Qin Xiang picked up the woman and dashed downstairs like mad. Wang Jiqiang, take your team to scavenge supplies. I'll take her back to the shelter first. There's a doctor in the shelter rescued 2 days ago. As long as there's still a breath, there's hope. Supermarket cleanup, eerie clues. Wang Jiqiang led the search, but everyone was at a loss. Almost all the food on the shelves was contaminated, leaving only a few packs of instant noodles and sausages. It's like someone looted it in advance. He stared in the direction of the second floor, his gaze sharpening. Let's go up and take a look. Shun-E returns, sweet-talking his wife. At the same time, I ignored the mob downstairs banging on doors one by one and directly teleported to the 20th floor. Let those people create some commotion, scaring the residents into huddling together. Saves me the trouble. Whoosh! I appeared out of nowhere, startling Jiang Yin so much that her phone almost slipped from her hand. Honey, how did you get in? Su Wanting, who was in the bedroom, also came running out and threw herself at me. Honey, you're back. My newly acquired superpower, I said calmly. Superpowers can be acquired. The two women's eyes instantly widened in shock. The corner of my mouth lifted into a smirk as I casually painted a grand picture. In the future, if there's a chance, I can help you awaken superpowers too. Really, I can have superpowers too. Su Wanting's face flushed with excitement. Jiang Nanyin was even breathing heavily. If they had superpowers, who would still fear the monsters outside? Ordinary people can awaken too, but it's relatively difficult and takes time. The two women's eyes instantly lit up. Jiang Nanyin immediately sought credit. Husband, Teacher Bai is in the bedroom. Well done, I'll give you credit for this. Jiang Nanyin beamed brightly, as if she had already touched the threshold of superpowers. Su Wanting cursed, bitch, fiercely in her heart, and immediately pulled out her phone to frantically contact her best friend. Absolutely cannot lose. Meanwhile, on the first floor, an act of violence was unfolding in a bloody scene. Brother Wong, this damn security door is like tank armor, it won't budge. Yellow Hair cursed angrily. Having just joined this gang of thugs, he had only managed to save his life by begging on his knees. Now he was gnawing on half a piece of rancid jerky and gulping down half a bottle of murky water. Though in these times, being able to eat meat at all was already a huge blessing. Keep smashing. Whoever breaks the door down first gets 2 extra pieces of meat, and the woman inside is his first. Brother Wong, his arms covered in tattoos, roared furiously. The thugs instantly seemed energized, their iron rods smashing against the door with full force, sparks flying everywhere. The blonde-haired man rolled his eyes and leaned closer to the burly leader. Big brother, let me tell you something good. Smack. A slap left him seeing stars. Sorry, big brother. The blonde-haired man shrank his neck. I ran out with a group of college students earlier, and there are several female college students among them. Long legs, curvy figures, and faces as fresh as can be. Smack. Another slap. Who the hell are you trying to fool? How could there be a female college student in the boys' dormitory? I'm really not lying to you. It's someone else's girlfriend who came in to take shelter. Huang Mao, with his swollen face, hurriedly explained, though inwardly cursing. This lunatic's temper is more volatile than dynamite. Smack. Your look isn't right. Are you cursing me in your head? Smack. Say something. Playing mute. After slapping him several times in quick succession, the blonde guy completely passed out. Damn. College students really can't take a beating. Pour urine on him to wake him up. The burly man spat and turned to shout at his men. Smash it now. There's a newlywed wife in that room. Whoever breaks in first gets to go in first. The phrase newlywed wife was like a stimulant. The thugs' eyes flashed red with excitement as they wildly battered the door. Inside the door, a young couple trembled with fear. The man tightly gripped a kitchen knife in one hand while tremblingly dialing the police. No one answered. The woman frantically sought help in the neighborhood group chat. Messages filled with stay strong and stay safe, but no one dared to come. Bang, bang, bang. The iron door deformed inch by inch. A few hours later, the lock shattered, the door opened. 7 men with sinister grins filed in one after another. Ding. Randomly unlocking supplies. Unlock successful. Grade 5, a stake times 1. Grade 5, a stake times 1 has been stored in the system space. 5A grade stake times 1. In another building, I raised an eyebrow, took out my phone, and searched. 5A grade stake, globally top tier, priced at 1,500 to 6,000 yuan per kilogram. Its marbling is uniform, and the texture melts in your mouth. A few thousand yuan per kilogram? Back when I was working, I couldn't afford even half a kilo in a month. I clicked my tongue. I took out a piece from the system space. Its texture was clear, with a perfect balance of fat and lean, so fresh it seemed to drip blood. But it was raw. Then, could you give me a bottle of water? Vicini on the bed softly pleaded. I casually tossed over a bottle of mineral water. Cook the steak later. I have someone to command now. How could I possibly cook myself? Just as I stepped out of the bedroom, Jiang Nanyan immediately approached, her face pale. Honey, the door of a unit on the first floor was smashed open. The woman from that household was assaulted by those beasts one after another, and they even posted the video in the residents group. My gaze turned icy cold. This apocalyptic hunt has only just begun. Let me see. I snatched the phone and opened the video. The next second, my pupils contracted sharply. On the screen, several naked men were taking turns assaulting a young woman. Wails, screams, and pleas for mercy blended into a chaotic cacophony. On the chair beside her, her husband was tied up. His face had been beaten to a pulp, and chunks of flesh had been carved from his body, leaving him drenched in blood. The most inhumane act was that these beasts placed the couple's wedding photo in front of the woman, forcing her to look at it. The group chat instantly exploded. After posting the video, the attackers left behind a cold and chilling threat. If you don't come downstairs and surrender within 10 minutes, we'll break in. Every woman will meet the same fate. The group was deathly silent. Immediately afterward, panic erupted. 0501. Where are the police? None of the emergency calls are going through. 0201. You can't get through these days at all. It's useless. 0901. Where's the property management? Where are the security guards? I pay you thousands in property fees every month. Where the hell is everyone? 0901. Don't bother looking. 2 of those thugs are right there, still wearing security uniforms. 1001. You bastards. Taking our money and turning it against us. 1402. The property management disappeared 3 days ago after delivering the last batch of supplies, and we can't reach them. 0902. My house is out of food. What should I do? 0801. It's the apocalypse and you still don't know how to ration? Serves you right. 0501. Stop arguing. If you keep this up, we'll all die. After the dead silence, the resident of Unit 1402 suddenly threw out a sentence. 1402. Each household sends one person. The whole building unites and fights them. 1502. If you don't send someone, when the mob breaks in, we absolutely won't protect you. If you want protection, unite. 1001. Seconded. 0801. My family will send one man. 1402. Gather on the 18th floor. Bring anything that can be used as a weapon, baseball bats, golf clubs, bring them all. 1402. An entire building, and we're being bullied by 7 or 8 people. Screw that. 0501. Fired up. We must let them know we're not pushovers. The entire Building 6 was completely ignited by that bloody video. Originally, the mob posted videos intending to intimidate everyone into surrendering, but instead, they pushed everyone to the brink. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone people fighting for their lives. In the living room, Sue Wanting murmured, "No wonder this neighborhood has remained calm." The property management was still distributing supplies 3 days ago. She remembered it clearly. Her school ran out of food the next day, and by the 3rd day, people started killing and robbing. But now, the property management has disappeared, supplies are running out, and the last line of defense is about to collapse. The miserable appearance of the woman in that video pierced Jiang Nanyan and Sue Wanting's hearts like a needle. The 2 of them looked at me simultaneously, their expressions completely changed. Fortunately, they chose me. Although I have threatened them with supplies, I have never mistreated them. They have food and drink every day, are protected, and I even promised to help them awaken their abilities. Compared to that woman outside who was being flayed, their current situation is practically heaven. The 2 exchanged a glance, and the hatred between them vanished in an instant. Petty jealousy, scheming against each other. Compared to those beasts outside, the grudges between them are nothing. The next second, the 2 women simultaneously walked to my side, squatted down, and voluntarily began massaging my legs and feet. Serving a man is the real priority. Which of you knows how to cook steak? I asked casually, enjoying the service of their soft, delicate hands. The 2 women exchanged a glance and stammered. Nonsense. Before the apocalypse, She was a pampered young lady who never lifted a finger. I will. At the bedroom door, a soft voice came through. It was by Cindy, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right, fry a few pieces for dinner. I waved my hand grandly and pulled out 7 or 8 half-pound thick-cut steaks from the system space, slamming them onto the table. But the power's out, Su Wanting said timidly. The gas still works, Cindy said as she walked into the kitchen. Su Wanting gritted her teeth and immediately followed. No, I absolutely can't lose face in front of her. She had to learn. Jiang Nanyan knelt on the sofa, focused on massaging my legs. Outside is hell, at home is heaven. I closed my eyes, the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Especially today, I just killed someone. 5A, grade steak, melts in your mouth. I devoured 5 pieces in one go. Produced by the system, paired with by Cindy's excellent cooking skills, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and explosively delicious. I used too much teleportation today, need to replenish energy. I grinned. Anyway, supplies are more than enough. The last thing I lack is food. After eating my fill, my phone chimed. Zhou Wanner sent a message. I've decided to come find you, and I'll bring 2 roommates. I smiled. The more women come, the more supplies the system unlocks. Perfect. I casually handed out a few power banks to the 3 women. Keep your phones fully charged and stay in touch. Late at night, the power went out, and I held Su Wanting tightly as we drifted into deep sleep. Honey, good night. Good night. That night, I slept more soundly than any night before the apocalypse. And on the 18th floor, hell began. More than 20 residents, led by a suit-clad boss holding a golf club, baseball bat, and kitchen knife, stormed downstairs aggressively to negotiate. There are more than 20 of us, and only 6 or 7 of them. The advantage is ours. The result: the mob completely disregarded the rules and suddenly launched an attack during negotiations. In an instant, an office worker was chased and hacked by a desperado. 3 dead, 2 critically injured, 2 abducted, and nearly 10 lightly injured. The mob? Completely unscathed. Crushing defeat. The group chat exploded instantly. Cries, curses, and pleas for help rose one after another. But no one dared to step outside again. Resident of 1501 cried out, "Does anyone have gauze or medicine? My leg injury keeps bleeding. Please help me." Attached image, a bloodstained fair leg. I opened the image, nice leg shape, smooth. Just not sure if the face can pass the system standards. I replied using my alt account Jiang Nanyan. 2001. I have medicine. Private message me, but send a full body photo without filters first. In an instant, the group exploded. 0901. Selfish. The 20th floor didn't even help last night. 1401. Remember, people like 2001 don't deserve help. 0501 at 2001 get out. It's all your fault. You killed my husband. You trash. Your whole family deserves to die. The screen was filled with insults, and I became the public enemy of the entire building. As if I were the one who killed everyone. I slowly put down my phone, my gaze turning cold. Teleportation. The next second, I appeared in room 501. A middle-aged woman was sitting on the sofa, furiously typing on the keyboard and cursing me, spitting as she ranted, completely unaware that someone had appeared behind her. I cleared my throat lightly. She turned her head sharply, her pupils contracting. "You? How did you get in?" I glanced at her phone screen and confirmed it was this woman. Losing a man is painful, I understand. I raised my hand. Click-da. A handgun appeared out of thin air in my palm. The woman's legs went weak. This isn't human. But, I sneered. Curse my family. Where did you get the nerve? Bang. A shot to the head. Even in death, she couldn't understand what kind of monster she had provoked. I teleported home, feeling refreshed. As for the others in the group who insulted me, once I deal with the thugs, I'll settle accounts with each of you one by one. Just as I sat down, 1501 sent a friend request. 1501. My phone only has 1% battery left. I can't take a photo. Can you bring the medicine over? I have photos at home. The message abruptly stopped. The phone ran out of battery. I stroked my chin. Anyway, it's something to do. If it meets the criteria, unlock new supplies. If not, just treat it as practice. I stood up and teleported away. Shun E is missing. By Cindy, who had just stepped out of the bedroom, let out a scream, rushed to the sofa, and frantically searched the gaps. How can a living person just vanish into thin air? Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting laughed so hard they doubled over. Mr. Bai, he's not in the sofa crevice. After hearing the explanation of the teleportation superpower, Bai Sini's face turned bright red. This apocalypse, she really couldn't keep up with the pace. 15th floor, in front of door 1501. I teleported over and knocked politely on the door. Doesn't meet system standards? Turn around and leave. Not wasting a second. The door opened. A girl appeared. Mint green shirt, light blue shorts, chestnut wavy long hair, and a pearl earring. Beautiful. Long legs. But her face was as pale as paper. Her left leg was soaked in blood. The cloth strips were haphazardly wrapped. Unable to stop the bleeding at all, she clearly didn't know how to treat a wound. Ding. A survivor meeting the criteria has been detected. Name, Chu Xiaoxiao. Age, 24. Appearance, 91. Body, 95. Inner qualities, 100. Personally experienced, no practical experience. Total score, 96. Sheltering can unlock random supplies. I raised an eyebrow. Extensive personal experience. Oh wow, a pro at watching videos? But whatever, as long as the points are enough. Are you a resident of 2001? Chu Xiaoxiao asked warily. She had confirmed through the peephole that I wasn't one of those beasts downstairs. You're bleeding again. Stop the bleeding first. Before the words were finished, I scooped her up in my arms. The movement was as natural as if I were her boyfriend. Chu Xiaoxiao's mind went completely blank, until the next second when she realized what had happened. Her face instantly turned red and flustered. You can't do this. We've just met. I'm still injured, I can't shiver. If you really want to, at least wait until I'm healed. This man is handsome and tall, and finding someone to rely on in the apocalypse isn't a bad idea. But getting involved right after meeting? She couldn't accept it. I didn't explain a word and pressed her, who was overthinking, onto the sofa. From the system space, gauze and white liquor appeared out of thin air. Chu Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted, immaterialized out of thin air. Hiss. The moment the white liquor was poured onto the wound, the sharp pain made her scream, her fingers digging tightly into my thigh. But I was quick, precise, and ruthless. Disinfecting, bandaging, stopping the bleeding, all in one go. I'll come back to change the dressing tomorrow. I dropped the steaming roast chicken and turned around. The person vanished into thin air. Chu Xiaoxiao froze in place. Didn't ask for anything? Didn't mention any conditions? Isn't this the Prince Charming? Is he an immortal? She had even prepared herself to offer her heart and soul, but he didn't ask for a single thing. She actually felt a bit disappointed. He said he would come again tomorrow. She lightly bit her lower lip, her face turning even redder. I need to tidy up and dress nicely to meet him in my best state. The aroma wafted over, and she turned to look at the roasted chicken. Oh, a man who could conjure food with just a wave of his hand. He must be my destined Prince Charming. She took a sweet bite of the chicken, but she didn't know. Every gift from fate has long been secretly marked with a price. From the moment I stepped in to save her, she was left with only two paths. Surrender or die. She has seen my teleportation ability. Won't surrender? Silence her. I will never allow this secret to leak even a bit. First floor. I teleported down. It's time to deal with these thugs. Their usefulness ends here. The scene before my eyes made my pupils contract. A few thugs were roasting meat around a fire. That meat was human flesh cut from a corpse. No wonder these beasts don't starve. They still have the strength to smash the door. Who's there? Brother Wong. A pretty boy has arrived. The blade suddenly lifted, and the gaze was as ferocious as a wild beast. At this moment, from the corner, a face swollen and bruised emerged. Shen-Yi, it's actually you. The blonde-haired classmate I had abandoned, his eyes burned with venomous hatred. It's you who made me like this. It's all your fault. And I just gave a cold smile. The moment the gunshot rang out, the world fell silent. Big brother. It's him. This bastard brought a group of female college students. The blonde-haired guy pointed at me with a trembling finger, his eyes full of venom. He wanted me to taste the suffering he had endured. The tattooed, burly man sneered, sizing me up and down. This young man who seemed too weak to even trust a chicken. That's it. He spat on the ground and turned his head with a cold sneer. Who's he? Break his leg and find out which floor he lives on. Tonight we'll go to his place and play with his woman. Got it. The man in the security uniform approached with a baseball bat, grinning viciously. The other thugs laughed and watched. Just an ordinary student. Last night, they killed far more people than this. The next second, bang, a gunshot rang out. A blood hole opened on the forehead of the man in the security uniform, and he fell straight down. I didn't pause for even half a second. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets poured out, one emptied and replaced with another. In one encounter, 4 bodies hit the ground. I'm not here to waste words. I'm here to kill. Damn it. How does he have a gun? Run? Run the hell away. Fear instantly engulfed the thugs. Their arrogance stemmed from never encountering someone more ruthless than themselves. But now, a single bullet could take their lives. The tattooed, burly man rushed into the room, locked the door behind him, and growled at the blonde hiding behind the wardrobe. Didn't you say he was just a student? Where the hell did he get a gun? The blonde-haired man was so scared that he wet himself, trembling all over. The gunfire outside had stopped. A deathly silence. The tattooed, burly man was sweating on his forehead, gripping the knife tightly, staring intently at the doorway. There was only one chance. When I pushed the door open and come in, strike a fatal blow. However, he did not notice. A person appeared out of thin air behind him. The blonde-haired man widened his eyes and raised his trembling hand. "B-boss. He's behind you." The burly man whipped his head around. Bang. The bullet drilled into the back of his head, and before he could see my face clearly, he collapsed to the ground. I fired a few more shots to make sure he was completely dead. "Spare me, please. Big brother, I beg you. We went to the same school." The blonde-haired man sobbed uncontrollably, kneeling and kowtowing. I unhurriedly retrieved a gun from the space. Bang. One shot. It's over. In the depths of the room, a male corpse tied to a chair had long gone cold, while a completely naked, mentally shattered woman curled up in the corner, showing no reaction to the death before her. I raised my hand and ended her suffering with a single shot. This is the final mercy in the apocalypse. Stepping out of the room, I found a thug who had been shot 4 or 5 times, still struggling to crawl out of the building. I'm not in a hurry. I stand firm, raise the gun, and aim. Bang. Missed the shot. TSK, my shooting skills are really terrible. I mock myself and continue pulling the trigger, using living people as targets to practice shooting. It took 4 or 5 shots to hit once, but I had plenty of bullets. This thug's vitality was astonishingly strong. Despite being shot, he crawled out of the gate. I changed the magazine and slowly closed in, this time aiming for the head. At the moment I was about to pull the trigger, whoosh, a thick white line descended from the sky, instantly sticking to the thug and hoisting him entirely into the air. My pupils contracted as I abruptly looked up. What is that? The rooftop is covered with plants. The black fog is so thick it can't be dispersed, and nothing is visible. I tentatively dragged a corpse and threw it outside the building. As soon as the corpse hit the ground, the same white line shot down again and instantly whisked it away. Holy crap. My scalp tingles. This building is completely unsafe. There's something upstairs. Was it drawn by the sound of gunfire or by the smell of blood? No matter what it is, I have to figure it out. Otherwise, every step outside in the future will be a dead end. I throw another corpse and instantly teleport outside the building, staring fixedly at the rooftop. Amidst the surging black mist, a giant black spider, 2 to 3 meters tall, covered in pitch-black long fur with 8 thick legs, slowly crawled down. Its chelicerae opened, spraying out an arm-thick strand of white silk, wrapping the corpse up. The opportunity was right in front of me. Bang, 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 bang. I fired 7 or 8 shots in rapid succession, bullets pouring onto the mutated black spider. However, the bullet only pierced the fur slightly, causing almost no harm. It merely enraged it. The giant spider dropped the corpse, its 8 blood-red compound eyes locked onto me, and its massive mouth suddenly opened. A thick white spider silk shot toward me at high speed. Bang! The bullet accurately hit the black spider's eye, but was deflected by that layer of black armor. Damn! Even bullets can't penetrate it. My pupils contracted sharply. The next second, a 3-meter giant spider leapt down from above, its 8 hairy legs carrying the shadow of death, smashing toward my face. Teleportation activated. I instantly vanished 20 meters away, cold sweat soaking my back. This monster's speed is 10 times faster than I imagined. I immediately turned around and sprinted, trying to lure the monster away. But after chasing for dozens of meters, the black spider suddenly stopped, let out an eerie screech, turned around, and crawled back to the rooftop, without forgetting to drag the thug's corpse along. This beast is claiming territory. My face turned ashen. The hard-to-find safe house now has a monster squatting on the roof that even bullets can't kill. My woman could be eaten at any moment, and I myself might take one wrong step and become spider food. It must be dealt with. But how? The phone vibrated. Joe Warner. Brother, it's so scary outside. Send me your location. 800 meters away. If I didn't have teleportation, I would never take this risk. But with teleportation, I'm invincible. Along the way, black mist surged, and the trees by the roadside grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Black gas continuously spewed out from the cracks in the ground. The entire world was being devoured by some unknown force. When I become strong enough, I must go down and take a look. Halfway through, I frowned deeply. Joe Warner's signal had actually stopped. This little brat knows I'm coming, yet she's waiting in place without moving. Getting too greedy. I sneered. Claim the system reward first, then decide whether to kill her. In front of the convenience store, a strong metallic smell of blood hit my nose. Large streaks of dragged blood covered the floor, and a single woman's high heel lay abandoned in the pool of blood. My pupils constricted. Someone had just died here. Without hesitation, I teleported directly inside the store. Joe Warner. The door of the small room at the back was pushed open, and 3 women cautiously walked out. Leading the way was a female police officer in a police uniform, holding a gun in her hand. My killing intent instantly surged to the maximum. Teleportation ready. Damn it. Joe Warner didn't say there were cops with her, let alone that the cops had guns. Guns can kill me. This is my only fatal weakness. Brother Shun-E. Whoa, you really came to save me. Joe Warner cried with a face full of emotion, but her body was tightly hiding behind the female officer, acting with her words, yet guarding herself more fiercely than anyone else in her heart. Green tea is just green tea. The policewoman pointed her gun at me. Comrade, are you a police officer or a soldier? No. Where did the gun come from? Picked it up. The policewoman observed for a moment, then slowly lowered her gun. I mean no harm. I also lowered my gun, but kept the safety off. In the apocalypse, a police uniform might just be a facade. Monsters eat people, people eat people, and those disguised as saviors are often the greatest predators. Just as I was about to retreat, ding! A target meeting the system's standards has been detected. I was stunned. This policewoman actually meets the system's standards too. Ding! System scanning. Name: Su Yun/age, 27/appearance, 88/figure, 94/inner quality, 100, pure and impeccable. Overall, 90 points. Taking in can unlock random supplies. 90 points. This is the lowest threshold triggered since the system was activated. But even as the lowest score, the beauty of this policewoman before me would have left the pre-apocalypse me speechless. Her dashing and heroic demeanor is a charm no other woman could imitate. As for the long-haired girl beside Joe Warner, she was delicate and pleasant to look at, but she didn't trigger the system, didn't meet the standard. Hello, comrade. My name is Su Yun, from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The policewoman's gaze was sharp. How did you get in here? Shun-E. I glanced at the doorway and said calmly, walked in. 3 women froze at the same time. Brother Shun-E, did you just walk in like that? Joe Warner exclaimed, her chest trembling with a lethal allure. Baby-faced with a voluptuous figure, she was the perfect example of that type. She knew her assets well. If she could win me over, she'd have protection, food, and water, doubling her chances of survival. What's wrong? I feigned ignorance. Never reveal your hand. There's a giant invisible snake outside. It didn't attack you. You're so lucky. Invisible. My heart skipped a beat. It's not a snake, the long-haired girl said. It's a gecko, over a meter long. Su Yun nodded. Strictly speaking, it's not invisibility, but color changing. Its body changes color to match the environment, and with the thick black fog outside, it's impossible to spot. The survivors I saved all ended up in its mouth. The chameleon's ability, growing on a gecko, mutation, or hybridization. A chill ran down my spine. If I hadn't teleported in just now, I might have already become that thing's food. No wonder these three women were huddled in the convenience store, too scared to go out. They simply couldn't stand a chance against this creature. If it didn't attack when you came in, that means it has temporarily left. Su-yun said in a deep voice, "Leave now while you can." Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl nodded frantically. They had witnessed their roommate being bitten to death by this ghostly gecko. If Su-yun hadn't passed by and shot to save them, they would have been long gone. It was only later that they learned Su-yun wasn't just passing by. She was hunting this monster. It had devoured too many people, including a child Su-yun had personally saved. Wait a little longer. I made up an excuse. I just heard some noise outside. I can leave any time, but taking Zhou Wan'er with me is difficult. As for Su-yun, this policewoman is a double-edged sword. Without securing a weapon or ensuring her loyalty, I dare not take her in. Who could sleep with a ticking time bomb lying beside them? Su-yun frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up. How about this? I'll go out first to distract it, and then you can leave. Sister Su-yun, what if something happens to you? I am a police officer. She checked the bullets in the gun, her eyes filled with cold determination. And I must kill this beast with my own hands, even if it costs my life. Decisive and unwavering. Sister Su-yun, you really are a good police officer. The eyes of the two girls reddened with emotion, moved, but no one spoke to stop her. I was also somewhat moved. But more importantly, the female officer distracted the monster, giving me the perfect opportunity to get Zhou Wan'er out. Perfect. Officer Su, I asked tentatively, is there still any rescue effort in the city? Su-yun's face instantly darkened, her voice dropping to an extremely low tone. Nothing left. The city bureau I was in, all my colleagues, completely wiped out. The other police stations are probably the same. There might be a few survivors here and there, but it's a drop in the bucket. I felt a moment of relief, then frowned. What exactly happened? How could trained police officers, armed with guns, die even faster than civilians? Su-yun let out a long sigh and hesitated for a moment. This was originally highly classified, but now it doesn't matter whether I say it or not. On the day the apocalypse broke out, a giant tree emerged in the city center. It grew wildly like a living creature, reaching dozens of meters high in just a few hours. And it kept expanding, devouring territory. It grew and directly toppled two high-rise buildings in the city center. Thousands of people, gone in an instant. Dozens of meters. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl gasped sharply at the same time. My pupils contracted. A few hours, dozens of meters. This is 100 times more terrifying than those mutated trees on the street. The apocalypse has been going on for almost 10 days now. That tree, how much has it grown by now? If it continues to grow wildly, will the entire mountain city be uprooted and overturned by it? Su-yun looked at the terrified faces of the crowd, took a deep breath, and revealed a fact that froze everyone's blood. That tree, within 3 months, it can devour half the city. Dead silence. It has life. It fights back. She lowered her voice. Anyone who gets close dies. Animals, all dead. Helicopters, swatted down by branches. Why not burn it down? Zhou Wan'er screamed. Downtown, a densely populated area. Su-yun sneered. The higher-ups hesitated. By the time the evacuation is complete, it will already be too late. In just one day, it grew several times larger. The moment we finally lit the fire, she gritted her teeth. That tree broke its own branches to extinguish the fire. Then it picked out the most dangerous weapon and prioritized its attack. It has intelligence. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl gasped. Breaking branches to survive. Identifying enemies. This is a tree. Most of the police force, all sacrificed. Su-yun closed her eyes. My pupils contracted. Half a year. At most half a year, the entire mountain city, along with everyone inside, will become nourishment for that tree. The army. What about missiles? The army is dealing with other mutated creatures. No one is coming to save us. My brain was working at full speed. The magic city and the imperial city the economic and political centers, must have the military holding the line to establish safe zones. The mountain city has already been abandoned. I must leave. But a 20-meter teleportation and a small handgun are far from enough to ensure survival. I need more power. I need supernatural abilities. I need Su-Yun's reward. My gaze changed. Get ready. Su-Yun drew her gun. I'll distract that lizard. As soon as you hear the commotion, run immediately. Sister Su-Yun. The two girls' eyes brimmed with tears. But Su-Yun looked at me, her gaze intense. Take care of them. In this world, humans can only rely on each other. I know. Su-Yun pushed open the convenience store door, and dense black fog rushed toward her. She took a deep breath and stepped into the darkness. Brother Shani, should we run now? Zhou Wanner said anxiously. Go back to the storage room and hide. I said coldly. Come out only when I tell you to. Why? Shut up. If you don't listen, leave now, but don't follow me. Zhou Wanner turned red with anger, gritting her teeth and stomping her foot. Stupid jerk. Cursing aside, I have a gun. Following me is the only way to survive. She and the long-haired girl retreated into the storage room and closed the door. Deep within the black mist. Tap, tap, tap. Su-Yun's high heels deliberately made a sound. Her palms were drenched in sweat, and the gun barrel trembled slightly. She knew that monster was staring at her. She was using herself as bait. In the black mist, a pair of vertical pupils coldly locked onto her. The massive body merges with the mist, motionless. Wait. A little closer. Even closer. 2 meters. It pounced. In that instant, its camouflage was exposed. A half-human-sized mutant gecko tore through the black mist like lightning. Su-Yun sidestepped, unable to react in time. She was going to die. Bang, 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 bang. For gunshots tore through the black fog. A massive gecko crashed down less than half a meter from her, blood gushing like a fountain. Su-Yun suddenly turned around, her pupils trembling violently. Without hesitation, she raised her gun and aimed at the gecko's head, firing 2 more shots. Dead for sure. She let out a long breath, her back already soaked in cold sweat, and the hand holding the gun trembled like a leaf in the wind. A little bit more, a tiny bit more, and she would have died. She is human too, and she fears death. She really doesn't want to die. But wearing this uniform, she couldn't retreat. From the black mist, an armed figure slowly emerged. Su-Yun looked up, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Thank you. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and the invisible mutant gecko's brain instantly burst, leaving it lying in a pool of blood. The one who saved Su-Yun was me. Su-Yun's eyes widened. She could never have imagined that I, a man who looked a few years younger than her, would dare to teleport behind the monster and risk my life to save her. You must know, the apocalypse has only lasted a few days, yet she has already witnessed too much of humanity's ugliness. Those who abandoned her and fled, those who stole her food, and even beasts who coveted her body. And I am the first person to risk my life for her. Comrade Shin-E, thank you. Su-Yun's eyes grew warm. Just a simple thank you? I curled my lips. Huh. Su-Yun was stunned. You want money. I was speechless. This young policewoman, over 20 years old, was still so naive. I mean, how about repaying me with your hand in marriage? This. Su-Yun's face instantly turned red to the base of her neck. How old are you? I'm almost 30, just a few years apart. I took a step closer. In the apocalypse, who knows if you'll still be alive tomorrow? Living in the moment is what matters most. Su-Yun instinctively stepped back, turning her head. No, we've only known each other for less than an hour. Before she could finish, I directly pulled her into an embrace and kissed her. Su-Yun was completely stunned. She struggled a couple of times, but in the end, she didn't push me away again. I casually took the pistol from her waist, just in case she reacted impulsively. In the end, it was completely unnecessary. As expected, the more reserved a woman is, the easier it is for her to lose composure once she lets go. Ding. Unlocked resource. Ability, Sensing Fruit. Ability, Sensing Fruit, +1. Ability, Sensing Fruit, +1. Ability, Sensing Fruit, +1. I suddenly sat up from the ground. I actually unlocked a superpower fruit, and it can stack infinitely. Su-Yun blushed, and was startled by me. What's wrong? Her heart was racing. Could it be that I knew she had never been in a relationship before, which is why she was so excited? Nothing, just happy. I gave her a big kiss. Totally worth it. Rescuing her was the best gamble ever. Soo-yoon nestled in my arms, her fingers drawing circles on my chest as she softly asked, "Those two girls, what's your relationship with them? The one who calls you brother seems a bit unusual." I narrowed my eyes. The rules of survival in the apocalypse. Women I've been involved with either completely belong to me, or we each stay in our place. I looked down at her and said, "What if I told you I have other women? What would you do?" I laid it all out and stared at Soo-yoon. To my surprise, she didn't explode. She just let out a faint sigh. I knew it. You're so young, yet so skilled at kissing. Clearly a seasoned player in love. If this were before the apocalypse, would you dare to force yourself on me? I'd have crippled your third leg on the spot. She bared her teeth at me, her fierce expression instead resembling a little cat with its fur standing on end. The next second, she deflated again. But now, there's no law, no morality. The fact that you've survived until today and still dare to go out and save people shows that you're capable. How could a man like that have only one woman by his side? She looked up, making one last struggle. You wouldn't abandon them for me, would you? I wouldn't. I spoke word by word. I have no need to lie. Not only will I not lose them, but I also plan to collect even more in the future. I'm not shifting the blame onto the system. It's something I want too. What man wouldn't want a harem? But this world is too dangerous. Let's not even talk about the mutated giant tree in the city center that can destroy a city. I can't even deal with the mutated black spider in the neighborhood. Getting stronger is the top priority. Give up an entire forest for one tree? I'd have to be crazy to do that. Soo-yoon buried her head in my arms, closed her eyes, and softly said, "If you really abandon others for me, I would actually look down on you. Because next time, you would abandon me for another woman." I didn't say anything and gently patted her shoulder. The good thing about a mature woman is that there's no need for explanations. After the tenderness, we tidied up and prepared to return to the convenience store to pick up Jo Warner and the others. I also took the opportunity to explain that momentary disappearance, a superpower. Soo-yoon's eyes lit up like stars on the spot. Humans can actually awaken superpowers. Then the hope of survival would be much greater. What I was secretly thankful for was, luckily, the first ability I unlocked was physical evolution. Otherwise, with consecutive days of unlocking, I would have been completely drained long ago. How would I have the strength to fight mutated monsters? When I returned to the convenience store, most of the shelves were contaminated, and the food that was still edible was pitifully scarce. But the real big gain from this trip wasn't those supplies. It was Soo-yoon. It was she who helped me unlock the supernatural fruit. Is this another new ability? Soo-yoon's pupils suddenly contracted as she watched me wave my hand to collect a pile of supplies. I responded with a simple, then called out Jo Warner and the other person hiding in the storage room. These two women are really cautious. Earlier, when they heard the commotion, they didn't even dare to show their faces. When Soo-yoon mentioned going to distract the lizard earlier, they appeared touched on the surface, but were secretly hoping she'd go to her death. Survive to the extreme, almost as good as myself. Brother Shun-e. Sister Soo-yoon. I'm so glad you're okay. Jo Warner patted her chest, her face full of relief. The long-haired girl remained silent, without any unnecessary thoughts. Let's go, I said calmly. Before leaving, I conjured 2 loaded pistols out of the system space and handed them to Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon's character is trustworthy. More trustworthy than Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan. Jo Warner's eyes flickered, and her heart suddenly trembled. He has more guns. A man like this must be won over. I have to make him fall in love with me. Or how will I survive the apocalypse? Soo-yoon took the 2 brand-new Type 54 pistols, her heart warming. She understood this was trust. The 4 of them left the convenience store, treading cautiously. After being ambushed once by a color-changing mutant gecko, I dared not let my guard down again. The abilities of mutant creatures are bizarre, and a moment of carelessness could be fatal. I silently retrieved an ability fruit from the system space and popped it into my mouth. Unlock it first. A chill spread throughout my body, fleeting and transient. Apart from the first physical evolution that transformed me completely, The effects of the next two fruits were quite mild. Perhaps it's a matter of novelty. After all, the teleportation ability is certainly no less impressive than physical evolution. As the fruit was fully absorbed, I opened the panel. Host, Shin-E. Age, 20. Combat power, 30, excluding external bonuses. Unlocked supplies. Mineral water, roast chicken, type 54 pistol, grade 5A steak. Ability fruit, telepathy. Abilities acquired. Physical evolution LV1. Teleportation LV1. Telepathy LV1. Physical evolution. Comprehensive leap in strength, speed, endurance, and physique. Teleportation. 20 meters spatial jump, ignoring terrain, control, and restraints. Can be used infinitely as long as stamina permits. Telepathy. Sense all hostility and goodwill within a 20-meter radius. See everything with eyes closed, unaffected by obstacles. The corners of my mouth slowly curled up. This time, I am no longer the prey. The moment I closed my eyes, the entire world flipped. A 360 degrees bird's eye view, perspective vision, ignoring the black mist. I became the god of the battlefield. Every blade of grass, every tree, every building, every creature within 20 meters was as clear as a high-definition map. What's even more terrifying, I saw colors. Su Yun's entire body glowed with the flawless light of white jade, absolute loyalty. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl had a pale white mixed with gray, half believing, half doubting. Mutant plants by the roadside, pure gray, neutral, won't attack unless provoked. But black represents murderous intent. As long as someone harbors even the slightest killing intent toward me, even if they're hiding in a corner, I can lock onto them within 0.1 seconds. Damn, isn't this basically cheating? My pupils contracted sharply. What's even scarier is telepathy plus teleportation. Lock-on plus instant kill, 1 + 1 greater than 10. That kind of ambush style, like a chameleon? Huh, even 10 more would just be easy pickings. Getting stabbed in bed by a woman? Impossible. I'll know the moment hostility arises. But I immediately calmed down. Superpowers consume physical strength. No wonder Zhao Tao's lightning is so weak. It's not that his superpower is weak. It's that his stamina can't sustain continuous attacks. My eyes lit up. Physical evolution is the ultimate foundation. Stamina is the mana bar. The thicker the mana bar, the more skills can be chained infinitely. A quick glance at the attribute panel. Combat power, 1030. Tripled. And that doesn't even include firearm bonuses. Next, testing the fruit. I plopped down, pulled out a handful of perception fruits from the system space, and started popping them into my mouth like sunflower seeds. Crunch, crunch. The icy current exploded from the throat all the way to the limbs, sending chills down the spine with an electrifying thrill. Ding. Telepathy upgraded to LV2, perception range, 40 meters. Holy crap, it really leveled up. Keep going. Ding. LV3. Ding. LV4. Ding. LV5, perception range 250 meters. 250-meter all-around perspective. The entire neighborhood turns into a living map in my mind. What's even more outrageous is, the higher the level, the lower the consumption. This isn't a cheat, this is divine. My hands and feet went cold, and I quickly put the fruit back into the space. Good things shouldn't be overindulged. I looked up, my gaze fixed on Building 6 ahead. A quick sweep of telepathy. Deep in the corridor, a massive black shadow curled up on the ceiling suddenly came into view. The venomous, mutated black spider, with its 8 blood-red eyes, was staring intently at the stairway entrance, waiting for prey to walk into its trap. The corners of my mouth slowly curled up. Your turn. Black mist surged, blotting out the sky and sun. But under my telepathy, nothing could escape. In the middle section of Building 6, a giant mutated black spider was perched on its web throne. Several human corpses, wrapped into long strips by white silk, hung on the web, with fresh blood still dripping down. It seems even bigger than when I left. My pupils contracted. In less than half a day, this monster had evolved again. Brother Shun-E. Zhou Wanner hid behind Su Yun, her face pale as a sheet. In the darkness came eerie insect chirping, and the 3 girls trembled like leaves in the wind. Don't make a sound. Follow me. I lowered my voice. It's feeding. As long as we don't disturb it, we can sneak into the building. I didn't use teleportation. I wanted to personally test the attack range of this monster. Because teleportation can only take one person. Taking others triples the energy consumption. If anyone recklessly lures the spider here, I can run, but they will surely die. The four held their breath and moved along the wall. They succeeded. The spider didn't move. But in the next second, Su Yun raised her gun, released the safety, and instantly entered combat mode. In the hallway, blood everywhere, 3 corpses, and walls riddled with bullet holes. Shin-E, this is a gunfight scene, at least 3 shooters. She judged instinctively as a criminal police officer. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl clung to each other in fear. Ignore it, go upstairs. I said coldly, heading straight for the stairs. Su Yun's expression shifted slightly. In the end, she couldn't hold back and asked softly while climbing the stairs. Those people downstairs, did you kill them? Yes. Crisp and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Su Yun fell silent. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl trembled violently. This seemingly gentle college student had actually taken down an entire group of armed men on his own. Still unfazed. But before they could process this shock, the 20 flights of stairs had completely drained their fear. Exhausted. The dead aren't scary. Climbing stairs is what kills you. Finally reached the 20th floor. I suddenly frowned deeply. At the doorstep, 2 sneaky men were loitering. Through telepathy, the aura around them, shiny black, full of hostility. But as soon as the 2 saw Su Yun's police uniform, they immediately acted as if they had seen their own mother. Police, you've finally come to save us. Officer, there's a murderer downstairs. A cannibalistic thug. Go catch them quickly. Su Yun was stunned. Eating human flesh? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses accused passionately. Those scum. Raping, looting, killing, and eating flesh. They're practically demons. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl turned pale. As for Su Yun, she suddenly turned her head to look at me. I see. So it turns out I killed those people because they were beasts. Her heart warmed, and love unexpectedly surfaced in her eyes. This young man, does he have no boundaries? No, his boundaries are clearer than anyone else's. If it weren't for the outsiders present, she would have wanted to rush over and kiss me. Finish talking? Get lost. Don't block my door. I said coldly. The man with gold-rimmed glasses exploded on the spot. Why should we leave? We need police assistance too. This officer should serve everyone. Su Yun's face instantly turned cold. The rioters downstairs have been eliminated. You are safe now. Also, I'm not the one who eliminated them. I'm not here to serve you either. Leave immediately. Her tone was icy. It's not that serving the people is wrong, but the attitude of these 2 men toward me made her feel the urge to kill. What she didn't know was, if she had spoken a second later, my gun would have been pressed against that man's forehead. Suffer losses? In the apocalypse, that word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Dare to linger at my doorstep? Dare to eye my territory with hostility? I'll kill you without a shred of guilt. As a police officer, you're actually protecting your own man. Are you worthy of that uniform? The man with glasses immediately saw through their relationship and took the moral high ground. The man in the suit chimed in. We are taxpayers. It's our money that pays your salary. You must protect us. You must provide us with food and water. This is your duty as a police officer. The air instantly froze. My hand was already on the gun at my waist. The 2 men, who had just been trembling like dogs in front of the thugs, immediately turned aggressive when facing the police, demanding she fulfill her duty, serving them tea and water. Su Yun sneered. Can't mess with the bad guys, but can bully the good ones? Just because the good ones won't shoot? Bang! She suddenly raised the handgun, the dark barrel pressed against the forehead of the man with glasses. You're absolutely right. He is my man. I will protect him, so what? Taxpayers' money? I earn my own salary. None of your business. Say one more word, and I'll send you down right now. This was no longer the diligent and dutiful little police officer from before the apocalypse. In the past few days, she had saved hundreds of people. But what about herself? She couldn't eat enough, couldn't get water, and had narrowly escaped being devoured by monsters several times. She'd had enough. She grew up in an orphanage, with no family and no support. She never dared to fall in love, afraid of separation. But now I saved her. She has decided to rely on me. Even if I killed someone, she never asked why. It wasn't until she heard that the ones killed downstairs were all vile criminals that she finally breathed a sigh of relief, even wanting to rush up and kiss me. Her man is not a bad person, ruthless in his methods, but only kills those who deserve it. Two men were trembling with their legs weak as guns were pointed at them. The man with glasses scrambled and stammered, "We will leave right away." Su-Yun let out a cold snort and lowered her gun. But in my eyes, the black aura around those two was so thick it couldn't dissipate. The seeds of resentment had already been sown. A path to destruction. Ding! The door opened. A stunningly gentle beauty peeked out. "Honey, you're back." Su-Yun. She had just confidently declared, "Shun-Yi is my man." And now a beautiful woman turns around and calls him honey? So awkward it made her toes curl. What made her want to crawl into a hole even more was Su-Wanting squatted down, personally placing the slippers by my feet, exuding extreme gentleness and virtue, and her gaze towards her surprisingly carried not a trace of hostility. Before Su-Yun came, she had rehearsed 800 different catfight scenarios in her mind, but ended up not using a single one. She felt like a rat in a gutter, clearly the mistress, yet still brazenly showed up at the door. "You go in first. I have something to take care of." I dropped a sentence and teleported away. "Those two guys downstairs must die? Sisters, come in. Don't be shy. Make yourselves at home." Su-Wanting gently let the three women into the house. As soon as they entered, Su-Yun and the other two were stunned. On the sofa sat two other beautiful women, clean and tidy, eating fruit and scrolling through their phones. Is this really the apocalypse? In contrast, the three of them looked disheveled, with tangled hair, like three country girls visiting the city. A wave of inferiority surged up instantly. "Why don't you three take a shower first?" "My husband prefers cleanliness," Jiang Nanyin said casually from the sofa. Zhou Wan'er felt a jolt in her heart. "This one is also called husband. What about the other one? Are all the women in this house Shinyi's? He actually keeps three women so fair, tender, and clean." Shocked as she was, what emerged in Zhou Wan'er's heart was envy. Bathing? How much water will that take? Su-Yun frowned. In the apocalypse, water was more precious than life. "It's fine. The bathroom is full of bottled water. Use as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll have my husband bring more," Jiang Nanyin said lightly. As the first wife, she had to establish her authority. Using mineral water to take a bath? Su-Yun and the other two's expressions instantly cracked, until they walked into the bathroom. An entire wall of mineral water, stacked like a supermarket warehouse. Did I just empty out a major chain store? This water, it should be drinkable, right? The long-haired girl asked, trembling. Zhou Wan'er had already unscrewed a bottle, tilting her head back and gulping it down. The first sip of clean water in the apocalypse was so sweet, it almost made her cry. I teleported close to the two men, no nonsense, and shot them both in the head. Their bodies were thrown out the window, clean and efficient. The next second, I was already back in the room. "Honey," Jiang Nanyin and Bai Sini were startled by the sudden figure, then immediately rushed over with joy. Su-Wanting also hurriedly ran out from the kitchen to greet. I glanced at the three women, pure auras, no ulterior motives. Satisfied, I sat on the sofa, took out my phone, opened the navigation app, and searched for my hometown's location. 73 kilometers. With the telepathic ability, the dangers in the black mist can no longer hide. It's time to go back and pick up Grandma and my little sister. I haven't been able to contact my little sister for a few days, but she's smart, and Grandma isn't muddle-headed. Nothing will happen to them in the short term. Ordinary cars can't run on the roads now. At least you'll need a high-powered off-road vehicle, Jiang Nanyin said while massaging my shoulders. I have a friend who's into modified cars and lives in this neighborhood. There are several parked in her garage. We can use her car. This woman is clever, knowing that staying with me is the safest option. I don't care about her little schemes, and simply ask, "Can you get in touch with her?" Can't get in touch, but I know which building she lives in. We can just grab the key. Let's go. I already have a plan to bring my family back and establish a shelter. We can't keep living like homeless people, changing places every day. Besides, Having a shelter makes it easier to recruit more beauties and unlock more system resources. Just as I was thinking, the bathroom door opened. 3 women, freshly cleaned and dressed in pajamas, walked out. I glanced at them a few times, truly worthy of being handpicked by the system. Their looks and figures were top-notch. Before the apocalypse, each of them would have been a goddess. Let's eat first. I waved my hand and took out 10 steaks, several buckets of instant noodles, 3 roasted chickens, and 2 large bottles of cola from the system space. Steak, chicken, so much variety. The 3 newcomers, Su Yun and Zhou Wan'er, swallowed their saliva wildly. Since the apocalypse, they hadn't had a single bite of fresh meat. But strangely, why weren't the others excited? They didn't know that such a feast was already routine for Su Wanting and her group. With me, there's never a shortage of meat. After a hearty meal, I took Jiang Nanyan out and headed straight to Building 13. Honey, her home is on the 15th floor. I activated telepathy, scanning the entire building floor by floor. Suddenly, my brow furrowed. The 18th floor, something's off. That unit actually has its lights on. In the apocalypse, the entire city was pitch black, yet this place actually had electricity. Not only that, the glass was specially made for privacy, the exterior walls reinforced with special materials, the whole floor resembling a steel fortress. Apocalypse shelter. My eyes lit up. I saw it in videos before, where rich second-generation heirs spend billions to build doomsday villas. I've fantasized about it too, but that's a game for the wealthy. But now, a ready-made doomsday shelter is right in front of me. It has electricity, strong privacy, and high defense. Perfect. I like it. It will be mine soon. Honey, I forgot the password. Jiang Nanyan tried a few times at the door, all wrong. I grabbed her and teleported straight into the building. At the same time, 18th floor. Behind the privacy glass, a tall figure stood by the window, holding a snow-white fox in their arms. Her blood-red pupils seemed to pierce through the black mist, staring fixedly at the spot where I disappeared. For a long time, her red lips parted slightly, uttering 5 words. Spatial ability user. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Morong Shui suddenly stood up from the sofa, her pupils contracting sharply. She was a reborn. In her previous life, the apocalypse descended, and she was completely unprepared, starving 9 meals in 3 days, hunted by male neighbors, struggling to survive for half a year, only to be devoured along with the city by a sky-swallowing giant tree. The moment before her death, she was filled with unwillingness. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to 1 month before the apocalypse. In this life, she prepared like crazy, selling off the company, liquidating all her properties, and pouring money into transforming her large flat, solar panels, generators, an armory, a mountain of food, an entertainment room. Everything was there. Her parents called her crazy and cut ties with her. Her best friends laughed at her foolishness and distanced themselves from her. She sneered coldly. Those very best friends in her past life had betrayed her and nearly caused her death. So on the first day of the apocalypse, she lured those scumbags to her place and personally ended them one by one. Killing? She had long been used to it. She also knew the locations of all the opportunities. The spirit white fox in her arms can save her life at critical moments. Supernatural fruit. She had already consumed the one from her previous life, reawakening her clairvoyance ability. She had also stockpiled a bunch of non-mutated plants, waiting for them to bear more fruit. The plan is perfect. Stay at home, eat, drink, have fun, level up abilities, and run away before the giant tree devours the city once strong enough. But now, at this point in time, how could a spatial ability user appear in our neighborhood? A trace of crimson flickered in her pupils. Her X-ray vision ability told her someone was spying on her. Is it because I was reborn that triggered the butterfly effect? She tightly held the white fox in her arms, her voice lowered to a whisper. Xiao Bai, get ready for battle. If that guy dares to step through the door, make sure he never leaves. But she was not panicked. The spatial type might be tricky, but it's only the first day of the apocalypse. That guy has probably just awakened and doesn't even understand his own abilities yet. And her? A reborn individual with experience, weapons, traps, and abilities. Teleportation, this kind of spatial ability, leaves you panting like a dog after just 2 uses. How many lives does he have to waste against me? Morong Shue's lips slowly curved into a smile. The advantage is mine. 15th floor, Xin Yi's room. This woman's white fox in her arms hasn't mutated? Interesting. I sat cross-legged on the sofa, closed my eyes, and activated telepathy. The entire 18th floor penthouse appeared vividly in my mind. Stacks of rice, flour, and oil, cans, drinks, red wine. TSK, all of it is mine. Recreation room? Solar panels? Even the entrance is rigged with crossbow traps? A hardcore doomsday enthusiast, huh? This house is professionally modified. Greed flashed in my eyes. With this house and its supplies, it's enough for one person to live comfortably for a year in the apocalypse. And just as I locked onto my target the next second, ding, system triggered. I slowly opened my eyes, a smile forming at the corner of my mouth. Sis, thank you for the supplies. Ding. System scanning. Target, Morong Shue, 32 years old. Appearance, 98 figure, 97 inner quality, 100 pure and flawless. Overall score, 98 points, supernatural level goddess. My eyes lit up. Cool. So cool. Went out once, not only picked up a top-tier shelter, but also got a goddess who can unlock system rewards for free. Must secure this. Honey, I found the car keys. Jiang Nanyan walked out of the bedroom. Let's go home. I withdrew my telepathy. Today, I'll go back and unlock Zhou Wanner's reward first. Tomorrow, after picking up my family, I'll come back to claim this Morong Shue. Anyway, this deluxe shelter is right here. She can't escape. I wrapped my arm around Jiang Nanyan and teleported away. 18th floor. The feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared. Morong Shue let out a soft sigh of relief, but her expression grew even more serious. Just a few days into the apocalypse, and I've already encountered 2 espers. The butterfly effect is terrifying. She held the white fox in her arms and murmured to herself, I must pretend to be an ordinary person, or else if I change too much, the advantage of my past life's memories will be completely lost. She opened the notebook on the table. It was densely filled with notes, major events about to happen in the future, the most lethal mutated creatures in each region, and rows of names of powerful ability users who were renowned in her past life. And at the very top, the name heavily circled in red. It was a perverse level existence she had witnessed with her own eyes before her rebirth. No, not just perverse. Morong Shue dared to assert. Even if that terrifying giant tree capable of destroying the entire mountain city descended, it still couldn't kill this woman, because her ability had already surpassed the bounds of logic. Unfortunately, after my rebirth, I searched for a whole month, but she was nowhere to be found in the city. Morong Shue sighed. But it's okay. As long as she doesn't mess with the timeline, in 2 months, this person will appear at Mountain City University. At that time, rely on the memories of the previous life to approach her actively and become her friend. Morong Shue deeply remembered that name. Shinsu. On the other side, I took Jiang Nanyan back home. I announced that I would go out tomorrow to pick up my family. Su Wanting, Bai Sini, and Su Yun couldn't sit still. Each of them wanted to come along. None of you can go, I rejected outright. There are risks on the road, and too many people would be a burden. In the end, I only took Jiang Nanyan, smart, can drive, and useful. As for Su Yun, she's the strongest in combat and can use a gun, so she must stay to guard the house. After all, those 2 men were lingering at the door yesterday. Someone in this building has already set their sights on my home. Honey, it's over 70 kilometers, you must be careful. Su Wanting urged with reddened eyes. The women all gave their reminders, except for Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl Lu Yia, who kept their heads down and didn't dare to speak. They weren't considered one of us yet. I nodded, and my gaze suddenly fell on Zhou Wanner. Tonight, you'll sleep in the same room with me. The others can arrange themselves, but leave one room empty. I need it tomorrow. Boom. Zhou Wanner instantly blushed to the tips of her ears, so embarrassed that she didn't dare to lift her head. In front of so many women, I just go straight to the point like this? But strangely, none of the other women seemed upset. Instead, a trace of shyness and envy appeared in their eyes. They were as clear as a mirror in their hearts. They knew bringing Zhou Wanner back was definitely not an act of charity. If Zhou Wanner can enjoy the same protection as them without contributing anything, they will truly feel unbalanced. It is not the lack, but the inequality that people resent. Such is human nature. Nanyan, share a room with me. I have something to tell you. Su Wanting pulled Jiang Nanyan aside, her former close friend, with whom her relationship had recently warmed up, perfect for a private chat. Bai Sini hesitated for a moment and looked at Su Yun. Officer Su, would you mind sharing a room with me? Sister Bai, just call me Su Yun. Calling me officer feels too strange. Su Yun quickly waved her hand. After all, this kind of address only feels meaningful when I call it in bed. The two went into the room to have a private conversation. The apartment had 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with just 1 vacant room left, along with one other person, Lu Yaya, the only long-haired girl who hadn't been certified by the system. I didn't drive her away, out of consideration for Zhou Wanner and Su Yun. I don't mind providing a few extra days of meals. But a boundary is a boundary. There's no room for her in this house. Lu Yaya was also very perceptive and spent the night on the sofa without a word, even though it was just a sofa. But compared to the man-eating apocalypse outside, it was already heaven. The next morning, after having breakfast, I left half a day's rations and instructed the women. No matter what, you must not go outside. There are mutated monsters out there that even I can't handle. The women turned pale with fright and nodded obediently. I brought Jiang Nanyan, activated telepathy, teleported past hidden dangers, and headed straight for the underground garage. A few minutes later, we found the garage of Jiang Nanyan's friend. Damn, 2 heavily modified off-road vehicles and a customized red sports car, any one of them worth tens of millions. This friend is really rich. I grinned, but now it's all mine. I decisively chose the heavily modified Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Aluminum alloy body, rebuilt engine, even the seats had been replaced. The tank was full. Perfect. Let's go. I slammed on the gas pedal, sped out of the neighborhood, and straight onto the main road. The road was filled with black cracks and wildly growing mutant plants. But with a 360-degree God's eye view, I wasn't panicked at all. Feels amazing. The speed soared to 120, swerving left and right, charging recklessly. Jiang Nanyan's face turned pale. She regretted it. This Shin Yi, usually such a steady person, why does he drive so recklessly? The black fog is so thick, and there are cracks on the road. What if they fall? But it's strange. No matter how fast I drive, I can precisely avoid every obstacle and every crack. Even an abandoned car that suddenly appears, I bypass it as if I knew it was coming in advance. Jiang Nanyan's pupils trembled. Once or twice could be a coincidence, but avoiding every time in advance, that means. She suddenly looked at me, her beautiful eyes lighting up. He can see through the black mist. This is his new ability. The heart was pounding. Excitement. Anticipation. If I truly mastered the method to acquire abilities, then she is the most likely person to awaken next. After all, she is the only woman I have credited with merit so far. Jiang Nanyan took a deep breath, her eyes shimmering as she looked at me. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse and almost ran into a wall in excitement. A cold and aloof wealthy heiress throwing me a flirtatious glance. This is amazing. Fortunately, I have a God's eye view. I can drive with my eyes closed. Bringing Jiang Nanyan along was a freaking genius decision. I chuckled and floored the gas pedal. 3 hours later, the car slowly drove into a remote village entrance. There were quite a few small troubles along the way. Mutant beasts chased after the car, and some even blocked the road ahead. I didn't hold back at all, stepped on the gas, and sent them all flying. Stop the car? Dream on. Who knows what kind of mutant creatures might appear if you stop in the wild. Finally, I arrived. My hometown, Xinjia Village. But the scene before me made my heart tighten. The once lively village was now eerily silent. No smoke from cooking fires, no voices, only the chirping of insects. Wild grass had grown rampant at the edge of the village, some reaching 2 or 3 meters high. I slowly drove the car to my doorstep. A quick telepathic scan. The only threat nearby was a mutated big yellow dog lying in the neighbor's yard. Stay in the car. Unless it's me, don't come out no matter who calls you. Okay. Jiang Nanyan nodded vigorously. I teleported and disappeared, heading straight for the cellar in my backyard. If Grandma and my little sister are still alive, they must be hiding there. In the car, Jiang Nanyan quickly rolled down the window for ventilation, her cheeks slightly flushed. What I learned online really works. At this rate, I'll definitely be the first to gain superpowers. She quickly tidied up her clothes and adjusted her state. The next second, she would meet my family. This was her first time meeting the parents in her life. Nervousness, unease, and anticipation intertwined. She wondered if my grandmother and sister would like her. At the same time, I teleported into the cellar. Under the dim firelight, I saw my younger sister Shun-Su roasting potatoes and my grandmother, who was over 60. Grandma, am I hallucinating from the smoke? I saw my brother come back. Shun-Su rubbed her eyes, her voice trembling. Impossible. My brother isn't this handsome. But before she could finish speaking, tears were already welling up in her eyes. Grandma looked up and froze completely. That grandson had grown taller, his skin was fairer, his whole being transformed, like a completely different person. Xiaoyi, is it really you? Grandma, it's me. As soon as I spoke, Shun-Su could no longer hold back. With a bang, she threw herself into my arms, tears streaming down like a flood. Big brother, you finally came back, damn it. She had already lost count of how many days it had been since the black mist descended. Her phone had long run out of battery, and there was no way to contact me. If it weren't for Grandma stopping her, she would have rushed out of the village to find me. Grandma's old eyes were filled with tears as she kept repeating, "It's good you're back. It's good you're back." The warmth hadn't lasted for a few seconds before Shun-Su started touching me all over. Brother, how did you get so handsome? And abs? Let me feel them. Brother, how did you get back? Aren't the buses out of service? I drove back. I ruffled her hair. Driving? You bought a car. What kind of car? Shun-Su's eyes lit up instantly. This girl is still living in the pre-apocalypse world. What she doesn't know is that the world outside has long changed. Cars are everywhere, free for the taking. Who would still spend money to buy one? But I didn't say anything. Why make my family worry more? Here, have something to eat first. Grandma peeled the roasted potato and handed it over. Wow, Grandma, you're playing favorites. That was my roasted potato. I didn't even get this kind of treatment. Shun-Su pouted and whined. After some laughter and teasing, I suddenly raised my hand. Whoosh! 2 deluxe self-heating hot pots, a steaming roasted chicken, and a few bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air on the table. What the asterisk? Bro, you know magic? Shun-Su's jaw almost dropped. Grandma had lived most of her life and was seeing such a miracle for the first time. I calmly said, "The apocalypse gave me a cheat. I've awakened an ability to conjure food. From now on, our family won't have to worry about food and drink." Grandma started crying again. Shun-Su screamed directly, "My big bro is awesome." System prompt. God is successfully taken in, unlocking supplies. Deluxe self-heating hot pot. Stored in space times N. The meat rolls, seafood, and vegetables in the hot pot are as fresh as if they were just picked, easily worth hundreds of dollars outside. While Grandma and my sister were eating, I quietly slipped out the door, swiftly dealt with the mutated yellow dog next door, and threw the corpse far away, so as not to scare my family. After eating my fill, I officially announced, "Pack up, we're heading into the city." In the apocalypse, the countryside is even more dangerous than the city. The vegetation has mutated, and who knows what might crawl out the next second. Wait, let me go in and grab the bedding. No need. I quickly stopped her. Everything's been replaced with new ones. Just bring some valuable jewelry. Although Grandma was from the older generation, she was reasonable and nodded before heading inside. At that moment, Shun-Su suddenly leaned toward my ear sneakily and lowered her voice. Brother, actually, I awakened a superpower too. What? My pupils dilated in shock. The second superhuman I've encountered since the apocalypse turns out to be my own younger sister. A couple of days ago, I secretly left the cellar to charge my phone. While passing through the yard, I saw a glowing, colorful fruit growing in the bushes. It smelled amazing. I couldn't resist and ate it. And then, I gained a superpower. Glowing colorful fruits? Emitting fragrance? I raised an eyebrow. This is completely different from the 3 ability fruits I've eaten before. Su, my voice deepened. What exactly is the ability you've awakened? Shun-Su excitedly jumped in front of me, her little face flushed, her eyes shining like 2 stars. I can run. 10 times faster than a 100-meter champion. And I feel this isn't even my limit. If I go all out, I can run like the Flash. My pupils contracted sharply. The Flash. It's only been 3 days since the apocalypse began, and my little sister has already awakened a speed-based superpower. From now on, you can just relax, bro. I've got you covered. Shinsu proudly raised her little head. I rubbed her hair with a complicated expression. Yet another brand new ability. Indeed, different fruits correspond to different powers. But Shinsu's face suddenly fell. Whenever I run, I get so exhausted and unbearably thirsty that I don't dare go all out. I'm afraid I'll just collapse and die. My heart trembled. Physical strength can't keep up with the superpower. It's like holding a nuclear weapon without a launch button. To break the deadlock, there are only 2 paths. Either find the legendary body evolution fruit, or swallow 7 or 8 of the same type of speed fruits to forcibly upgrade the superpower. Each one is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Your ability must never be revealed to anyone, I said in a low voice. I know. I'm not stupid. Shinsu made a funny face. If bad people find out, I'll be caught and dissected for research. If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't have told you. Your brother will definitely help you solve the stamina problem. Really? Shinsu's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, let's take a gamble. Grandma came out carrying a small bag. The 3 headed toward the car. However, a group of neighborhood elders had already gathered around the car, their eyes gleaming as they sized up the luxury vehicle. Grandma-shun, this car looks amazing. Is this your relative from the city? Grandma smiled and deliberately pulled me over, proudly introducing. This is my grandson. My grandson bought this car himself. Only then did the neighbors recognize me, immediately putting on a warm and friendly smile. Shinwazi, are you going back to the city? Take my grandson with you. The city is safe. Bring my family of 3 too. Squeezing in will be fine. Your father cared so much for me when he was alive. You can't forget your roots. Chattering endlessly, all about taking. Shinsu's little face completely darkened. These people usually love taking advantage, and now that the apocalypse has come, they still want to use my brother's life to curry favor? Grandma's face also turned grim. I said coldly, there's no room in the car. I pushed through the crowd and let Grandma and my little sister get in the car. But a man holding a child squeezed over and refused to leave. There's still space in the back. I even held you when you were little. We're from the same village. We should help each other. Get lost. My gaze turned cold as I pushed him away and started the engine. The man froze for a second, then pointed at the car and started cursing. Ingrate. Heartless thing. Driving a lousy car and already acting cocky. In the face of the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature is laid bare. My gaze turned cold, and my hand had already reached for the gun at my waist. At that moment, danger alert. My telepathy suddenly exploded. In the grass 200 meters away, a dense and overwhelming black killing intent was rapidly approaching. A mutated giant snake over 10 meters long. My pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, I shifted into reverse and floored the gas pedal. The car roared as it reversed and sped out. Behind, the cursing villagers were still hurling insults, completely unaware of the blood-red snake, eyes lurking in the grass. Hiss! The giant serpent struck. Its massive maw, larger than a human, swallowed the man who was cursing the loudest along with his child in one gulp, crunching and swallowing them whole. A giant serpent. It's a monster. Screams echoed throughout the entire village. Green poisonous mist spewed from the serpent's mouth, instantly engulfing all the villagers. The screams grew more and more harrowing, then weaker and weaker. In the rearview mirror, my face was expressionless. I didn't witness that massacre, but I can imagine it. That mutated giant serpent, its mere presence made me, someone awakened with abilities, feel suffocated. I wasn't confident I could win. The mountain village is 10 times more dangerous than the city. However, the atmosphere inside the car was even more terrifying than that giant serpent. Because the moment the younger sister, Shinsu, got into the car and saw the stunning beauty in the passenger seat, the smile on her face completely disappeared. Hello, Grandma. Hello, little sister. My name is Jiang Nanyan, and I am Shunyi's girlfriend. Jiang Nanyan's palms were covered in sweat. She knew better than anyone. She wasn't the only woman by my side. If Grandma didn't like her today, her place in my heart would be over. Oh my, you're Xiao Yi's girlfriend? Such a beautiful young lady. Grandma was stunned for a second. Then her face lit up with a kind smile. Jiang Ninian almost jumped up. It's done. Grandma has acknowledged me. I am officially the legitimate wife recognized by the Shun family. She turned her head to look at the delicate little girl who resembled a doll, holding her breath in amazement. Is this my sister? She will definitely grow up to be a stunning beauty. Hello, sister, what's your name? Humph. Shinsu turned her head and looked out the window, completely ignoring her. The atmosphere in the car instantly froze. Jiang Nanyan was so embarrassed she wanted to dig her toes into the ground. I pressed the gas pedal with a blank expression, too lazy to help her out. In my heart, my sister is more important than any woman in this world. As for why my sister is unhappy? She's a brother complex, after all. After driving for over an hour, I stopped the car to take care of a biological need. Brother, wait for me. Shinsu chased after the car. Just as he zipped up, a pitiful voice from his sister came from behind. Stupid brother. When did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? Shinsu puffed out her cheeks and walked out of the black mist, her eyes instantly turning red, looking as pitiful as an abandoned kitten. Brother, can you break up with her? I frowned and lowered my voice. Susu, stop it. Shinsu was startled by this tone. No matter how much her brother spoiled her usually, whenever he showed this expression, it meant he was serious. I understand. I paused for a moment and threw out a depth charge. By the way, there are a few women at home. When we go back, help me keep it from Grandma. What? Shinsu turned to stone on the spot. What? Several women. She thought such melodramatic plots only existed in novels, yet they were really happening to her own brother? The whole time, the young girl was in a state of shock, questioning her life. She stole a glance at Jiang Nanyan in the co-pilot's seat. Such a beautiful, wealthy young lady. Why on earth would she be willing to share the same man with her plain, ordinary brother? Could it be because of that damned black fog outside? But the moment the car drove into the mountain city, Shinsu's world completely collapsed. The once brightly lit metropolis with a population of 30 million. The streets were deserted. A series of piercing, tragic screams echoed from the black mist. Mutated monsters lunged at the car windows from the thick fog, slamming against them with loud bangs. Shinsu's face was deathly pale, her voice trembling. Is this the end of the world? Where are the police officers? Where are the soldiers? Why is no one coming to save us? Jiang Nanyan spoke in a low voice, her tone as cold as ice. Sister, there is no rescue. Even the country can't save us. Shinsu's pupils suddenly contracted. Even Lianshan City has fallen. Even the country can no longer manage. We really can only rely on ourselves to survive. I gripped the steering wheel, my gaze unwavering. My telepathy had already scanned the entire city. Millions of survivors are still struggling to survive in the black mist. And this apocalypse has only just begun. The car slowly drove into the residential area and stopped under Building 13. That apocalypse enthusiast Murong Shui is living in this building. I used teleportation to place my 7-year-old grandmother and little sister into the 15th floor, an empty apartment belonging to Jiang Nanyan's friend. The owner's fate was unknown, and the apartment would remain vacant otherwise. Grandma, I live in the building next door. Call me if anything happens. But brother, my phone is out of battery, my little sister Shunsu said softly. She actually wanted to stay with me, but was worried about leaving Grandma alone. I took out several power banks from the system space and left enough water and food for 3 to 4 days. Don't go downstairs, just throw the trash out the window. The neighbors in the building are all out of food now. No one cares about principles anymore. I teleported back to the garage. Honey, Jiang Nanyan's face was grim. The internet is down, and the phone won't connect either. The last thread to contact my parents was severed. I was silent for a moment. Let's go home first. I had just sat down for a few minutes when it suddenly hit me. Chu Xiao from 1501. The knife wound on her leg. I promised to change her dressing in the morning. Using teleportation repeatedly, I started to gasp for breath. I need to find a way to upgrade teleportation and reduce the energy consumption. I took out a handful of ability fruits and crunched through hundreds of them. Ding! Telepathy upgraded to LV7. Perception range, 1,000 meters around you. Ignores any obstacles. 1 kilometer. The moment I started, my perspective instantly elevated, as if suspended in the clouds, overlooking the entire neighborhood. Morong Shui from Building 13, the women from Building 6, the survivors cautiously moving through the black mist outside the neighborhood. Everything was in full view. As long as I focused, I could even see a single insect clearly. Level 7 covers 1 kilometer. What about level 10? 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers. My breathing became heavier. This is like having a cheat code with divine foresight. Anyone who tries to plot against me, I'll see through them first. Anyone I want to plot against won't even know how they died. The warehouse is piled with over 200,000 fruits. There's absolutely no shortage. Prince Charming, you're here. A voice full of surprise came from behind, and Chu Xiaoxiao hobbled out of the bedroom. All right, take off your pants. I'll change your dressing. Meanwhile, 18th floor, room 1801. Morong Shui held a crossbow, her eyes scanning the room in terror. Just now, at the very moment she was about to take a shower, that feeling of being watched came back again. It's that spatial ability user from yesterday. He's here again. She searched every corner but couldn't find any trace of an intruder. That gaze had already disappeared. Morong Shui's face was ashen. As a reborn individual, she knew better than anyone. The emergence of ability users shouldn't have occurred in the early days of the apocalypse. She dared to use electricity and light recklessly, betting on this time gap. But now, an ability user had already targeted her twice. No, the traps must be doubled. My ability level must be immediately raised to level 2. Having been reborn with great difficulty, she would never die a second time. She went crazy, starting to set up one deadly trap after another in the room. With enough traps, even an ability user can die here. I would never have known that just one glance from me completely disrupted Morong Shui's entire life plan. This meticulous woman was even forced to advance her schedule for upgrading her abilities. But I couldn't care less. At this moment, I am squatting by Chu Xiaoxiao's bedside, personally changing her bandages. After some casual chatting, I learned that this girl, who lives in a $7 million luxury apartment, is actually a top-tier streamer in Billy's anime section. And she bought the apartment herself with a loan. The only good thing about the apocalypse is that we no longer have to pay off the mortgage. Chu Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. I originally wanted to unlock her supplies immediately, but seeing the wound on her legs still oozing blood, I forcibly held back. We need to get medicine from the hospital. Even better, bring back a doctor. On the way home, I had already made up my mind. Tomorrow, raid the Mountain City University affiliated hospital. The place is fully stocked with medicines and even capable of performing surgeries. By the way, I'll use my level 7 telepathy, my god's perspective, within a 1 kilometer radius to search for ability fruits. The longer the apocalypse lasts, the more ability users there are, and the fiercer the competition for the fruits becomes. You can guard against a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't prevent theft for 1,000 days. That mutated black spider lurking near the neighborhood must be eliminated. Night. Power and internet were out, and everyone went to bed early. Tonight, my companion is Su Wanting. This once arrogant and haughty heiress has changed completely over the past few days, learning to cook from Bicini, voluntarily teaching the other women how to serve me, and obeying my every word. A battle ended. I handed her a colorful fruit. Eat it, and you'll gain superpowers. Good. Su Wanting swallowed it without even asking. This unquestioning trust makes me extremely satisfied. Through the system, I saw a pure, jade-like aura emanating from her, whiter than the mist of Jiangnan. This means her loyalty to me has now matched Su Yan's. The fruit has taken effect. Open your eyes and focus. The next second, Su Wanting exclaimed in surprise. She could actually view the entire room in 360 degrees, even see through walls. Amazing. She excitedly threw herself into my arms. What she didn't know was that it usually takes ordinary people several days to explore their abilities, but with the system, I could fully develop hers in just a few minutes. This was the truly terrifying part. Living room. Lu Yaya tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She had carefully put on the daring lingerie she had never dared to wear before, betting that tonight would be her turn. In the end, I didn't want her. Why? Do you despise me? Panic instantly overwhelmed her. If she were not accepted by me, she would be driven out of this last refuge in the apocalypse and wouldn't survive for more than 3 days. She curled up in the blanket, sleepless all night. The second day, 9 o'clock. I, who always wake up at 6, unprecedentedly lazed around until the sun was high in the sky. Time to upgrade my physical evolution level. I rubbed my waist and popped a supernatural fruit into my mouth, instantly feeling fully recharged. Munching on the fruit feels amazing, and it even upgrades my abilities, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After breakfast, I went out, destination, the affiliated hospital. Meanwhile, at home, Su Wanning was showing off her newly acquired superpower. Su Yun was astonished, while Jiang Nanyin was jealous. Why her? I should have been the first. Little green Zhou Wanner's eyes darted around, and no one could guess what she was scheming in her mind. A supernatural fruit stirred the undercurrents of the entire mansion. Outside the affiliated hospital, the smell of blood. A 3-meter-long mutated golden retriever, as heavy as an adult tiger, with crimson pupils, blood-dripping fangs, and a frenzied roar. Its opponent was a tall and valiant policewoman. Wang Jiqiang, go into the hospital and find the medicine. I'll hold it off. Got it. The male police officer sprinted away. The mutated golden retriever immediately pounced on the fleeing prey. Bang! Policewoman Qin Xiang swung a punch, sending the 3-meter giant dog flying several meters. But the monster's skin was tough and thick. It roared angrily and lunged again. Qin Xiang's expression remained unchanged as the pistol at her waist was instantly drawn. Bang! 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 4 bullets pierced straight through the dog's head in quick succession. The giant dog crashed heavily to the ground, its eyes wide open, unwilling to believe even in death. Humans actually use guns. This is impossible. Qin Xiang changed the magazine, kicked the dog's head to confirm it was completely dead, and finally let out a long breath. But just as she turned to walk toward the hospital entrance, from the thick fog behind her, there suddenly came a series of hair-raising. Sha sha sha. Shoo shoo shoo. The eerie sound made Qin Xiang suddenly turn her head. In the next second, her pupils contracted sharply. From the black mist, a mutated cockroach the size of a palm flew out. No, it's a swarm. Countless of them. At least hundreds. They flapped their wings, emitting a hair-raising screech. Some pounced on the corpse of the mutated golden retriever on the ground, devouring it frantically, while the others headed straight for Qin Xiang. Shit. As a policewoman, Qin Xiang had seen blood and killed zombies. But at this moment, looking at this dense and disgusting swarm, her stomach churned violently. She raised her gun, stepped back, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Every shot hit the head, never missing. But the next second, she froze completely. The corpse of the mutated cockroach she had shot in the head oozed yellow pus, and with a pop, it split open. A dozen small cockroaches crawled out from its innards, swarming toward her. Impossible. Qin Xiang's face turned deathly pale. Kill one, and it doesn't hatch. This is a damn, endlessly respawning monster. She turned and ran, rushing into the hospital and locking the door behind her. But outside the glass door, the swarm of cockroaches frantically slammed against it, countless tiny cockroaches squeezing through the cracks. She stomped one to death with her foot, then another, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. If she didn't deal with this swarm, she and her teammates were doomed today. It might even implicate the survivors in the hospital. Tisk, disgusting. On the other side of the hospital, I activated telepathy, and the god's perspective took everything in at a glance. The female police officer who punched a 3-meter-long mutated golden retriever into the air made me narrow my eyes. 115 pounds of body weight. That kind of explosive power? An Esper. The next second, the system notification sound rang out. Ding. A qualified goddess has been detected. Name: Qin Xiang. Age: 29. Appearance: 93. Figure: 96. Inner quality: 100. Chaste. Overall rating: 95 points. Shelter reward: 1 random supply item. I raised an eyebrow. A female cop with a face covered in mud and disheveled hair. Turns out to have goddess-level looks? Survive first, then talk. I didn't linger, teleporting into the hospital warehouse and starting a frenzied looting spree. Medicines, take them all. Medical equipment, pack it all up. I've almost stripped the hospital down to its bare ground. Unfortunately, there's not a single doctor in the entire building. Another day, I'll try my luck at the city hospital. Leaving the hospital, I once again focused on the policewoman. A quick scan with telepathy. Qin Xiang and another male officer actually took the initiative to lure hundreds of mutated cockroaches out of the hospital, sprinting wildly in the black mist. Are they afraid of implicating the people in the hospital? I sneered. In the apocalypse, there are still such selfless saints? However, it's kind of interesting. I nibbled on the psychic fruit and followed from a distance. As long as it's within a kilometer, telepathy can lock onto her position. Following while searching for psychic fruits. These things are absurdly rare. I leveled up from level 1 to level 2, consuming nearly 10 of them. To reach level 3, it doubled. Ordinary people without a system, reaching level 2 would already make them a genius. I was just sighing with emotion. Suddenly, a scene caught in God's perspective made my pupils contract. On the path the policewoman must take, a dozen ordinary people wielding weapons were besieging 2 mutated stray cats. The man leading the group was holding a pistol in his hand. Risking this for meat? I thought it was so. But when I zoomed in the grass behind the mutated cat, there were actually 2 colorful fruits growing. Ability fruits. And there are 2 of them. My breath caught. The purpose of this group is far from simple. The apocalypse descends, black mist shrouding the city. I hide in the shadows, my pupils suddenly constricting. God's perspective activated. A dozen or so people wielding weapons are besieging a mutated stray cat. Among them, a young woman unexpectedly hurls a fireball out of thin air. An Esper. I instantly understood. This group of people is here for the ability fruit. Since I've stumbled upon this, I sneered, silently approaching. Then this fruit is mine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the black mist, policewoman Qin Xiang and her partner Wang Jiqiang had just shaken off a swarm of mutant cockroaches when they heard the sounds of a fight ahead, accompanied by the pungent smell of blood. Watch out! Qin Xiang drew her gun and loaded it. Captain Qin, those are sounds of a fight. Could it be survivors being attacked by mutant animals? Wang Jiqiang's blood surged with excitement. We have to save them. As police officers, they had already rescued batch after batch of ordinary people. Today, they had come to the hospital to find anti-inflammatory medicine for a severely injured woman. Bang! The gunshot exploded. They actually have guns. The 2 exchanged glances, their pupils contracting sharply. But Wang Jiqiang's heart stirred. Could it be the missing colleagues? The 2 pressed against the wall, slowly approaching. Who's there? Come out. They had been discovered. A dozen blades and guns were all aimed at them. But the next second, everyone saw the police uniform. The hostility instantly vanished. Even more bizarre, someone started trembling. Qin Xiang's heart sank. Something's wrong. Ordinary people seek help from the police, not fear them. This group definitely has blood debts. I quietly unlocked the safety. Wang Jiqiang, however, relaxed his guard and stepped forward with a smile. Don't be afraid. We're from the Xiaxia Criminal Police Unit, here to rescue. Bang! A gunshot pierced through the black mist. A blood flower bloomed on Wang Jiqiang's chest. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at his blood-soaked police uniform, and slowly knelt down. Bastard! Qin Xiang roared, frantically pulling the trigger in the direction of the sneak attack. Bang! 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 But all the bullets missed. The gunman in the black mist was too cunning, retreating after every shot. The moment the magazine was emptied, a roar came from deep within the black mist. Shit! What the hell are you all standing around for? Kill this bitch. If she escapes, who's going to take responsibility for the lives on your hands? Yeah, kill her. This close, knives are faster than guns. Go. A group of desperados, eyes bloodshot, brandishing kitchen knives and iron rods, charged at Qin Xiang from all directions. She quickly replaced the magazine. Bang! The man at the front had his cheek pierced by a bullet and collapsed on the spot. The others froze in fear. Qin Xiang did not linger in the fight and immediately darted behind the wall. The gunman in the black mist was still watching her. She glanced at Wang Jiqiang in the distance, who was coughing up blood, her knuckles clenched white. Beast! Firing without saying a word. She counted the bullets in the magazine. Only 4 left. If she didn't take care of the leader hiding in the shadows, she was as good as dead. Must kill him first. Jiqiang, hold on. She gritted her teeth and darted into the black mist. When the desperados mustered the courage to charge forward, there was already no one behind the wall. Boss. She ran away. In the depths of the black mist, the middle-aged man, brotherly, exchanged a glance with the young female esper. The woman's gaze was sinister. We must chase her. If she goes back to get reinforcements, we're all dead. Brotherly sneered coldly. Since we've started, we see it through to the end. He roared forward fiercely. Chase her down, all of you. I'll cover the rear. If that bitch dares to show her face, I'll blow her head off with one shot. Black mist surged, murderous intent everywhere. And in the deeper shadows, the corners of my mouth slowly curled up. The apocalypse arrived. Black mist shrouded the city. Visibility was zero. Danger lurked everywhere. In the black mist, a slender figure held her breath. Female Detective Qin Xiang. Her colleague had just fallen in a pool of blood, and the killer was hiding deep within this dense fog. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Her ears twitched slightly, locked on. Bro, could that wretched woman be hiding in the mist? A whisper came from within the fog. Don't worry, following me is perfectly safe. The middle-aged man sneered, raised his gun, and aimed at the male police officer on the ground who was still gasping for air. Another shot. Damn it, making you cops chase me. He didn't know that every word he spoke, every bullet he fired, was digging his own grave. A dozen meters away, Qin Xiang raised her gun. She located the target by sound. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots, 2 screams of agony. She silently crept over. One man and one woman lay on the ground. The man had 2 bloody holes in his chest. It was none other than the long-wanted murderer Li Batian. So it was you. She delivered a kick, ending his life. Turning her head to look at the woman still pretending to be dead. Only 1 bullet left. She drew her dagger, ready to finish her off. At that very moment, the woman suddenly flipped up, flames surging from her hands. An esper. Flames licked toward her face. Qin Xiang sidestepped in a flash, narrowly avoiding them. A few tongues of fire grazed her skin, leaving scorch marks. I'm here. Come quickly, the woman roared in all directions. The sound of the bandits' footsteps surged from all sides. Qin Xiang's eyes turned cold. A dagger flew from her hand. A precise strike through the throat. Blood spurted, the flames extinguished. The next second, the bandits closed in. Bang! The first one fell to the ground. Immediately, she took a swift step forward, delivering a kick that shattered the second person's chest. With a crunching sound, the person's chest cavity collapsed, and they flew 10 meters away like a broken kite, dying instantly. One kick killed a living person. The remaining bandits' pupils contracted sharply. The boss is dead. The big sister with superpowers is dead. This policewoman, is she even human? Retreat. The bandits dropped their weapons and turned to flee in panic into the black mist. Qin Xiang gritted her teeth. If she hadn't run out of bullets, not a single one of them would have escaped. She quickly rushed to her fallen colleague, Wang Jiqiang. Shot in the head, he was no longer breathing. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The entire criminal investigation team was likely down to just her. But she couldn't die. There were still too many survivors waiting for her. She silently picked up Wang Jiqiang's service pistol and bullets, then searched Li Batian's body. This is a police-issued handgun. She frowned. Did other colleagues die at the hands of these beasts? No time to think further. The smell of blood was too strong, and mutated creatures could be drawn here at any moment. She was about to bury her fallen comrades' bodies. Suddenly, the ears twitched, a faint sound of footsteps from the depths of the black mist. The sound appeared eerily, as if materializing out of thin air. Who's there? The dagger was raised, killing intent surging. Relax, I'm not one of them. A deep, magnetic male voice sounded. The mist parted, and a handsome man walked out slowly. I had just watched the entire scene from a god's perspective. The female cop turning the tables in a desperate situation, taking on multiple opponents, and even defeating superpowered individuals. Strong. Incredibly strong. I silently calculated. If it came to a direct confrontation, I might not be a match for this woman. But I had no choice but to reveal myself. Because those 2 supernatural fruits capable of altering fate were lying in the pocket of that female esper. and she hadn't had time to eat it yet. The gun was already loaded. "Who are you?" Qin Xiang shouted angrily, her index finger on the trigger. A female corpse lay on the ground, the robber she had just shot dead. And the next second, I appeared. What a coincidence. So coincidental it's eerie. "My name is Shun Yi." I was eerily calm and pointed at the corpse. "She took my things. I came to take them back." Qin Xiang's pupils contracted, but she glanced over. Her opponent was unarmed. "Take it yourself." "Step back 3 steps." I nodded, stepped forward slowly, and took out 2 ability fruits from the woman's pocket. I deliberately made sure Qin Xiang saw them clearly. This was a life-risking test. If she is an Esper, she will surely recognize it. If greed arises in her, I am ready to teleport away at any moment. Qin Xiang's pupils suddenly trembled. She recognized it. She had eaten it herself, but she did not make a move. I felt a sense of relief and took out 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the space, placing them on the ground. "Thank you for the mercy of a single shot." Before the voice had faded, the person disappeared. The air at the spot trembled slightly. Qin Xiang froze in place, cold sweat instantly soaking through the police uniform. Teleportation ability. Elusive and unpredictable. If I had wanted to kill her just now, she wouldn't even have had the chance to pull the trigger. "Thankfully, he's a good person," she murmured. In the distance, the roar of a mutant beast echoed. Qin Xiang quickly gathered the supplies, buried the bodies, and turned to leave. I hid in a safe high place, using a god's perspective to watch Qin Xiang disappear around the street corner. I opened my palm, and 2 fruits glimmered faintly under the sunlight. An unexpected windfall. I didn't hesitate and swallowed the first one. A warm current flowed into my stomach and quickly dissipated. The system panel lit up. Shadow bind LV1. Within 20 meters, can simultaneously lock onto the shadows of 2 targets. When the shadows are controlled, the targets cannot move. I gasped sharply. Holy sh**t. Is this a low-budget version of Time Stop? A low growl came from the street corner. I locked onto a mutated creature and teleported instantly. A residential house. In the living room, a mutated teddy dog 6 times its normal size was gnawing on a corpse, its mouth full of blood. It spotted me, barking madly as it lunged forward, its fangs gleaming. I remained still. My gaze fell on the floor, the shadow cast by the light streaming through the window. A thought flickered. In the next second, the mutant dog lunging through the air froze in place, like a sculpture nailed by time. Its eyes bulged, and a frenzied growl squeezed out from its throat, yet it couldn't move an inch. I walked over slowly, with a slight smile. Perfect. I continued testing, discovering that even if I only controlled the shadow of one leg of the target, the entire target would be immobilized. During the restraint, I could move freely and attack without any hindrance. What does this mean? This means that next time I encounter a combat-type ability user like Qin Xiang, I can counterattack and win. I teleported back to the top-floor stronghold, my eyes gleaming. I took out the second superpower fruit, popped it into my mouth, the second fruit swallowed. My whole body trembled, as if my internal organs were soaking in a hot spring, with a surge of warmth rushing wildly through every part of me. Power is surging. This feeling, it's exactly the same as when I first ate the physical evolution fruit. I quickly opened the panel. Host, Shen Yi. Combat power, 45. Acquired abilities, physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV7, shadow binding LV1. As expected, this second fruit is precisely the physical evolution fruit I have been dreaming of. Combat power instantly surged by 15 points. Stamina expanded by nearly 10%, and teleportation can now be used consecutively several times. Awesome. The only regret, if only this fruit could be given to my little sister, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, without eating it, there's no way to distinguish its type. Oh well, today was a great harvest. I activated telepathy, scanning the entire city from a god's perspective, specifically choosing roads I hadn't walked before to head home, hunting for fruit along the way. But after walking several kilometers, no fruit was in sight. I stumbled upon an astonishing scene. A fully armed elite squad. A dozen soldiers in dark military uniforms, equipped with rifles, submachine guns, grenades, pistols, an absurdly powerful arsenal. Even more bizarre, they were protecting several white-haired elders, a few young men, and women behind them. Reinforcements? Didn't they say there were no rescue troops? My pupils contracted. The mountain city is almost overrun. Someone who can make an elite squad risk their lives to protect them. Their identity must be extraordinary. At that moment, ding, a goddess meeting the system's standards has been detected. Name, Lin Jiwei. Age, 31. Appearance, 91. Body, 92. Inner quality, 100. Pure and frigid. Total score, 93. Evaluation, taking her in can unlock a random resource. My breath caught. 31 years old, still pure. I locked my gaze on the intellectual woman in a white coat and glasses, the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Interesting. Note the direction. I quietly withdrew. Tomorrow, I must return. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the building was tense. Old Wang, my mission is to ensure your safe evacuation from the mountain city. Nothing else matters. Captain Zhao's face was flushed. No, I won't leave. The white-haired old man slammed the table and roared. The samples in the research institute were obtained at the cost of so many lives. Without those samples, what's the point of saving us? Professor Wang, you need to stay alive to continue your research. You don't understand. At this moment, another elderly man spoke in a trembling voice. Captain Zhao, that's the genetic sample of mutant 001. Once it fully matures, the entire mountain city with its millions of people will perish. Tens of millions of lives. Captain Zhao suddenly clenched his fist. A dozen top experts versus the fate of tens of millions. In the apocalypse, how do you choose? Just as he hesitated, a cold, emotionless female voice rang out. We must return to the research institute. I'm going to. Everyone turned their heads in unison. White lab coat, gold-rimmed glasses, intellectual like an iceberg. Lin Jiwei, but your safety. I said I must go back. For words, resolute and decisive. Dr. Lin's safety is above all else. Captain Zhao gritted his teeth. The strict orders from above still echoed in his ears. Even if it means deploying fighter jets, Lin Jiwei must be brought back alive. But the scene before him left him completely stunned. Professor Wang and Professor Zhou, two globally renowned, Titan-level scholars, were now bowing their heads like schoolchildren being reprimanded. Even the notoriously hot-tempered Professor Wang silently nodded. At the center of their respectful gaze was the seemingly young and unremarkable Dr. Lin. Captain Zhao felt a chill down his spine. Who exactly is this woman? Under pressure, he had no choice but to compromise, splitting into two groups. He personally led the team to storm the research institute for the genetic samples, while the remaining forces stayed behind to protect the professors. As for Lin Jiwei, she insisted on going along. Captain Zhao tried to persuade her 3 times, but each time, before he could finish speaking, the old professors would angrily interject on her behalf. He gave in. Same moment, a certain residential area. My pupils contracted sharply. The mutated black spider on the 6th floor, it's grown even bigger. One day, one change, this speed. I clench my fist. If it keeps growing, it'll be my turn to be eaten by it. I teleported to Building 13, dropped off water and food for Grandma and my little sister, then turned around and went back to 1501 on the 6th floor to change Chu Xiaoxiao's dressing. Casually asking the neighbors, they knew nothing about Chu Xiaoxiao, just moved in recently and stays home all day live streaming. I nodded and teleported back home. Honey, you're back. A group of beautiful women swarmed into the living room, their enthusiasm even greater than usual. The reason was simple. Su Wanting had just acquired a superpower. As soon as the supernatural fruit was revealed, the entire harem was in an uproar. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Positive competition, couldn't ask for more. I lazily lay down on the bed, planning for tomorrow, targeting that group of mysterious soldiers. A pistol can't penetrate the black spider? Then I'll grab their grenades and submachine guns. Knock, knock, knock. Honey, are you asleep? Jiang Nanyan. Come in. She closed the door behind her, her eyes flickering. Honey, I have a friend, a woman. She's beautiful and has a great figure. Could you take her in? I understood instantly. This isn't some saintly act. This is her bringing me a woman. Sure enough, when Su Wanting woke up, no one could stay calm. But I frowned. The internet is down. How will you contact her? We talked before. I know her location. I can drive there. No way. I rejected outright. The outside is already a hellscape. Jiang Nanyan is just an ordinary person driving? It's a death sentence. I don't lack the resources to support women, so there's no need to send my own people to their deaths. Unfortunately, aside from women, I don't have a single subordinate I can command. Wait. I suddenly sat up straight. Why not? Millions of supplies of water and food are piled up like mountains in the warehouse. In the apocalypse, this is the bargaining chip of a god. Plus, with my ability to see through hostility, anyone who dares to have ulterior motives, I'll take them out with one shot. I've made up my mind. My gaze was sharp. We'll establish a shelter. Jiang Nanyan was stunned. National rescue won't arrive anytime soon. We'll take in survivors, especially female survivors, to help us get things done. The literal meaning is to establish order. The subtext is, women who meet the system's standards will line up and come forward on their own. Finding one person is too slow. The assembly line is the way to go. Honey, just give the order, and I'll handle it tomorrow. Jiang Nanyan's eyes lit up instantly. Making a contribution means earning a superpower fruit. Using this neighborhood as a base, first, we'll count all the residents. The large flat has a good view and favorable terrain. I stood up. But before that, the monster on the 6th floor must die. I raised my hand from the system space. Took out a few ability fruits. Eat them, and you'll awaken your abilities. I opened my palm, and 5 bright red ability fruits lay quietly in my hand. Jiang Nanyan's pupils contracted sharply. 5. You have to know, Su Wanting fought tooth and nail to get just one. But her? She got 5 in one go. Thank you, hubby. She practically pounced to grab them, her eyes blazing with wildfire. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had finally figured out the rules of the game. Sending women to her husband was the most profitable trade. The fruit entered her mouth, and a cool electric current instantly coursed through her entire body, so pleasurable that she almost cried out. Abilities can be upgraded, I said calmly. Eat 5 more, and the level doubles. Level 2 crushes level 1. Jiang Nanyan's breath hitched. Ambition was completely ignited at this moment. As long as my level is higher than Su Wanting's, higher than all other women, then I am the queen of this harem. And the higher my level, the more he can't do without me. She suddenly looked up and threw herself into my arms for a deep kiss. Tonight is destined to be anything but calm. And I sneered inwardly. Telepathy is not a combat skill. Even if they reach level 10, they won't pose a threat to me. Instead, they can help me identify traitors. Using leveling up as a carrot to make the women compete. I just need to sit back and reap the rewards. In another room, Luya bit down hard on the corner of the blanket. Another night of being neglected. She considered herself to have countless admirers from middle school to university, definitely not ugly. Yet in this household, she didn't even qualify to be touched. What she didn't know was, sleeping with her wouldn't unlock any resources. I kept her around merely as a maid to do chores. The next day, I want to build a shelter. In one sentence, the whole place erupted. The eyes of all the women instantly lit up. Not because of the shelter, but because Jiang Nanyan had taken 5 ability fruits at once. And the abilities could even be upgraded. Roll. You must roll. Whoever rolls the hardest will be the first in the harem. Decide how many people to recruit and how to arrange food and lodging among yourselves. Then present the plan to me. I waved my hand, too lazy to bother. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Jiang Nanyan's family runs a company, which comes in handy. I just need to hold the final veto power and act as a hands-off boss. Before leaving, I tossed down 5 guns. Su Yin, the weapon distribution is up to you. Don't worry, hubby, I'll guard the house. Su Yin nodded solemnly. Although the matter of the harem still pricked her heart, her loyalty had never wavered in the slightest. I rewarded her with a superpower fruit. After all, the superpower fruit was a resource unlocked from her. As for fairness, I never care. If anyone holds a grudge over this, then to hell with them. First stop after leaving home, room 1501. The 2-dimensional streamer Chu Xiao Xiao has been recovering for a few days, and her wounds have mostly healed. I pushed the door open and entered, my gaze slightly darkened. After investing for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. Don't go to bed too early tonight. I will come to find you. Remember, clean yourself up. After saying this, I changed Chu Xiaoxiao's dressing, left dozens of bottles of mineral water and a pile of food, and teleported away. Chu Xiaoxiao's face on the sofa instantly turned red. She obviously understood. Anticipation, nervousness, fear. What if the prince on the white horse abandoned her after succeeding? But she had no reason to refuse, nor the strength to refuse. Forget it. Let's clean myself up first. And I am currently targeting an elite squad of soldiers I encountered yesterday. What I want are grenades and submachine guns. In the apocalypse, without heavy firepower, you are nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. Directly rob them? A dozen people. If they turn out to be seasoned veterans, I might end up in trouble myself. Then trade food and water. But what if they turn around and accuse me of stealing their supplies? I squinted my eyes. Tricky. Suddenly, 7 or 8 soldiers escorted 2 men and 1 woman in white coats out of the base. Split up and take action. The opportunity has arrived. Even better, the sophisticated, mature woman who once triggered the system prompt is in this group. Take them all down in one go. People and guns. I silently followed. Ding! Telepathy upgraded to LV8. Can perceive all hostility and goodwill within a 3,000-meter radius and see through any obstacles. Finally, the field of vision instantly doubled, fully covering 3 kilometers. To level up this time, I consumed at least 200 to 300 ability fruits, an amount an ordinary ability user couldn't gather in a lifetime. I once doubted, can other people's abilities really be upgraded? But the next second, my expression darkened. Damn, they're heading toward the city center. Su Yun once said, there's a terrifying, intelligent mutant giant tree in the city center. Encountering it means certain death. Follow them a bit longer. Retreat immediately if something feels off. After tracking them for 7 or 8 kilometers, I was completely certain these soldiers are far from ordinary. Their reactions, coordination, and tactics are all at the level of top-tier special forces. Fortunately, I didn't impulsively launch an attack. Otherwise, I'd already be a corpse. Finally, the team stopped in front of a virus research institute. So those people in white coats aren't doctors, they're virus researchers. No wonder they need heavy military escort. I scanned the research institute with X-ray vision. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, surrounded by mutated plants and animals. But what truly made my scalp tingle was, in a secret chamber deep underground in the research institute, there lay a giant mutated dog, 5 or 6 meters tall, completely green, with fur covered like leaves. From a distance, it looks as if draped in an entire forest. Its eyes are an eerie emerald green. Its size is absurdly large, and even its fur has mutated. This is no ordinary mutation. In the instant I stared at it, the giant hound suddenly opened its eyes. Its green pupils lit up abruptly, scanning the surroundings fiercely and letting out a low, menacing growl. My pupils contracted, and cold sweat broke out. Impossible. It can actually sense me watching it from kilometers away. This monster has already defied all logic. At this moment, the soldiers had already stormed into the research facility, shooting down mutated creatures along the way, heading straight for the elevator and racing underground. Their target was precisely that awakened greenhound. The entire city has lost power. But the Virus Research Institute has an independent power supply. The lights are still on, and the elevators are still running. Like an isolated island trapped in the apocalypse. In the elevator, Lin Jiwei, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke coldly. Put away all the guns. 7 fully armed soldiers frowned in unison. What? This place is full of mutant monsters, and they're supposed to go in unarmed? This is a death sentence. Captain Zhao immediately refused. Dr. Lin, my soldiers will never misfire, but the guns must stay in their hands. Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. I'm not afraid of you damaging the samples. I'm afraid you won't survive tonight. The soldiers almost burst into laughter. Worried about them? What a joke. Fully armed special forces needing a female doctor to worry about them? Ding. The elevator doors opened. Laughter instantly froze. Under the snow-white corridor lights, the walls were stained with large patches of dark red blood, and the floor bore long drag marks of blood. But there was no corpse, no monsters, only blood. The soldiers' pupils contracted sharply. This kind of scene signified the highest level of danger. Lin Jiwei, however, did not hesitate and walked straight toward the laboratory at the end of the corridor, as if everything was under control. She walked to the password door and turned back one last time. Put the guns away. Don't show hostility. Otherwise, I can't protect you. No one listened. Two researchers in white lab coats became anxious. Captain Zhao, listen to Dr. Lin. That thing inside can't be harmed by ordinary weapons. It'll only enrage it. Dr. Lin doesn't talk much, but she's doing this for your own good. Captain Zhao remained silent for 2 seconds before giving a compromise order. Lower your muzzles, and don't open fire unless absolutely necessary. Lin Jiwei said no more, entered the password, scanned her face, and her iris. Click. The heavy iron door slowly opened, and a nauseating stench rushed out. Woof! A deep, deafening bark erupted from the darkness. The soldiers' muscles reacted instinctively, raising their guns in unison. But Lin Jiwei, her expression changed for the first time. Something's wrong. Why did it wake up? The door hasn't been opened at all. No one has come in. She suddenly slammed the door close button and turned back, shouting hoarsely, "Go! Evacuate everyone! Now!" This was the first time she lost her composure. Dr. Lin, what's wrong? The test subject is out of control. Only I can suppress it. Evacuate immediately. Captain Zhao, however, stood in front of her, raising his gun to protect the 3 researchers. Dr. Lin, retreat first. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Inside the laboratory, the heavy breathing grew closer and closer. The ground began to shake. Something is walking toward the door. Bang! A heavy blow, 30 centimeters thick alloy iron door, directly dented and deformed. All the soldiers' pupils dilated in shock. What kind of monstrous power is this? Bang! Bang! The iron door was repeatedly dented, emitting a groaning, twisting sound of metal. The soldiers' hands began to tremble. Not afraid of death. It's this sense of oppression that has already exceeded the limits of what they understand as biological. Bang! The iron door exploded, shards flying everywhere. A huge, wet, green monster slowly stepped out of the darkness. Open fire! Captain Zhao roared furiously and pulled the trigger. I opened my mouth behind them, wanting to shout stop, but it was too late. Countless bullets surged like a violent storm toward that green monster. And the next moment, they would understand why I told them to put away their guns. Bang! 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 Bullets poured out like a torrential rain, fiercely piercing into the body of that giant green monster. Blood splattered. It bleeds. We can kill it. Hope instantly ignited in the soldiers' eyes as a web of crossfire was woven, step by step forcing the monster to retreat. But in the next second, everyone froze. That monster charged forward through the hail of bullets. Bang! With a single swipe, the 2 soldiers in the front row were sent flying, their blood staining the entire wall red. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red, frenzied light. Bullets couldn't stop it. They only made it faster, wilder, and more bloodthirsty. Everyone retreat. Captain Zhao roared, his eyes wide with fury, as he yanked a grenade from his belt and pulled the pin. Boom! The entire building shook violently, dust filled the air, and the lights shattered. Outside the research institute, watching from afar, I gasped. This grenade's power. It's even more intense than in the movies. But the next second, my pupils contracted sharply. Within the dust, that pitch-black, intense killing intent was still there. You've got to be kidding me? A barrage of gunfire plus grenade explosions, and it's still alive. My scalp tingled. If such monsters are everywhere in the world, no wonder the country can't save people in a short time. On the ground floor, Captain Zhao's fists clenched so tightly they made a creaking sound. 4 brothers, gone. The surviving soldiers' eyes were filled with a mix of anger, grief, and a hint of reproach as they all turned to the woman who insisted on returning to the research institute. Lin Jiwei. Dr. Lin, we've retrieved the data, but the underground level is inaccessible. Can we leave now? Captain Zhao suppressed his anger. Lin Jiwei didn't even lift her head, her pen moving swiftly across the notebook. Go back. Captain Zhao almost exploded on the spot. What do you mean go back? 4 of our brothers died protecting you, and now you're telling me you're not leaving? Lin Jiwei finally raised her head, her gaze calm and devoid of any ripple. My research has made a major breakthrough. The husky has come back to life, and it retains immense vitality. This is proof of positive evolution. The husky. A nearby researcher was so excited they were almost trembling. Captain Zhao, the giant monster you just saw, it was a husky, Dr. Lin's pet dog. After the apocalypse, it mutated, and Dr. Lin injected it with a special gene extracted from sample 001. As a result, it underwent a second evolution, evolving into what you just saw. Captain Zhao's pupils contracted sharply. That monster is a dog, and it was created by this woman herself. The researcher's voice grew increasingly fervent. If Dr. Lin's research direction is correct, all of humanity will usher in an entirely new era. Captain Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. All of humanity, a new era? But the next second, the researcher's expression suddenly changed. No, the sedative dosage is 5 times the usual amount. It shouldn't have woken up. Why did it wake up early? The laboratory door is locked. Who can get in? Unless someone has awakened it. Captain Zhao gritted his teeth sharply, glancing at the female doctor who was still focused on her notebook, devoid of any emotion, and then looked at the clock on the wall. The helicopter picking us up will arrive in no more than 5 hours. If you miss this one, you might never leave this mountain city in your lifetime. Lin Jiwei spoke coldly. Science is never smooth sailing. If my research holds enough value, all deaths are worth it. I won't leave. Don't waste your time trying to persuade me. Captain Zhao stared at her intently, and after a few seconds, gritted his teeth and gave the order. Everyone stays, set up the defense line. Even if we die in battle, protect to the end. But deep in his heart, a question he couldn't ignore grew louder and louder. What does a new era for all humanity really mean? I don't know the details. Only Professor Wang, Professor Zhou, and Dr. Lin know. The male researcher lowered his voice, but his eyes burned with intensity. But I can tell you one thing. Dr. Lin's research can rewrite human genes. Once successful, ordinary people will possess the strength, speed, and vitality of mutated creatures. The entire place fell silent. Captain Zhao's pupils contracted sharply, and the soldiers' breathing halted instantly. Transform humanity? Possess the terrifying power of mutant beasts? If this is true, humanity will enter a brand new era. Every soldier's gaze changed when they looked at the woman with glasses. Is this a doctor? This is someone who creates gods. Imagine this, having the speed of mutant beasts combined with modern weapons. Mutant creatures are nothing. If I could have the vitality of that underground monster again, bullets wouldn't be able to kill me. That would make me Superman. Bang! Without any warning, a deafening roar came from underground, enough to shake the foundation. Immediately after, bang, 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 it felt as if something was crawling up from hell. The soldiers' faces instantly turned pale, all looking toward the elevator in unison. Lin Jiwei suddenly stood up, a crazed fire igniting in her eyes. It's alive. Number 001 fusion succeeded. Captain Zhao felt his scalp tingle. Dr. Lin, are you saying that the mutated dog we just blew to bits has come back to life? Impossible. Any creature should have been obliterated under that kind of explosion. Lin Jiwei closed her eyes to sense for a few seconds, then slowly opened them. Not just alive. Its wound is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There wasn't a trace of fear on her face, only an almost frenzied excitement. And the faces of the others had already turned pale. That monster isn't dead? It's still recovering? Did the 4 brothers just die in vain? Dr. Lin, what do we do now? Captain Zhao asked through gritted teeth. After the disastrous failure in the basement, he finally understood. Professional matters must be left to the professionals. Lin Jiwei replied with just one sentence. All of you retreat. From now on, I'll handle this alone. Captain Zhao's eyes widened. You're alone? How are you going to deal with that monster? It's my pet. Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses, calm as water. But it's already mutated now. What if it doesn't recognize you? Then I'll be killed by a single swipe of its claw. She answered lightly, as if discussing today's weather. But the madness in her eyes, the kind that made Captain Zhao's scalp tingle. She wasn't even sure if she could survive. Yet she still wanted to gamble. Bang! From the depths of the elevator shaft, Another loud crash echoed, even closer this time. That thing is about to break through. Retreat immediately. Lin Jue turned back and shouted coldly. Staying here will only provoke it. Captain Zhao clenched his teeth. Retreat. Take the researchers away. We'll wait for Dr. Lin outside. The soldiers, without a word, dragged and carried the two unwilling researchers out. Just as they rushed out of the research institute's gate. Boom! The entire elevator was torn apart from the inside. Steel wreckage exploded and flew like rain. A giant green hound staggered out from the ruins. It was covered in wounds, with one front leg blasted down to bare bone. But at the mangled, bloody stump, new granulation tissue was growing wildly. Its eyes were blood red, ferocious and menacing, exuding a suffocating killing intent. It limped, yet walked toward Lin Jue without hesitation. The giant dog stopped in front of her, lowering its massive head that could swallow her whole in one bite. Little hump. Lin Jue remained motionless, locking eyes with those blood-red pupils. The next second, that massive claw, capable of shattering concrete, slowly lifted and heavily pressed down toward her head. Still don't recognize me? Lin Jue let out a soft sigh. Just as the massive claw was about to crush her skull, the claw stopped, suspended half an inch above her head, as if held in place by an invisible hand. 1,000 miles away, I saw this scene through telepathy, my pupils narrowing. Supernatural ability? This woman has quite a few secrets. But the next second, the mutated giant dog was completely enraged by this suppression, opening its bloodthirsty maw and biting directly toward Lin Jiwei's head. Lin Jiwei's face changed drastically. She finally understood. This husky had completely lost control. In a flash of lightning, countless thoughts exploded. Press the detonator, it can kill it. No way. It's the only successful test subject. It must not die. Her choice took only 0.1 seconds. She would rather die herself than lose the experimental results. Not for the country, not for humanity, and not for any grand cause. She simply couldn't bear to see her research destroyed. Genius and madness are separated by a fine line. At this moment, Lin Jue had completely lost her mind. She closed her eyes, quietly awaiting death. Even if given another chance, she would still make the same choice. Not only that, she will integrate more genes, making this monster evolve into something even more terrifying. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She's still alive? Lin Jue suddenly opened her eyes. That gaping, bloody mouth was right above her head, less than 10 centimeters away. The giant dog's fangs gleamed coldly, but they seemed to be nailed in the air, completely motionless. She suddenly looked up. A man's figure stood quietly about 10 meters away, without her noticing when he had appeared. Lin Jiwei's pupils contracted sharply. Was it him who did it? You have powers too? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, her eyes instantly shining like 2 stars. Nearly being bitten to death by a mutated giant dog, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she stared at me with excitement, as if looking at a rare treasure. I raised an eyebrow. This woman is no ordinary person. What is your ability? Can you immobilize mutated creatures? What about vehicles? Airplanes? Can you immobilize those too? She fired off a series of questions, stepping closer. I was taken aback. I really hadn't tried. But deep down, I knew. So long as there was a shadow, theoretically, I could pin even an airplane in the sky. Shadow binding is even more overpowered than I thought. But the next second, I snapped back to reality. I was here to save people, not to give a science lesson. The energy in my body is rapidly draining. I speak directly, coldly. Do you want to live? If it were an ordinary woman, she would have already clung to this lifeline, kowtowing in gratitude. Lin Jue, however, calmly asks in return. The price. Smart. I curled my lips. Your body. That's it. She frowned, as if the price was too low. And your loyalty. Betray me, die. Deal. Lin Jue almost didn't hesitate. But I have 2 conditions. I was stunned. This woman isn't normal. First, that kind of thing, once a month. I'm not interested, and I don't want to waste time. Agreed. I almost burst out laughing. I have plenty of women. I don't need this cold one. Second, I want to study your genes and continue my experiments. You cannot stop me, and if necessary, you must assist me. In return, All research results, the first right to know and use, will belong to you. Without your approval, no one else can touch them. I pondered for a moment. I need to build a shelter, and I'm in dire need of scientific talent. Deal. I didn't know that the mutated giant dog outside was created by this woman herself. Even more so, I didn't know that this seemingly delicate female doctor was a complete lunatic. Let's go. I prepared to teleport. Wait, let me grab something. Lin Jue turned around and picked up a stack of documents and notebooks, her gaze calm as she walked back to my side. How are we going to leave? The place is full of soldiers outside. But inwardly, she was calculating. If he doesn't have the ability to take me away, I'll let the soldiers capture him and study him thoroughly. I didn't move and suddenly asked, "Why aren't you running? Why aren't you calling the soldiers outside to come in and save you?" Lin Jue looked straight at me, utterly calm. "Because you won't let me run. If I don't agree, you'll either kill me yourself or set the dog on me to tear me apart." I sneered coldly. "Good that you understand. Don't try any tricks." Before leaving, I glanced at the giant dog. "Era? Is that its name?" "Yes, my pet." Lin Jue looked at the creature, her eyes filled with pride. My brow twitched. Raising a pet to turn out like this, what's there to be proud of? The next second, I held her close and teleported away. The giant dog regained its mobility, roaring madly and smashing the entire research facility to pieces. The soldiers outside turned pale. Two fanatical researchers tried to rush in to save people, but were firmly restrained. Captain Zhao gritted his teeth and issued the retreat order. He believed Dr. Lin was already dead. Is this teleportation? Isn't it? As soon as she landed, Lin Jue burst out like an unstoppable chatterbox. How does it feel? Did we pass through a wormhole? Or enter another dimension? How many superpowers do you actually have? Her thirst for knowledge was 10 times stronger than her survival instinct. I stared at this relentless female doctor, doubting my life for the first time. Should I not have saved her? I took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Before I answer you, let me ask you a question first." "Go ahead. We can trade questions." Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. Apocalypse truth revealed. Ordinary people can have at most 3 abilities, but he has 5. Why have all the animals mutated, but humans are fine? I stared at the female scientist, Lin Jiwei, and voiced the question that had been bottled up in my mind for months. After the apocalypse broke out, black mist swept across the globe, causing animals and plants to mutate wildly, yet humans only felt thirsty. What on earth is going on? Lin Jiwei responded almost without hesitation. The black mist was artificially engineered to target animal genes. Its impact on humans is minimal, and drinking more water can alleviate it. My pupils contracted. Modified? This means the apocalypse wasn't a natural disaster, but man-made. Then why do the mutated animals crazily attack humans? Even the most loyal pets would eat their owners. Because they're hungry. Hungry. I was stunned. The answer was too simple, so simple that I hadn't even considered it. After mutation, their body size increased dramatically, cells proliferated uncontrollably, and their energy consumption soared to dozens of times the normal level, Lin Jiwei said calmly. Meanwhile, all water sources and food have been contaminated. If they don't eat humans, they will starve to death. I was instantly enlightened. This meant that humanity's chance of survival lay in the simplest logic: endure. The mutated animals cannot cultivate crops, and once they consume everything edible, they will turn on each other, and eventually all starve to death. But I dared not rejoice too soon. What if these monsters undergo a second evolution and adapt to starvation? Then humanity would be truly doomed. Enough. Now it's your turn to answer me. Lin Jiwei suddenly leaned in, her eyes burning with the unique madness of a scientist. How many superpowers do you have? I replied calmly, 5. Bang. Lin Jiwei abruptly stepped back, her face pale. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What do you mean? The genetic limit for ordinary people is 3. Eating the 4th fruit will cause the body to collapse on the spot. Lin Jiwei stared at me intently, her voice trembling. You are not normal. My heart shook violently. I had always thought that abilities could be stacked infinitely, at most just consuming more stamina. Turns out, every additional fruit is a gamble with life. Your genes must have been rewritten by the black mist. Lin Jiwei's gaze completely changed. It was the look one gives to a test subject, as if she couldn't wait to dissect me on the spot and make slides out of me. You promised to let me study you. Just your blood, hair, and a tiny bit of flesh. The corner of my mouth twitched, but I didn't refuse. Because I suddenly thought of a possibility. What allowed him to accommodate 5 abilities wasn't the black mist at all. It was that physical evolution fruit. This fruit altered his genetic level. This is the core superpower that humanity must seize in the apocalypse. If the speculation is correct, he will gain an advantage that leaves everyone else behind by an entire era. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly as I looked at the intellectual and alluring female doctor beside me, who was eyeing my body with predatory intent. The matter of snatching the soldier's weapons can wait. I still have a few supplies left to unlock. The first reward starts with this mad scientist. On the way home, Lin Jue was like a broken recorder, repeatedly asking me what the 5 abilities were. Annoying, isn't it? I'll tell you later. I finally snapped. I really want to slap this curious baby unconscious. Lin Jue finally shut up. I thought she was just feeling shy. But the next second, she coldly said, "Then can we get to bed faster?" Me. Back at the neighborhood, I directly dragged Lin Jue into Chu Xiaoxiao's house. Shani, how did you get here so quickly? Chu Xiaoxiao was slumped on the sofa, fantasizing about tonight's steamy plot, when 2 people suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the room, startling her so much she almost jumped up. The kind of shameful feeling of being caught watching an adult movie exploded instantly. And when she saw the stunning beauty beside me, Chu Xiaoxiao swallowed hard. See, could it be the legendary 3P? No way. How can I be so wanton? Her face turned as red as a ripe cherry, yet she showed no sign of refusal. You keep lying down, don't mind us. I left a remark and pulled Lin Jue straight into Chu Xiaoxiao's bedroom, so familiar as if it were my own home. Chu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Huh? What do you mean? Not taking me along to play? Her girlish fantasies instantly shattered. What kind of Prince Charming was this? He was just a scumbag cheating on her. And doing it right in her own home. Even if you're going to have an affair, at least put on a show. Can't you sneak around? Chu Xiaoxiao stomped her feet in anger. But hearing the faint sounds coming from the bedroom, her heart trembled again. She quietly took out her phone and opened her stockpile. Ding! Randomly unlocking supplies. Congratulations on unlocking Ability Fruit, Mental Connection. ×1, stored in system space. ×1, stored in system space. Damn! Another superpower fruit dropped. I sat up abruptly. The second fruit came so quickly. I grabbed one and stuffed it into my mouth. The fruit melted as soon as it entered my mouth. A burst of coolness rushing straight to my brain. Amazing. So damn awesome. Intracranial climax. That's exactly this feeling. Mental link. LV1 establish a mental link to transmit information and share vision. Maximum connection of 3 people, range of 50 meters. When connecting with similar ability users, the range doubles and the number of connections is unlimited. Transmit information, share vision. Doesn't this mean a private network that's free, doesn't charge for calls, and is immune to eavesdropping? I was overjoyed. In the post-apocalyptic world with no internet or electricity, every time I went out, I couldn't contact the women at home. If someone raided my base, I wouldn't even know. But now, it's as if everyone has their own spiritual phone. What's even more amazing is, if I let my women eat a spiritual connection fruit as well, the connection distance doubles instantly, creating an infinite chain. Perfectly matches the shelter I'm building. And these fruits give me a mental high when I eat them. I took out more than a dozen and popped them into my mouth one by one. I remembered the lesson from last time and didn't dare to eat too many at once, fearing it might fry my brain. You actually have so many ability fruits. Lin Jue, who had just recovered, was completely stunned. Their entire research institute had scoured 2 districts, mobilized tens of thousands of police officers, and only managed to find 5 supernatural fruits. Yet this man was treating them like candy. She instantly realized I had deceived her. I said I had only eaten 6 or 7. Now I can finish this many in one go. Then my abilities are definitely more than 5. Lin Jiwei's eyes burned with intensity, as if she wanted to dissect me to figure it out. Want to try one? I handed one to her. Although this woman is talkative and always wants to dissect me, Her kindness level is quite high, especially after I took her first time. Just now, her favorability skyrocketed. Sure enough, even the smartest women have their weaknesses. I already have 3 abilities. Eating this will cause my body to reject it. Lin Jiwei verbally refused, but her hands honestly took the fruit and curiously examined it. You have 3 superpowers? I raised an eyebrow. An ordinary person without any cheats. 3 superpowers in just over 10 days? What am I supposed to do as someone with cheats? Our entire department searched almost 2 districts and only found 5 superpower fruits. Lin Jiwei stared at me, still munching on the fruits. And you? Your body actually shows no signs of rejection. How many superpowers do I actually have? I instantly understood. While others are like searching for a needle in a haystack among tens of thousands of people, I casually stroll around and find 5 superpowers. My luck is truly extraordinary. I suddenly looked at her, my gaze sharp. Tell me, what are your 3 superpowers? My pupils contracted. The entire research institute only found 5 superpower fruits, and Lin Jiwei alone consumed 3 of them. 3/5 of the top-tier resources, all invested in her. What does this mean? This woman's status in the research institute is absolutely not low. Did I strike gold? My heart trembled. Originally, I had no expectations of Lin Jiwei at all. I would have been grateful if she didn't drag me down. But now, this woman is incredibly useful. Just as I was pondering. Ding. Mental connection upgraded to LV3. Maximum distance, 300 meters. Number of connectors doubled to 600 meters. The corner of my mouth lifted. Level up a few more times, and I'll be a living walkie-talkie. Exchange terms. Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, her gaze so calm it was almost icy. I'll tell you my ability, and you'll tell me yours. Each one must be demonstrated on the spot. I raised an eyebrow. This woman is the only one who isn't afraid of me. She's not a dependent, nor does she fear death. Even if you drive her away, she won't leave, because she wants to study me. In just a few short hours, Lin Jiwei had already seen through it. This man's secrets are 10,000 times more terrifying than that mutated giant dog. She wants to dissect me. From my soul to my abilities, everything. All right. I smiled faintly. Anyway, I have plenty of abilities. What's the harm in deceiving her with a few? If she dares to harbor murderous intent, I'll send her on her way first. Lin Jiwei closed her eyes. First ability, X-ray vision. Within 100 meters, darkness is ignored, clearer than night vision. Her tone was as calm as if she were reciting a thesis. At this moment, on the living room sofa, your girlfriend is watching an adult film, and her pants are already off. The corner of my mouth twitched, and I instantly activated telepathy for a quick scan. Sure enough, Chu Xiao Xiao, this movie-watching girl, is actually indulging in self-comfort. However, Lin Jiwei's ability is indeed impressive. Don't I need to go out and verify? She opened her eyes. The second one. I interrupted directly. Talking to this woman feels like being in school, one question after another. Even a top student like me feels like an illiterate. Even among geniuses, there are chasms. Second ability, gravity manipulation. Lin Jiwei hooked her fingertip. The ability fruit in my hand suddenly flew up, floated through the air, and landed steadily in her palm. Wait, you stole my fruit. That's it. I glared. Not enough stamina. At my peak, I could make your whole body float like you're in outer space. Lin Jiwei calmly explained, showing no intention of returning the fruit. I was speechless. But this ability, terrifying. Its upper limit is simply immeasurable. As for a fruit, it grows back in a second, so it doesn't matter. Moreover, the results of her research ultimately benefit me. The third one, mental strength enhancement, along with insight and intelligence boosts. Lin Jiwei paused. I now have a photographic memory, remembering everything clearly, even events from when I was 1 year old. I can see through whether you want to kill me and discern anyone's emotions towards me. Disgust, affection, admiration, infatuation, all at a glance. My pupils contracted sharply. Is this an assist? This is a divine artifact from the heavens. Mental power, this is exactly what I need. The physical evolution leans towards the body, with the mental aspect only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. If I encounter a strong psychic, I might not necessarily win. Lin Jiwei's 3 abilities are all trump cards. especially the third one, paired with her research-oriented mind. It's practically tailor-made for her. Your turn. Lin Jiwei stared intently at my face, as if trying to see through every lie I told. Not so fast. I slowly reached out to her. Let's take care of business first. Lin Jiwei was momentarily stunned but obediently did not resist. She had thought it would be a waste of time, but after experiencing it, she realized. Occasionally relaxing, unexpectedly. It's quite comfortable. Dusk is approaching. When I pushed open the bedroom door and came out, Lin Jiwei was already sprawled on the bed, fast asleep and completely unaware. That usually aloof and cold genius scientist no longer had the energy to probe the secrets of supernatural abilities. Stubborn yet soft-hearted women. I curled my lips into a smile. After all, I had overdrawn several months' worth of energy in one go today. Turning my head, I saw Chu Xiaoxiao on the sofa, her face flushed red, secretly watching some indescribable short videos, completely engrossed and oblivious to the danger behind her. I quietly walked over and hugged her from behind. How did you get out? Chu Xiaoxiao was so startled, she almost jumped, hurriedly locking the screen, but the sound from the phone still played, growing louder the more she tried to muffle it. Don't turn it off. Let's watch together, I chuckled softly. She wanted to refuse, opened her mouth, but in the end, not a single word came out. After all, this man was her savior, her knight in shining armor. Ding. Random supplies unlocking. Unlock successful. Black-skinned watermelon. Black-skinned watermelon +1. Black-skinned watermelon +1. Black-skinned watermelon +1. My eyes lit up. Black-skinned watermelon, with an annual global production of only a few dozen, and a single one once auctioned for thousands of dollars. Based on the system's usual style, it must be the king of watermelons. Creak. The bedroom door opened. Lin Jiwei walked out barefoot, lazily yawning, and without even glancing at Chu Xiaoxiao, who was pretending to sleep, she directly said, "Go back to the bedroom to sleep. I have serious matters to discuss with Shunyi." Chu Xiaoxiao could no longer keep up the act. Her face flushed as she looked up. Does this woman have no sense of shame? After what just happened, she can still so calmly approach me. She clutched her clothes and fled in panic, darting into the bedroom. Lin Jiwei sat next to me wearing only thin underwear, her gaze sharp. I've been thinking, your genes have undergone some kind of beneficial mutation. That's why you can accommodate multiple abilities. I was stunned. Didn't you just pass out from pleasure? You can still think. Lin Jiwei glanced at me expressionlessly. I can stay mentally clear even while asleep. The body needs rest, the mind doesn't. What the hell, an innate superior physique. Focus, she continued. If your genes have indeed undergone a beneficial mutation, then perhaps you can use the genetic evolution serum I developed. My pupils contracted. Genetic evolution serum? It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, and she's already come up with something like this? What effect? What side effects? You're not planning to use me as a guinea pig, are you? I asked warily. No, Lin Jiwei replied earnestly. My potion has already undergone live testing and has shown initial success. Which live subject? The one you've seen, my mutated pet dog. It's a very successful test subject. Lin Jiwei's eyes even flashed with a hint of pride. My pupils quaked. That thing was created by you? That damn thing is a monster. A green giant beast that spits acid and runs faster than a car. Is that success? My gaze toward Lin Jiwei completely changed. This woman is a mad scientist. A doomsday-level hazard. Disasters in movies are 9 times out of 10 caused by people like this. After evolution, it possesses a stronger physique, power, resilience, and vitality, Lin Jiwei said passionately. Swept by submachine gun fire, blown apart by grenades, it can recover completely within minutes. Shunyi, don't you want this kind of power? I was tempted. An immortal body, who wouldn't be tempted? But I immediately became wary. What if I turn into a giant green furry monster? Then what's the point of living? 2 questions. I stared at her intently. First, after being bitten, will I turn into your dog? Of course not. Lin Jiwei immediately denied it. You're human. How could you turn into a dog? I had just breathed a sigh of relief. But your body might grow larger, sprout leaf-like green fur, and expand to a certain extent. You're so damn meticulous. I resisted the urge to punch her. Second, what's the success rate? At least 30%. No, based on the latest data, 45%. Lin Jiwei said confidently. Being able to achieve 45% at the very beginning of the apocalypse is already a miracle. But who am I? The king of survival. Cautious as if my life depends on it. Unless it's 100%, I will never gamble with my life. However, I've taken note of this gene evolution potion. I stared at Lin Jiwei, my mind in turmoil. The gene potion in this woman's hands is simply a miracle. One injection, overwhelming strength, abnormal vitality, recovery comparable to a monster. For ordinary people in the apocalypse, this is the ladder to ascend to heaven. But the price is, failure turns you into a monster. A dead end. I sneer. I don't gamble with my life. But this woman must be kept. Smart, ruthless, and incredibly capable. If nurtured well, she could be the nuclear weapon in my hands. But the moment I let my guard down, she could turn around and raise a nest of mutant monsters in my home. Love her genius, hate her madness. Even just now in the bedroom, with her clothes off, she actually pounced on me first to study my body. She studied it for half a day. I almost lost my temper on the spot. So, how about trying a shot? Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up, staring at me like I was a lab rat. I replied expressionlessly. Aren't you supposed to be able to read minds? See for yourself. Lin Jiwei glanced twice and quietly stepped back. You want to hit me? You're spot on. I twisted my wrist, forcibly holding back. If this woman hadn't known how to negotiate and had directly drugged me, I would have punched her long ago. The success rate is too low. I said coldly. I'll provide you with all the resources. Keep researching. Once the success rate exceeds 80%, I'll find someone to test the drug. Of course, not one of our own. I'll inject it when it's 100% safe. Perfect. Lin Jiwei sighed. What a pity. I think only your body can handle it. I changed the subject. Did you know that abilities can be upgraded? Lin Jiwei's eyes widened instantly. Upgraded? Like leveling up in games by defeating monsters? Pretty much. I popped a mental connection fruit into my mouth right in front of her. Eating fruits of the same type allows stacking. Lin Jiwei trembled all over. No wonder I've been snacking on fruit nonstop. This man's ability level is probably far beyond everyone else. The way she looked at me was so fiery, it was almost scorching. This man is practically a walking research treasure. I ignored her dangerous gaze, dropped the food and water, and turned to leave, not giving her any chance to ask questions. As the door closed, Lin Jiwei stood alone in place, staring at the steaming roasted chicken on the table, suddenly feeling a bit bored. In the past, she would do research when she was bored. But now, her mind is filled with thoughts of my body. It must be because he is my first man, an instinctive memory at the genetic level. Lin Jiwei seriously convinced herself with science. She absolutely has no feelings for me. It's just the genes at work. On the other side, I teleported back to Building 6. In the living room, Su Yun was teaching Su Wanting and Bai Sini how to use a gun. Jiang Nanyin was in the study with Zhou Wan'er and Lu Yiya, writing and drawing. Honey, you're back. 3 women immediately surrounded me. I sat down on the sofa and casually took out 2 large black-skinned watermelons from the system space. Wanting cut them. Before long, the bright red watermelon was served on the table. One bite, crisp, sweet, juicy. System produced, unbeatable. Honey, this watermelon is so sweet. Su Yun grabbed another piece after finishing one. Eat as much as you want. I waved my hand grandly. In the apocalypse, while everyone else was starving, my women could enjoy unlimited watermelon. This is what it means to be truly superior. Su Yun gave me a sweet kiss. At this moment, Jiang Nanyin walked out of the study and handed over a gray notebook. Honey, the shelter project plan is ready. I opened it and became more satisfied the more I read. The first batch will only accept 50 people, no elderly, weak, sick, or disabled, specifically selecting young people, especially young and beautiful women. This rule was tailored specifically to my preferences. The people brought in are divided into 5 teams, 2 teams for patrol and security, and 3 teams on standby for assignments, searching for supplies, and doing dirty and heavy work. The core idea is just one sentence. The sole purpose of existence for all survivors in the entire shelter is to serve Shun-E. Unwilling? Get lost. Overbearing, dictatorial, utterly inhumane. But it makes sense. You're eating and drinking at my expense, so why shouldn't you work your life off for me? The corners of my mouth lifted. This is why I chose Jiang Nanyin to draft the plan. Su Yun is too kind, Bai Sini is too soft-hearted, but only Jiang Nanyin, utterly selfish, cold-blooded to the core. As long as I can benefit, what does the life or death of others have to do with her? Increase the number to 100. I'll supply the resources. I closed the notebook. Accommodation, assigned freely below the 20th floor. Jiang Nanyin immediately nodded and took note. Bai Sini gently picked up a tissue and wiped the watermelon juice from the corner of my mouth. My gaze turned cold as I issued the final ironclad order. Remember, anyone in the shelter who dares to step onto the 20th floor, shoot them dead on the spot. Evict all the original residents above the 20th floor. Starting today, above the 20th floor is our paradise. Below the 20th floor is their hell. With one sentence, I set the rules. Above the 20th floor, only our own people live. Strangers or survivors. All of them are sent down to the lower levels. No one dares to oppose. In this home, I make the decisions. Even better, after hearing it, the women not only didn't resist, but even breathed a sigh of relief. In the apocalypse, human nature is scarier than zombies. Keeping outsiders on the lower level is equivalent to adding an extra wall of protection. Even former police officer Su Yun nodded. This is the safest way. These past 2 days, she has been personally teaching my women how to use guns. Not aiming for perfect accuracy, just to ensure a fatal shot at a critical moment. With a gun in hand and superpowers bestowed, any villain, kneel down. Honey, this is the compensation plan. Do you think it works? Jiang Nanyin handed over the notebook, her eyes sparkling. I opened it and took a look. This woman, ruthless. The first iron rule, recruiting people must require family members to live in the shelter together. Bachelors? Especially men? Absolutely not. The reason is simple and straightforward. People without attachments can be loyal one moment and turn against you the next. Those with families will work desperately for their wife and children's food, even taking a knife for you. Team members killed or injured in action. Their families receive compensation supplies. This tactic essentially ties the fate of every survivor to the fate of the shelter. I looked up at her, the corner of my mouth twitching. Coming from a wealthy family really makes a difference. When it comes to exploitation methods, even I, as a man, feel ashamed in comparison. Approved. You handle the details. Clear rewards and punishments, ruling with iron discipline. For a shelter to achieve long-term stability, violence alone isn't enough. It requires a solid system. As for me, I am only responsible for one thing: absolute force. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, I will suppress them directly. As for the rest, just enjoy. The more people there are, the more women I can choose from. That is the ultimate goal. The next morning, I decided to reward Jiang Nanyin with 2 telepathy fruits. The other women were so envious their eyes seemed to bleed. Step 1. Take over this building, I ordered coldly. Those willing to join, contribute supplies. Those unwilling, no coercion. Paused for a moment, my gaze darkened. But if anyone dares to have crooked thoughts about the supplies, Su Yun, shoot directly, no mercy. Su Yun nodded, her gaze cold and firm. 7 guns, a former policewoman, and a manager with supernatural abilities. More than enough to take down a timid resident. Before I left, I fed each woman a spiritual connection fruit. As long as they remain loyal, they can communicate with me at any time, share my vision, and ignore distance. What's more ruthless? This connection can be forcibly implanted without the other party's consent, unless their spiritual power surpasses mine. Overbearing and unstoppable, I took Lin Jiwei out and headed to the Virus Research Institute. 2 objectives: retrieve the gene evolution serum and pick up the guns and bullets from the dead soldiers. After returning, slaughter that mutated black spider. The shelter plan is set to open, and the spiders must die. Otherwise, everyone will be trapped in one building, which would be too foolish. My ambition is not limited to one building. First, I'll take over a neighborhood, then expand outward. The entire city will be my domain. After I left, Jiang Nanyan tightly gripped the supernatural fruit, her palms sweating. Excitement, exhilaration, nervousness, all surged up. She understood this was her husband's test. Mess it up, and she'd fall out of favor. Well done, status skyrocketed, rewards doubled. She could feel that her ability was just one step away from upgrading. Sister Suyun, it's all up to you next. Suyun nodded, her gaze sharp. She knew in her heart, my motive for building the shelter might not have been pure, but objectively, it did save lives. That was enough. As long as I didn't kill the innocent, she would stand behind me. This former righteous policewoman had been completely reshaped into my image. Nanyan, take me with you. I've learned how to shoot too. Su Wanning volunteered eagerly. Seeing Jiang Nanyan becoming more favored, who wouldn't be jealous? Jiang Nanyan smiled. No matter how much they fight and compete, they are still one family. Outsiders will always be outsiders. Gun loaded, powers in hand. The Apocalypse Queen Squad, officially dispatched. This building is about to change. Shin Yi, bring that giant dog back too. On the way to the Virus Research Institute, Lin Jue suddenly spoke. It is the only successful test subject, crucial to my research. Impossible. I rejected instantly. That thing even wants to eat its owner. Keeping it is like a ticking time bomb. Unless you can make it absolutely obedient, can you? Lin Jue fell silent. Soon, we arrived at the Research Institute. I scanned the surroundings with my mental power. Yesterday's squad of soldiers was nowhere to be seen. Safe. But when I glanced inside the research facility, my pupils suddenly contracted. That mutated giant dog ate all 20 or 30 mutated creatures in the research facility. It was severely injured and needs to consume a large amount of energy to recover, Lin Jue explained. I stopped wasting time and teleported, taking Lin Jue directly to the underground laboratory. Several soldiers' corpses lay on the ground. Guns, ammunition, and even 2 grenades, all swept into the system space. Shin Yi, take the generator and experimental equipment as well. I'll need them for research later. Deal. I had long been prepared to strip this place bare. The system space is infinitely large, so I'll take everything I can. Sweeping through one laboratory after another, I finally got my hands on that bottle, the Gene Evolution Potion. A pure green liquid, brimming with vitality, gently rippling in the test tube as if it were alive. The main ingredient is extracted from mutant number 001, Lin Jue said. What is number 001? A mutated giant tree that appeared in Mountain City before the apocalypse, with vitality so strong it's defying nature. The government initially wanted to study it, but things got out of control. My heart trembled. That giant tree in the city center. Just the genetic samples extracted from it could create those terrifying giant hounds. How monstrous must the original body be? No wonder even the military can't handle it. If you can help me get sample 001, my research can break through all bottlenecks. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. I couldn't even be bothered to respond. Are you kidding? Approaching that tree is tantamount to suicide. Better to lie low and develop first. Let's talk again in half a year. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the sound of a rapid submachine gun burst erupted upstairs. I swept my mental energy. Those soldiers from yesterday are back, and their numbers have doubled. I abruptly turned my head to stare at Lin Jiwei. This woman. Could she be planning to betray us at the last minute? Doesn't matter. The mission reward is in hand, and so is the potion. If she dares to betray me, I'll silence her immediately. They're here for me, Lin Jiwei said calmly. Coming now just to collect your corpse? I sneered. Captain Zhao should have received a mandatory order from his superiors after returning yesterday, Lin Jiwei said softly. The ones coming today are probably not just ground forces. There might even be fighter jets and helicopters. Boom. My scalp tingled. Half a month into the apocalypse, I had never seen the military deploy a single aircraft. And now, just to save one woman, they're even sending out fighter jets. I stared intently at Lin Jiwei, my pupils contracting sharply. This woman is definitely not just a scientist. Her identity and background are far more terrifying than I imagined. If it's discovered that I abducted this national treasure, I'll become the #1 target on the nationwide wanted list. Do you want to kill me? Lin Jiwei met my gaze, her red lips slightly parted, her tone eerily calm. Yet in those eyes, There was a trace of an elusive emotion quietly shifting. In that instant, the thought of killing her crossed my mind. Kill Lin Jiwei, destroy the body, clean and efficient. This way, even if the military really comes after me, there will be no evidence. What I truly fear has never been Lin Jiwei being taken away, but that once she returns to the military, she will expose my most fatal secret. My body can accommodate more than 3 abilities. This secret is enough to drive the whole world crazy for me. Any force would stop at nothing to capture me for dissection. I have a system and a few decent superpowers, but I'm not arrogant enough to take on an entire national army head-on. A surge of murderous intent rose for a second, but I forcibly suppressed it. The value of Lin Jiwei being alive far outweighs her being dead. Not killing now. I spoke coldly. Lin Jiwei glanced at me, then silently turned around to gather her materials. She's unhappy? I don't care. We've only known each other for a day. What feelings are there to talk about? Besides, this woman has been fixated on treating me like a lab rat to dissect and study ever since she met me. The apocalypse has arrived, and romance is dead. Band together to survive, bound by interests, and that's all there is. The gunfire upstairs suddenly stopped. I scanned with telepathy. The mutated giant dog was being suppressed by the firepower of the special forces. Leaving behind a trail of blood, it fled into the black mist in a sorry state. No matter how strong the recovery ability, it's a joke in front of an elite special forces unit. The soldiers began searching the research institute. I grabbed Lin Jiwei and teleported. The moment our figures disappeared from the basement, the soldiers broke through the door. In the ruins of the mall, I took a sip of mineral water and stared at Lin Jiwei. Be honest, has something major happened to the military too? Otherwise, how could the rescue be this slow? Lin Jiwei nodded, his tone somber. Before the black mist appeared, the surface cracked first. Roads and bridges collapsed entirely, and the military couldn't mobilize in time. Immediately after that, birds mutated. Those monstrous birds could easily tear apart fighter jets, and air superiority was lost instantly. The most fatal blow was during the military's mobilization. They encountered numerous attacks from extremely powerful mutated creatures. Weapons and soldiers suffered heavy losses. Their strength is no weaker than number 001. Some even caused entire small towns to fall, and the troops sent for rescue all went missing. My pupils contracted. Lin Jiwei took a deep breath. The existing military has been reduced by at least 2/3. The remaining forces are scattered across the country, making unified coordination impossible. Moreover, she paused, her gaze turning cold. The remaining troops are not of one mind. In the face of the apocalypse, people's hearts diverge. What's even more critical is that a portion of the military can't be mobilized at all. They're tasked with defending against other countries. I frowned. What do you mean? The United States, Lin Jiwei said, enunciating each word, announced to the world on the very first day of the disaster that if an irreversible catastrophe occurs on U.S. soil, they will launch nuclear strikes against all hostile nations. Because they suspect this global disaster was artificially created by a certain country. My face completely darkened. Nuclear strike. The apocalypse hadn't even lasted a week, and the hegemonic nations had already placed the nuclear button over all of humanity's heads. Crazy, I sneered. It's already the damn end of the world, and they're still fighting among themselves. But despite the sneer, my heart was in turmoil. Other cities also have monsters no less terrifying than the mutated giant tree. So where on earth am I supposed to escape to in 6 months? Choosing the wrong city leads to death faster than staying in the mountain city. I clenched my fists, my mind racing. The speed of unlocking supplies must be faster. The shelter must be set up immediately. As long as the shelter is built, I can unlock resources continuously like a production line. 30 types a month, as long as one of them is a supernatural fruit. My growth speed will surpass everyone in this world, because others can only accommodate up to 3 supernatural abilities. But I have no limit. Abilities can stack, and levels can stack. Teleportation combined with telepathy doubles the strength instantly. Add an offensive ability on top, and combat power skyrockets by several times. What I want is godlike power. My stamina has mostly recovered. I scanned the area with telepathy and found that the soldiers had withdrawn. Let's go. Wait a moment. Lin Jiwei suddenly stopped me, her eyes shining brightly, with utmost seriousness. Let me try one more time, to tame little Ha. I have a feeling that now is the best opportunity. How confident are you? My gaze was icy as I stared directly at Lin Jiwei. Just a few minutes ago, that mutated giant dog had opened its bloodthirsty maw, ready to devour this woman in front of me. Its master, alive. Can taming it now ensure it won't go berserk again in the future? Lin Jiwei took a deep breath, her gaze as firm as steel. Xiaoha is seriously injured, the bloodlust has subsided, and its rationality has returned. I'm 80% confident, but I can't guarantee it will never go berserk again. She paused, speaking word by word. So I will live in the same building as it. If it loses control, I'll be the first to stand in front of you. I raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Jiwei continued to play her trump card. I want to use its living genes to improve the evolution serum. Just nod your head. 10 days. Within 10 days, I'll give you an upgraded version of the genetic serum with no side effects and double the success rate. The air suddenly froze. I narrowed my eyes. Mutant giant dog, I'm not afraid. If I can't beat it, I can outrun it. What I truly care about is the safety of the women around me. But what if this monster could actually be tamed? Research progress skyrockets. An extra invincible bodyguard. In the future, when encountering ordinary mutant beasts, I won't even need to lift a finger myself. I suddenly spoke, lowering my voice. If I order it to kill someone, will it do it? It will. Lin Jiwei answered without hesitation. After evolving, Little Ha's intelligence is off the charts and it can understand most commands. And, if you feed it by hand, it will most likely recognize you as its master. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Deal. I just happen to have a problem to solve. A mutated black spider. If this dog really listens, then let it be cannon fodder. If obedient, keep it. If useless, throw it away. The risk is manageable. I'll take the gamble. I closed my eyes, and my telepathic senses instantly scanned a 3-kilometer radius. Found it. The mutated giant dog, covered in blood, was cowering at the end of the dark alley, licking its wounds all alone, as pitiful as a stray. Found it. Lin Jiwei asked nervously. Found it. But no rush. I looked up at the luxury shopping mall in front of me, the corner of my mouth curling up. Start by sweeping the goods. The next scene left Lin Jiwei dumbfounded. Men's clothing section, women's clothing section, shoe section, underwear section. With just one thought, entire floors of racks and merchandise vanished. 4 floors, over a dozen luxury brands, cleared out. Lin Jiwei couldn't help but speak. Shin-Yi, just how big is your space? I don't know, I said calmly. I can't see the edge. Maybe it's infinite. No, infinite. Lin Jiwei froze in place. She was a top scientist, but after the apocalypse, her proud scientific theories were shattered time and time again. Teleportation, space traversal, mysterious black fog. These things have already surpassed science and are approaching theology. But she quickly calmed down. If something is incomprehensible, just set it aside for now. When she becomes stronger in the future, she can revisit it to solve the mystery. Obsessing over it will only waste life in vain. After a dozen minutes, at the alley entrance, I withdrew my telepathy in advance. I remembered that this monster had an extremely keen sense and had once instantly detected my probing. I'll give it a try. As long as it recognizes me, it will definitely obey, Lin Jiwei said softly. Be careful. I spoke lightly, with teleportation and binding abilities already poised to strike. Lin Jiwei was slightly startled, then immediately understood. In our brief interaction, she had already seen through me. Meticulously self-serving, extremely sensitive. If someone threatens me, even if it's the woman I share a bed with, I won't hesitate to take action. But as long as no one crosses my bottom line, deep down, I'm actually a good person. Give me some food, I'll use it to tame it. With a flip of my hand, 2 bloody raw steaks appeared in my palm. Lin Jiwei took a deep breath, and slowly walked into the dim alley. The end of the alley. The mutated giant dog, covered in blood, suddenly raised its head. Its pair of emerald green eyes lit up like ghostly flames, locking onto the approaching figure. The next second, its gaze trembled violently, as if it recognized something. Xiaoha, come here. Lin Jiwei held up a piece of bright red steak, standing motionless. In front of her was a mutated giant dog, its body covered in blood, riddled with bullet holes, and with ghastly white bones exposed. Injuries that no ordinary creature could survive, yet it was still standing. I hid in the shadows, frowning, ready to teleport at any moment. This woman is crazy. For the sake of research, she doesn't even care about her life. But she isn't scheming against anyone. She's simply obsessed with her studies. So much so that she even wants to pin me down on the dissection table for a thorough examination. Simple, pure, dangerous. The giant dog limped toward her, letting out a low whimper from its throat. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. That was the sound Little Ha would make only when being affectionate. After raising the dog for 6 years, it really recognized her. Do you want to eat? She stepped forward to meet it. The giant dog obediently lay down, gnawing on the steak, allowing her to stroke its blood-soaked massive head. Test time. I appear. Huh. The giant dog instantly turns its head, its green eyes like ghostly flames, emitting a deadly warning as a black aura of menace instantly condenses. It recognizes me, the terrifying man who once paralyzed its entire body, rendering it immobile. Lin Jiwei slapped its head. The giant dog forcibly suppressed its killing intent, staring at me intently with a wary gaze. Rational good. I sneered. Training a dog is like training a person, a stick and a sweet date. The next second, I teleported beside the giant dog in one step. Woof! The giant dog instinctively tried to pounce, but with a flash of the flashlight, the shadow binding instantly locked its entire body. A familiar sense of suffocation. A familiar threat of death. The giant dog's pupils contracted sharply. It was scared, but I was secretly alarmed. The effort it took to restrain it this time was only 1/3 of what it took yesterday. In other words, its recovery, though strong, is far from invincible. This monster, I can kill at any time. Keeping my expression unchanged, I pulled out a fragrant roasted chicken from the space and tossed it in front of it. From now on, I am your second master. Obey me. There will be meat at every meal. The giant dog's nose twitched wildly, its ferocious aura instantly dissipating, turning to a neutral gray, then tinged with a hint of benevolent white. I released the restraints. The giant dog swallowed the roasted chicken in one gulp, then looked up at me longingly, its eyes full of expectation. It limped over, lowered its massive head capable of crushing steel plates, and voluntarily lay down under my hand, begging to be petted. I threw out a dozen roasted chickens and 20 or 30 steaks, feeding them one by one, not giving them all at once. This is the rule. You can only eat what I give you. If I don't give it, even a touch from you means dog meat soup. The big dog's eyes were anxious, saliva drooling, yet it never dared to snatch the food, obediently waiting. It was completely tamed. Lin Jiwei let out a long breath and, rarely, showed a smile. Didn't expect you actually know how to train dogs. I stroked the giant dog's head, a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. I don't know much about training dogs, but training people, I'm very experienced. Training people? Lin Jiwei's eyelid twitched sharply. This man, is he insinuating something about me? But she immediately suppressed this thought. Never dwell on things that are disadvantageous to yourself. Otherwise, how can you perform in the future? Let's go home. I patted the mutated giant dog beside me. In less than half an hour, most of its injuries had already healed. As long as there's enough food, its recovery speed is downright freakish. My eyes were practically red with envy. If I had this ability, invincible. After all, in the whole world, the one thing I never lack is food. Getting injured and recovering with just one bite. It's absolutely amazing. If I weren't afraid of turning into a monster, I'd really want to inject myself with a dose of genetic evolution serum. By the way, on the way back, I took a sip of mineral water and looked at the mutated giant dog. Mutated animals don't seem to go crazy with thirst after a few hours in the black mist like we humans do. Yes. Lin Jiwei nodded, her professional instincts kicking in as she immediately began explaining. I've studied this. Mutated animals don't stay constantly thirsty in the black mist, but their water needs increase significantly after mutation. The way they hydrate, it's by drinking the blood of their prey. My pupils contracted. Can they drink contaminated water? Most of it can't. A small portion can, but long-term consumption would corrode even mutated animals. I fell silent. Water sources are the most critical thing in the apocalypse. Fortunately, the first thing my system unlocked was mineral water. Otherwise, forget about surviving. I wouldn't even be able to stay alive. People can survive a few more days without inhaling the black mist, but if they are immersed in it every day, without 3 or 4 bottles of water a day, death is certain. By this calculation, a large number of people are likely to die next. Mountain cities, with their high terrain and many buildings, can still provide some refuge. But those in plain cities, without national rescue, at least 80% of the people won't survive this month. My heart sank slightly. Humankind is wiped out, and it doesn't benefit me in the slightest. With the population base gone, it'll be hard for me to find a woman who meets the system's standards in the future. Is it raining? Just as I reached the entrance of the residential area, fine raindrops suddenly began to fall from the sky. This is the first rain in the mountain city since the black mist descended half a month ago. Even more astonishing, the rainwater hasn't been immediately contaminated. It's drinkable. I squinted my eyes. If the rainwater is temporarily clean, could the rescue methods in other cities be artificial rainfall? Even this sudden rain in the mountain city might be man-made. But now is not the time to think about this. Woof woo. Walking to the entrance of Building 6, the mutated giant dog suddenly stopped in its tracks, its glowing green eyes fixed intently on the upper floors, letting out a low growl from its throat. The silly husky sensed danger. There are mutated animals upstairs. Lin Jiwei immediately activated her X-ray vision. The next second, she gasped sharply. A massive spider web hangs in the middle of the floor, with an absurdly large black spider crouching at its center. How could an ordinary spider mutate like this? Her voice was trembling. Could it be, like Little Ha, a second mutation? The research fanatic's eyes lit up instantly. A second mutation specimen. Invaluable. Xiaoha, find a way to capture it alive. Lin Jiwei instructed seriously. Erha tilted its head, looking utterly confused. Intelligent, but not much. I'll lure it down, and you command Xiaoha to ambush. I drew the Type 54 pistol from the system space. Okay. The next second, I teleported to the unit door, using telepathy to lock onto the black spider upstairs. Bang, 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 bang. Most of the bullets were deflected by the hard shell, but one precisely pierced through the black spider's eye. Viscous liquid sprayed out. Hiss! The black spider let out a piercing screech, its 8 legs writhing frantically as it charged down the wall. I remained calm, waiting for it to lock onto me before teleporting backward, drawing all its aggression onto myself. The black spider didn't notice the husky in the black mist at all. With red eyes, it chased after me as if it wanted to tear me to pieces. Xiaoha, attack! Lin Jiwei gave the command. The mutated giant dog, which had been ready to strike, suddenly leaped out and pinned the black spider to the ground with one paw. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't even pull out a single leg. The strength of the husky was a dimensional blow to it. If it weren't for the hard shell of the black spider, this paw strike would have turned it into a meat patty. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed forward to observe up close. Secondary mutation sample. She finally caught a live one. But just at that moment, the pinned-down black spider suddenly opened its mouth wide and spat out a white web with a whoosh, shooting out like an arrow. Target, the completely unguarded Lin Jiwei. Shoo! White spider silk frantically shot out from the fangs of the mutated black spider. Lin Jiwei's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. A spider's silk glands are clearly in its abdomen. This creature completely defies biological common sense. That white thread was as swift as an arrow, and once it hit, it would undoubtedly pierce straight through the chest. No time to dodge. Whoosh! I teleported instantly, pulling Lin Jiwei into my arms. Screech! White silk brushed past her arm, blood splattered, flesh corroded with a sizzle, emitting wisps of white smoke. Woof! The husky let out a furious roar, its massive claw crashing down with a thunderous impact. Crack! The head of the mutated black spider burst on the spot, green pus splattering everywhere. The monster's corpse twitched twice before completely dying. I lowered my head, frowning as I looked at the blood-soaked woman in my arms, my voice icy. Where's your brain? Even the weakest mutant creature can take your life. You're a researcher, You should understand this better than anyone. I understand. Lin Jiwei covered her mangled arm, yet didn't utter a single sound. Not afraid of me, but a certain string in the heart was quietly plucked. Could it be? This is the feeling of falling in love. The woman who had just crawled back from the brink of death didn't think of fear, but rather this sentence. She raised her eyes and looked at this domineering yet composed man, a rare ripple appearing in her gaze. The domineering husband's bandaging scene. I brought her into the building. The first floor had already been cleaned. No trace of blood on the walls or corpses on the ground remained. Jiang Ninyan works really efficiently. I helped Lin Jiwei to the sofa, cut open her sleeve, and disinfected her wound bit by bit with iodine. The corrosive spider silk had burned her arm so badly it was shocking. If we hadn't scavenged a bunch of medical supplies from the hospital earlier, this arm would have been useless. Be more careful next time, I said impatiently. It was already crushed to death by the husky, so why were you in such a rush? As long as you're alive, what research can't be done? My life's creed is only one. Hold on. Strike with thunder. Never take risks. Lin Jiwei quietly watched my profile as I lowered my head to bandage her wound. Her eyes, calm as ice, unexpectedly rippled with a trace of emotion never seen before. All right, be careful not to get infected. I finished bandaging and looked up. This woman didn't make a sound the whole time and was still in a daze. TCH, a research fanatic, the kind that doesn't even care about their own life. 3 women return. Survivors shatter worldviews. Honey, a charming voice sounded behind me. Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and Su Wanting entered with 8 or 9 survivors. Honey, all the residents of this building have been registered. 12 people are willing to join the shelter. Jiang Nanyan reported, her gaze sweeping over the stunningly beautiful, injured woman on the sofa. Another new woman of mine? Her heart inexplicably tightened, feeling particularly uncomfortable. Looking into this woman's eyes felt as if all one's thoughts were instantly seen through, leaving the entire body exposed under the sunlight. Meanwhile, the survivors behind were completely dumbfounded. What? That cold-blooded female demon who had killed with a gun actually called this pale-faced kid husband, and with a respectful attitude. Immediately after, the second beauty, husband. The third beauty, husband. The survivors were collectively petrified. 3 stunningly beautiful, gun-toting fierce women are all my women? What kind of godlike plot twist is this? This is against the law. This is absolutely against the law. I spoke calmly. Continue the registration. This neighborhood will be our base from now on. Those unwilling to join, kick them out. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, just shoot them dead. I'll make sure there's enough bullets. The survivors turned pale. Overbearing. Too overbearing. But this is a house they bought with their own money. But at the same time, they secretly felt relieved. Luckily, I was smart enough to join. Otherwise, the next second, I would be the one kicked out. Sure enough, a man who can make 3 cold-blooded queens bow to his command will only be harsher than them. My gaze swept over, and the survivors all lowered their heads in unison, even softening their breaths. Fear. This is exactly the first step I want. But fear alone cannot rule people. I raised my hand and waved. Snap! Dozens of bottles of mineral water and instant noodles appeared out of thin air and crashed to the ground. Holy crap! Su's superpowers. He really has superpowers. The survivors' pupils quaked, collectively freezing in shock. The corners of my mouth slightly lifted, but my tone was as cold as a blade. This is the reward. You are the first group to join the shelter. Remember, bring someone in, and you'll get a share of food and water. The crowd erupted instantly. In the apocalypse, water and food mean life. And now, no need to fight, no need to take risks. Just bring someone in, and you can trade for life. A man was the first to react, trembling as he took the water. Thank you, boss. I lifted my eyelids and tossed him another bottle. The others were instantly envious. Why didn't I think of saying thank you? Damn it, not licking fast enough. A group of people instantly switched from fear to flattery mode. I sneered inwardly. Cowardly, afraid of death, no ambition, perfect tools. Honey, I'll go search for survivors in the building next door now. Jiang Nanyan eagerly stepped forward. The thrill of being second to none but above all others had become somewhat addictive for her. Come with me. I pushed open the unit door. A woo! A mutated giant dog, 5 or 6 meters tall, suddenly leaned over, wagging its tail wildly. Ah! Monster! The female survivor screamed and fell to the ground, while the men turned pale and tried to run away. But I stepped forward, raised my hand. Snap! Directly slapped on the giant dog's head. The entire scene fell silent. Husky, remember, don't touch them. I pointed at the 3 women, Jiang Nanyan and the others. The mutated giant dog turned its green eyes and obediently lowered its head. I casually tossed out a few steaks, and the giant dog happily started chewing, looking just like a large golden retriever. The survivor's eyes were about to pop out. A pet. This thing can smash a van with one swipe of its paw. They're actually keeping this kind of monster as a pet. Fear instantly escalated into absolute admiration. Who would dare go against such a big shot? But following such a big shot, who would dare to bully us in the future? Some people have even started to imagine, once the boss's pet takes action, not a single thug will escape. I collected the corpse of the mutated black spider on the ground and said calmly, "Go. Bring back more people." Yes. Jiang Nanyan led the team, bypassing the Meat Mountain giant dog, and rushed out of the unit door. Fear plus profit plus sense of security. My shelter is officially open for business. And this is just the beginning. If the wound doesn't get infected, I'll install the experimental equipment for you tomorrow. I left Lin Jiwei at Chu Xiaoxiao's house, tossed over some anti-inflammatory medicine and gauze, and turned to leave. What I need are workhorses, not corpses. Behind me, Chu Xiaoxiao stared at Lin Jiwei's wound and cautiously asked, "How? Did you get hurt?" "Spider silk scratched it," Lin Jiwei said coldly. "SP spider?" Chu Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted. But the other party couldn't be bothered to respond. Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip and tactfully walked away. In the apocalypse, no one has the right to be picky. She knew better than anyone. She didn't even have the right to refuse me. I stepped out of the hallway, and my telepathy instantly spread out. Target, Murong Shui. Appearance, figure, temperament, the woman with the highest system rating. I've been eyeing her shelter, packed with supplies, for several days now. The light is on in the 18th floor, but no one is there. Daring to go out and wander during the apocalypse? If she dies out there, I'll suffer a huge loss. With a sweep of her mind, the entire building. Found it. My pupils contracted. Murong Shui was actually at my sister Shinsu's house. The two of them were chatting and laughing, as close as if they had been sisters for years. I was only gone for a day, and this happens? A woman who fills her house with traps. Would she approach a little girl for no reason? Absolutely something's wrong. I teleported to the door and knocked. "Big bro, you're finally back." Shinsu pounced on me, hugging my arm. "Come on, let me introduce you. Sister Murong saved us." "Hello, Mr. Shun." Murong Shui stood up and gave a gentle smile. But her heart almost stopped beating. Is this the spatial ability user? Shinsu's brother? Murong Shui's mind exploded. She is a reborn individual. In her previous life, Shinsu wouldn't appear in Mountain City until 2 months later, and her brother had already gone missing. The reason Shinsu came to Mountain City University was to look for her brother. But in this life, Shinsu appeared early, her brother was still alive, and even lived right next door to her. The butterfly effect? It couldn't be this exaggerated. Just as her mind was racing. "Big brother," Shinsu held my hand. "That bad guy next door kept banging on the door, but I didn't open it." Later, Sister Murong drove him away. I smiled, but my telepathy instantly swept across to the next door. The neighbor is dead. A crossbow bolt is stuck in their head. Exactly the same as the crossbow bolts from Murong Shui's house. I remained calm. "Thank you." A mere trifle. Murong Shui smiled gently. But the next second, she felt a chill all over. He just used perception ability again. This man has 2 abilities. The 3rd day of the apocalypse, 2 superpowers. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Why hadn't she heard of this man in her previous life? How did he disappear exactly? It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. I also sneered inwardly. A woman who stockpiles supplies, sets traps, and even dares to kill to silence others. Not simple. This script is too much like a reborn character. The two harbored their own schemes, smiling with extreme friendliness. After exchanging a few words, Murong Shui excused herself and left. As soon as Murong Shui left, I took out a handful of fruits from the system space and handed them to my sister. Susu, eat all these ability fruits. Wow, big bro, where did you get so many? Shinsu's eyes lit up instantly. Telepathy. Eat it, and you'll be able to sense your surroundings. Eating more can even upgrade it. After carefully giving instructions, I left the food and water behind and turned to leave. Stepping out of the room, I didn't go home. Instead, he went straight to the 18th floor. Murong Shui's home. I narrowed my eyes, a flash of killing intent passing through. This woman named Murong Shui is definitely scheming against my sister. The purpose is unclear, but it must be resolved. Either take her down or win her over. At this moment, I directly locked onto Murong Shui's perspective through telepathy. I saw this woman rush home, grab a crossbow, and click, activate the traps all over the house. A white fox lay on the sofa, highly alert. Damn, she actually predicted I would come. My pupils contracted. No nonsense. Teleportation. I appeared directly in Murong Shui's bedroom. In the living room, Murong Shui exuded a chilling aura, holding a crossbow in her hand, her gaze sharp as a blade, completely different from the gentle demeanor she had when coaxing Shinsu earlier. Come out. Whatever you want, let's talk. She shouted coldly. My heart trembled. This woman has a special ability. She can sense me. Even more terrifying, she was sitting in the living room with the widest view, clearly guarding against my teleportation sneak attack. No matter which angle I attacked from, she could counter immediately. This combat awareness. Who on earth is she? I remained calm and spoke through the door. Murong Shui, who exactly are you? Murong Shui was suddenly startled, the crossbow creaking. It's over. This spatial ability user actually has sensory abilities too. All the traps and mechanisms are useless. She suppressed her racing heartbeat and said coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She didn't want to fight this overpowered freak, especially since the other party was Shinsu's brother. I went straight for the kill. Then let me ask directly, why did you remodel this house into a doomsday shelter months in advance? Who told you to do it? Murong Shui's heart sank, but her expression remained unchanged. I'm just an apocalypse enthusiast, rich and messing around for fun. It's just a coincidence. Is that so? I smirked. Let me guess. Could it be that you were reborn from the apocalypse? Murong Shui's pupils contracted sharply. Although she tried her best to suppress it, that fleeting micro-expression was completely captured by me. Damn, she really is a reincarnator. Amidst my shock, what I felt even more was ecstasy. Information about a reincarnator is an invaluable gold mine. But I dare not be careless. Who knows how many trump cards a reborn possesses? The next second, I decisively activated mental connection to lock onto Murong Shui and teleported away from the 18th floor. Remote communication, the safest. Mental type ability. Murong Shui's mind was suddenly invaded by an unfamiliar psychic force. Her expression changed drastically, and she instantly gathered her own psychic power to forcibly erase it. He actually has 3 abilities. How is this possible? As a reborn individual, she had only awakened her second ability so far. Her gaze turned grim as it fell on the white fox. Xiao Bai, it seems I have to rely on you now. On the other side, I noticed the mental connection was instantly severed, raising an eyebrow. Such strong mental power? Is her ability in the mental enhancement category? I initiated mental connection, again, adding a sentence. Don't worry, I just want to talk. Murong Shui hesitated for a moment and did not sever it. This mental force was weak and harmless, capable only of communication, not aggression. Support type, not a high level. She felt slightly relieved. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly die today. But immediately after, an even more terrifying thought exploded in her mind. How did he guess in one go that I am a reborn? Unless he himself is also a reborn. Murong Shui felt a chill down her spine and tremblingly asked through the mental connection. Shani, are you also a reborn?